Ethan, he never thought that he would encounter such an embarrassing situation on his first blind date. The blind date Vanessa not only disliked his short height, but also claimed that if he wanted to marry her, he must have a luxury house, a luxury car, a high salary, and a dowry of $3 million US, and attached a bunch of incredible clauses. When the other party angrily called him poor and unworthy, he did not refute but walked to the counter and bought the other party an ice cream for $1. However, it was this humble $1 that set the wheel of fortune in motion. Who could have expected that it was this experience of failure that would lead him to the path of becoming the richest man? Ding! The system for getting rich by spending money has been bound. A cold electronic sound rang in his mind. The rules of the system were simple and clear. The more money you spent, the richer the reward. Spend $1 to buy an ice cream bar, and you'll be rewarded with a Lamborghini worth $12 million. Buy a bowl of cold noodles and get $100 million in cash. Even a box of chocolates can be exchanged for real estate shares worth tens of billions. He found that as long as he spent boldly, he could get several times or even thousands of times the return. The existence of the system gave him an absolute wealth advantage and also allowed him to quickly accumulate power and resources that ordinary people could not achieve. As he rapidly accumulated wealth and prestige in various fields, latent hostility gradually emerged. Some people began to harbor ill will towards him and covet his wealth and status. Various crises, both open and covert, are quietly approaching, and he will face unprecedented challenges. When he has enough wealth, those girls who once despised him for being poor begin to pursue him relentlessly. What will his next step be that will shock the world? The story has just begun. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Today is Ethan Ye's first blind date. He was looking forward to it, but as soon as he sat down, he heard Vanessa's impatient voice across from him. Since it's a blind date, let's get straight to the point. If you can meet my requirements, I will marry you immediately. He looked up and felt his eyes were shocked. Vanessa opposite him had a dark complexion, was less than 1.5 meters tall, had heavy makeup on her face, and wore a revealing black gauze dress. She exuded a pungent smell of cheap perfume. Her whole temperament was full of the feeling of a nightclub queen in the urban-rural junction. What kind of luck do I have? He secretly complained in his heart, thinking that he was possessed by the Emperor of Europe to meet such a top-notch person on his first blind date. Vanessa was obviously also sizing him up, but she didn't hide her disdain in her eyes. Hey, photos are really deceiving. You look too ordinary, don't you? Even with this appearance, my best friend's male best friend is 100 times better than you. Your family doesn't have much money, does it? How many houses do you have? He frowned, and before he could speak, the other party continued to talk. Forget it, you don't look like a rich man. This blind date is probably just for free food and drink, right? But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll listen to your situation and give you a chance. He suppressed his unhappiness and asked, then tell me your request. Vanessa instantly perked up, straightened her back, and began to list them one by one. It's very simple. First of all, the monthly salary starts at $50,000, which is the most basic. A villa in the downtown area of Shanghai, so that our future life will be guaranteed. As for the car, any million-class car will be fine. I am not greedy. She continued. Also, you are only 1.7 meters tall? You are not even worthy of standing next to me. So, the house and car must be written in my name. After we get married, take me out for a Western meal worth tens of thousands of dollars every month, buy me limited edition bags, and travel around the world once a year. As for the betrothal gift, $1 million is considered a sign of sincerity, right? At the end, she actually smiled proudly. Oh, by the way, I won't have children. It will affect my figure. Also, my male best friend is very important. I have to take him out to play with me at any time. He almost laughed out loud after hearing this and replied coldly, you are dreaming. Vanessa's face changed instantly, and she slammed the table and cursed. How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Don't you see how poor you are? It's good enough that you can eat in a place like this. He ignored her and stood up and walked straight to the front desk. Seeing this, Vanessa thought he was going to pay the bill, and her expression softened a little. The receptionist asked politely, Sir, how may I help you? He took out $1 and said casually, I want an ice cream to put out the fire in me. The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. She originally thought he would pay for the gold digger, but he only bought an ice cream. Thanks. He took the ice cream, took a sip, and finally calmed down. If he didn't calm down, he was afraid that he would even hit a woman. At this moment, an electronic voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The system of spending money to get rich has been bound. Congratulations to the host for spending $1, and you will be rewarded with a Lamborghini worth $12 million. He was stunned and lowered his head to feel the car keys that suddenly appeared in his trouser pocket, his heart filled with excitement. Walking quickly outside the store, he saw a crowd of people surrounding a streamlined supercar, exclaiming in amazement. He pressed the car key with trembling hands. Boom! The roar of the engine shook the entire audience. All the onlookers looked at him, their eyes full of shock and envy. Is this car his? A low exclamation came from the crowd. Just as he was enjoying everyone's attention, a sharp voice came from behind. Hey, you poor loser. You ran away from the blind date without paying the bill? Are you still a man? He looked back and saw that it was indeed the gold digger who had chased him out. When she saw the Lamborghini, she was completely stunned, her mouth open wide, and she couldn't speak for a long time. How is it possible? This car is his. How can a poor man like him deserve such a luxury car? She gritted her teeth and talked to herself, as if she couldn't accept the reality. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded. You have no right to scold him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a pure and beautiful Vanessa standing next to him with an angry face. It was his high school classmate Lily. He didn't look at the gold digger anymore. He just opened the car door and said to Lily, I just didn't have dinner. I'll treat you this time. Lily hesitated for a moment and sat in the passenger seat, while the gold digger was stunned and finally knelt on the ground, regretting and crying. He turned his head and found an innocent girl in jeans looking at him with a smile. The girl had a look of surprise on her face, as if she had seen an old friend. It turned out to be Lily, his high school classmate and the school beauty of his class. After not seeing her for a few years, the girl's youthfulness remained the same, but she was a little more mature. It's you. He was slightly stunned, then smiled and waved at her. Lily looked at him with admiration and a little emotion. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you'd already be driving such a luxury car. It turned out that Lily studied finance in college, but after graduation, she couldn't find a suitable job and could only make a living by live streaming. Today, she was doing a street live streaming and heard the roar of a Lamborghini, so she came to check it out and unexpectedly met him. Haha, it's okay. He scratched his head and smiled shyly. Lily's live broadcast room was instantly boiling with comments exploding. Holy crap! The female anchor actually knows this super rich guy. A super sports car worth $12 million. It completely refreshes my understanding of super rich people. If Lily can take down this rich man, her live streaming career will be a resurgence. At this time, the discussion in the crowd became more and more heated. Someone sighed sourly. What a talented man and beautiful woman. I would never dare to imagine such a life in my life. Just when everyone was immersed in envy of luxury cars and rich people, the heavy sound of a door opening interrupted the atmosphere. Everyone turned around and saw a heavily made-up, revealingly dressed woman walking out aggressively. She was so angry that her finger almost poked his back. Hey, you poor loser. You went to a blind date yesterday and ran away without paying the bill? Are you still a man? The people around were stunned for a moment and then turned to look at her. However, her roar stopped abruptly. Her eyes were fixed on the Lamborghini, and her expression changed from anger to shock in an instant. With her materialistic personality, she had naturally studied luxury cars and knew the weight of the car in front of her. Oh my God, this is $12 million. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes. How could the owner of such a luxury car be that poor guy just now? No, I must get this connection today. She immediately put on a different expression and walked towards him, twisting her waist. Oh, sorry, it was a misunderstanding just now. By the way, handsome guy, your car is so beautiful. Can I sit in it? Lily couldn't help but stand up and said coldly. Who are you? What right do you have to say anything about him? The gold digger was jealous when she saw how pretty Lily was. She said sarcastically, Who do you think you are? You're just a vase that's hanging out with a rich man. Lily was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she didn't bother to argue with her. He smiled calmly, waved his hand, and said to Lily, let's go eat. He opened the car door casually, and Lily hesitated for a moment before getting in. As the engine roared again, the Lamborghini disappeared into the street in an instant, leaving the gold digger gritting her teeth. A few minutes later, The Lamborghini stopped next to a roadside cold noodle stall. He parked the car and smiled at Lily. Don't despise this place because it's simple. I think the grilled cold noodles here are delicious. In fact, he knew in his heart that even though he had just received a luxury car worth 70 million, his pockets were still empty. His first salary had not yet been paid, so he really couldn't afford to treat her to a luxurious meal. Lily didn't care at all and seemed very excited. It's okay, I also like to eat these down-to-earth things. Boss, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles with all the ingredients. Please add more sweet and sour sauce. He walked to the stall and said loudly, so you still remember that I like to add sugar and vinegar. Lily sighed in a low voice, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Ah, he scratched his head and added with a smile. Since you like both, let's have more sweet and sour. While they were waiting for the meal, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host spent 20 yuan and was rewarded with 1 billion yuan in cash. He was stunned for a moment, and his hands trembled slightly. The balance in his phone suddenly increased by 1 billion, making him almost doubt whether he was dreaming. For an ordinary person like him, even if he had 10 luxury cars, the sense of security and satisfaction would not be as great as that brought by 1 billion yuan. Because, with these 1 billion, he can even sit back and relax for the rest of his life. After all, these are 10 small goals that countless people cannot achieve in their entire lives. Haha, I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to milk tea after you finish eating the cold noodles. Looking at the cold noodles in front of him, he suppressed his excitement and handed the meal to Lily. Eat it, and I'll treat you to milk tea after you finish. From what he had just experienced, he was very excited that he could get rich by spending money. In this case, he must not miss the opportunity to spend money. The live broadcast room was also boiling with excitement at this moment. Fuck! The super rich young man actually offered to treat us to a meal. Brother How would be so angry if he saw this. Brother How is nothing. This is a super rich man who drives a Lamborghini. How can Brother How be jealous? That's true, but it looks like Lily is really going to become successful. I came here just to see the luxury cars, but I didn't expect to see love. As people discussed, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room climbed from hundreds of thousands to the unprecedented 300,000 mark. The scene of a gold digger being slapped in the face, a super luxury car driving down the street, and a people-friendly rich man eating grilled cold noodles at a roadside stall instantly sparked heated discussions across the internet. After finishing a large portion of grilled cold noodles with sweet and sour sauce, he took Lily directly to a high-end milk tea shop. From the experience just now, the more money you spend, the more generous the reward. He couldn't wait to verify his guess. When they walked into the milk tea shop, Lily was a little shy and said softly, You've already treated me to the food, so let me buy the milk tea. I can't let you keep spending money. He smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. If you want to treat me, then save it for another day and treat me to a big meal. You can chat on WeChat anytime. His heart was full of anticipation. The system for getting rich by spending money had just been activated. If he didn't experience the thrill of getting rich now, what if it disappeared tomorrow? He would suffer a huge loss. The lady boss of the milk tea shop was obviously a sensible person. Seeing this handsome couple, she immediately smiled and recommended a new product. Handsome man, why don't you try our couple set meal, Childhood Sweethearts, which is especially suitable for handsome men and beautiful women like you. He was about to place his order when he heard a sarcastic voice behind him. Wow, what a waste. How can a poor intern like you have such a beautiful girlfriend? He turned his head, and his eyes fell on a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man was wearing a neat suit and holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms, looking at him with a teasing look on his face. He was very familiar with this person, Kevin, who was the team leader of the software company where he was interning. Relying on his relationship with his superiors, Kevin bossed the interns around every day, especially liked to be sarcastic to him and make trouble from time to time. I didn't expect to meet this person here. Kevin narrowed his eyes and said in a mocking tone, Ethan Yee, your internship salary for this month hasn't been paid yet, right? You don't have much money in your pocket, and you dare to imitate others to pick up girls? He tightened his arms around the woman's waist, causing her to laugh tenderly, her eyes full of pride and provocation. Kevin's jealousy was obvious. The young and beautiful Vanessas in the company were supposed to be around him, but they were more inclined to cast admiring eyes on him, a sunny and handsome boy. These ignorant little girls will understand the charm of power and money when they really enter the society. Kevin sneered in his heart. However, now that he saw Lily, a pure and beautiful girl who was much better than those interns, standing next to him, Kevin was so jealous that he was about to burst into flames. He sneered and shouted to the boss lady, "This kid just ordered childhood sweethearts, right? Good. I will buy all the milk tea of this kind in your store today." The lady boss was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect someone to be so generous. One type of milk tea a day. This would cost at least several thousand yuan. The woman next to Kevin immediately agreed excitedly. "Brother Zheng, the pattern is different. How can these poor interns compare?" Lily was so angry that her face turned red. She whispered, "That's too much." The live broadcast room immediately exploded. How dare this guy pretend to be so cool? Wow, he actually dares to play tricks in front of the super rich. Is he out of his mind? I look forward to the super rich slapping him in the face. Facing all this, he looked calm with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. His mentality was completely different now. Kevin's tricks were nothing more than clown tricks in his eyes. He smiled slightly, turned to the lady boss and said, "Don't bother. I'll take care of all the milk tea in your store today." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked, and the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with the following message. What the hell? Just pay for everything. As expected of a super rich man, he's really generous. This is what true arrogance is. Kevin was stunned, then sneered. "Heh, Ethan Yee, your monthly salary is not even enough for my pocket money, and you are trying to act rich like others? I think you were just bragging." He ignored Kevin's ridicule, calmly took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the proprietress. Swiped the card. The lady boss was shocked by his calmness and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "Young man, are you sure? Our store can sell nearly 100,000 cups of milk tea a day. Even if we give you a discount, it will still be more than 80,000. There's really no need to spend so much money just to save face. No need for discount, full price." His voice was calm, but full of confidence that could not be refused. "I would not buy it even if there was a discount." Kevin was completely stunned, staring blankly at the scene of the successful card swipe. He was full of disbelief. How can an intern get so much money? But at this time, he smiled and casually pointed at Kevin and the woman in his arms. "From now on, today's milk tea shop belongs to me. Except for the two of them, everyone else can buy it." The proprietress sighed helplessly and had to follow his instructions. "Okay, this store belongs to you today." At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came into his mind. Ding! The host spends 100,000 yuan to purchase the operating rights of the milk tea shop and is rewarded with the ownership of the entire Magic City Empire Commercial Building. Empire Commercial Building? Isn't this the location of my internship company? He smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "You are openly going against me?" Kevin's face turned red with anger, his chest heaving violently, and he felt that his dignity was completely trampled upon. "To oppose?" He sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "Are you worthy enough?" Kevin's anger seemed to be poured with a bucket of oil, and it burned even more fiercely. For him, a mere intern's counterattack actually made him lose face in front of the public, which was an intolerable shame. He gnashed his teeth and threatened, "Boy, you're done. Tomorrow at work, I'll have my brother-in-law fire you." Kevin's arms didn't appreciate it and said coquettishly, "Brother Zheng, I want to drink this milk tea. It's my favorite. You are a successful person. You won't lose to a poor boy, right?" Kevin's face turned pale, and he almost vomited blood. Was this woman unable to see the situation clearly, or was she determined to embarrass him? At this moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to Kevin. He calmly took his milk tea and turned away, leaving behind a meaningful joke. "Maybe it will be your turn tomorrow." Kevin stood there, his face twisted, shaking with anger, wishing he could smash the milk tea in his hand into pieces. "Ethan Yee, I will make sure you get out tomorrow. Otherwise, I will take your last name." He paused slightly, and without turning his head, he smiled and responded, "Forget it, I don't want an unfilial son like you. It's not worth it to make your father angry to death." The roar of the supercar's engine instantly lit up the entire street. Inside the car, Lily laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. "Ethan, you were so handsome just now. Look at that guy, he's almost going crazy." "It's okay." He smiled lightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, "but the real fun will start tomorrow." Lily suddenly remembered something and frowned slightly. "But, Ethan, that man seems to be quite powerful in your company. What if he retaliates against you?" He patted the steering wheel lightly and said calmly, "With this car, what kind of waves can he make?" Lily was startled for a moment. Then she smiled sweetly. That's right. Ethan is a big rich man now. He should be the unlucky one. Back in Shanghai's Fuhuan neighborhood, Lily jumped out of the car and waved her hand slightly. Ethan, I'll go up first. Remember to contact me when you have time, and I must let me treat you to a big meal. The live broadcast room's barrage is still hot. The super rich man personally sent Lily home. The number one rich man is going to explode. Ethan's operation today was too strong. Looking forward to the follow-up development. Watching Lily disappear in the corridor, he drove back to Xinhua Community, an ordinary community where most residents are poor office workers. When the Lamborghini drove into the community, it immediately attracted countless shocked looks. Residents gathered around and talked about it. Oh my God, such a luxurious car actually appeared in Xinhua Community? This car must be worth tens of millions. When he got out of the car, everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Aunt Zhang, I've transferred this month's rent. He walked into the rented room, opened WeChat, and completed the transfer. Aunt Zhang sent a message soon. Young man, have you made a fortune? The rent has been delayed for so long, but it was paid off in one go. He smiled and didn't explain much. At this moment, a familiar system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host pays 5,000 yuan in rent and is rewarded with a top-notch mountaintop villa in the Yunding Villa district of Magic City. He was stunned, and a wave of shock rose in his heart. Although he was used to the amazing operation of the system, this reward still made him feel a little suffocated. Hentang Villa is the top residential area in Shanghai. It is said that only super rich and powerful people live there, and even ordinary rich people find it difficult to set foot there. He took a deep breath and opened the portable space that came with the system. Sure enough, he saw an identity card inlaid with gold and jade, symbolizing the supreme status of Hentang Villa. A reward of this level is beyond imagination. He muttered to himself, Hentang Villa area. When the Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of the villa area, he saw a group of women with good figures and elegant temperament in black silk uniforms standing in a row, as if they were waiting for someone. The security guard stepped forward to confirm, Excuse me, is this Mr. Ethan Yi? He nodded, slightly puzzled. The security guard said respectfully, Congratulations on purchasing the top-level number 1 villa on the top of the mountain in the Hentang Villa district. This is the welcome ceremony we arranged for you. I wish you a great return home. The group of beautiful women in black stockings bowed in unison. Welcome, Mr. Ethan Yi. He was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled meaningfully, opened the car door, and walked out. The Lamborghini was parked steadily in the private garage of the villa area by a professional driver, and he began to familiarize himself with the environment of the Hentang Villa area under the guidance of a group of beautiful women in black stockings. This is the King's Villa number 1 in Hentang Villas. The leader, Yu Momo, a woman with black stockings, spoke in a soft voice and walked gracefully. The softness of her chest pressed against his arm intentionally or unintentionally as she walked, which was extremely seductive. He looked down at her, but his heart was quite calm. Although he had never experienced such a scene, the existence of the system of getting rich quickly made him gradually accustomed to this extraordinary life. He raised the corner of his mouth with a slightly indifferent smile and let the beauty surround him. The luxury of the villa area is beyond imagination. It is more like a private manor, and the entire hilltop is almost the private domain of Villa number 1. There is a golf course, a rooftop heated swimming pool, and a horse farm. From a distance, every design exudes luxury and grandeur. Is this the world of the richest people? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. Yumomo led him to visit every corner, following closely, and introduced softly from time to time. Regarding the daily maintenance and cleaning of the villa, we have a professional team of housekeepers, and you can also hire a private housekeeper yourself. No matter what your needs are, we will do our best. He nodded without comment. This is my WeChat. After the tour, Yumomo stood at the door and handed over an exquisite business card, her cheeks slightly flushed. I am your personal advisor, and I will personally serve you at any time, no matter how late it is. He took the business card, glanced at the other party, and nodded calmly. Yumomo's eyes flashed with joy, and then he reluctantly said goodbye and left. Sitting on the Becker sofa in the living room, he felt the ultimate comfort brought by this 8-figure luxury furniture. I casually took out a bottle of top-quality Romanicani from the wine cellar nearby, opened it and savored it carefully. This taste is the taste of money blooming on the tip of my tongue. It seems that I have to hire a few professional maids in a few days. Otherwise, I will have to even open a bottle of wine myself. He shook his head slightly, but a satisfied smile hung on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the conference room in the Magic City Empire commercial building was brightly lit, and senior executives from major financial giants gathered together. In the afternoon, Mr. Lee sold the entire building to a Mr. Yi for 300 billion yuan. In the conference room, a middle-aged chairman spoke in a low voice. What's even more shocking is that Mr. Yi also bought a top-notch mountaintop villa in Hentang district. Another chairman took over, his expression full of disbelief. The Empire State Building, as the most iconic commercial building in Shanghai, has a sky-high rental fee. Now the entire building is owned by one person, which is enough to shock the entire financial circle. This Mr. Yi has an unfathomable background. He is not only wealthy, but also quite young. The chairman of Chonglai Financial Company knocked on the table, glanced at everyone, and said, "Today's meeting is to select a representative to contact Mr. Yi. Our lease contract is about to expire, and we must reach a renewal agreement with him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Everyone nodded with mixed feelings. A thin document was placed on the table, recording Ethan Yi's basic information: name, gender, photo, and the top luxury house he purchased in the Hentang Villa area. When everyone saw the photo on the file, the conference room fell silent. This is too young. In the number 1 villa of Yundingshan, he was leisurely leaning on the 8-digit Becker sofa, shaking a glass of top-grade Romani Conti red wine in his hand, savoring the luxurious enjoyment of money turning into taste. He casually opened his mobile phone, and suddenly WeChat rang. When the note Chloe jumped into his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Chloe is the daughter of the landlord Aunt Zhang. She is fair, wealthy, and beautiful in Shanghai, and her looks are comparable to Lily. He is 1.72 meters tall, has a hot body, a distinguished background, is a master's student at an Ivy League school, and has 4 properties at home. But she seemed to have obvious intentions towards him since he moved in a Xinhua community and always tried to get his hands on him. Ethan, why did you move away? Didn't you say that if you didn't get used to the living environment, you could move to Fuhua community? The message began with a little expression of aggrieved. He scratched his head helplessly and replied casually, "I bought a house. I can't leave the new house empty." The next second, Chloe's messages bombarded me like a machine gun. "Buy a house? Kentin Villa número uno." Really? So you are a hidden super rich second generation. Are you renting a house to test me? Oh, I am so moved that I am crying. I will go back to find you right away and make you unable to get out of bed. He looked at this absurd imagination, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and casually replied, "Then I'll wait for you." As soon as the message was sent, Chloe jumped up excitedly in a laboratory in the United States. Ethan finally confessed to me." She touched her chest shyly, immediately sent a leave application to her supervisor, and prepared to book a flight back home. At the same time, he casually opened TikTok and entered Lily's live broadcast room. On the screen, the comments were scrolling very fast, almost filling up the entire screen. "Lily, who is that super rich guy during the day? He's so mysterious. Lamborghini, a luxury car worth 70 million. What kind of chosen person is this? He's friendly and handsome. We want his contact information too." Facing the continuous questions, Lily's cheeks were slightly red, but her eyes could not help but reveal some complicated emotions. She knew how popular he was, but seeing so many people talking about him, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Suddenly, the screen was filled with gift special effects. "Congratulations to Brother Hao for sending out Helicopter 9. The rhythm of the barrage changed, and the top brother on the list, Brother Hao Zheng Hao, appeared. Zheng Hao, a young man with kidney deficiency living in a small villa in Kyoto, has been coveting Lily for a long time. He stared at the innocent beauty on the screen, his eyes full of greed and jealousy. "What are these people talking about, Ethan? Huh? How long can he be crazy?" At this moment, a prompt popped up on the screen. "Ethan joins the live broadcast room." The barrage instantly exploded. "The super rich guy is here. Is it really him? Ethan equals Ethan, so sweet. Please ask the super rich guy and brother how to start fighting." Seeing the familiar name, Lily's face instantly lit up with a smile. "Ethan." Zheng Hao was so angry that his face turned blue, and he jumped up from the sofa. "I gave her so many gifts, but she ignored me." He came in and did nothing, but just called me Ethan. Furious, Zheng Hao started to play the carnival like crazy, and the screen was full of special effects, which attracted cheers. Brother Hao is showing off his power, and the carnival has exploded 10 times in a row. Zheng Hao sneered and typed the following words. Come on, let's see if you can do it. The next second, Ethan calmly said, I will return your original words. Then, the screen exploded again. Ethan sends Carnival 101. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. What kind of amazing operation is this? He definitely beat us. The super rich man is still the super rich man, so domineering. Zheng Hao's face had turned ugly, but he still insisted on continuing to top up. He gritted his teeth and swore. If I don't defeat you today, I will write my character Zheng upside down. As the two of them gave gifts crazily, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared and even topped the TikTok hot search list. I came here to see the hot searches. Where is the battle of the rich? Ethan? He must be the big guy who opened the show during the day. The whole network is looking for him. Let's go, get a seat, and watch the show. At this time, Zheng Hao's account was almost empty, but he was still unwilling to give up. He swiped out another 199 carnivals and said with gritted teeth, I'll see how you can follow me this time. However, his opponent simply glanced at the screen and typed out a string of numbers. 999 carnivals. The comments in the live broadcast room stopped instantly. The screen went blank for a moment, and then there was an overwhelming cry of surprise. This is a truly rich man. 999 carnivals. 2 million. Just a wave of his hand. Absolutely invincible. Kneel down to the rich man. Zheng Hao collapsed on the sofa, his face pale. He finally realized that he had not provoked an ordinary rich man, but a real gold mountain. I've hit a wall, he muttered, then quietly exited the live broadcast room, never daring to show up again. After sending the gift, he turned off the live broadcast, threw his phone on the bedside, and lay back on the handmade double bed worth tens of millions. He looked at the ceiling with a comfortable smile on his face. This is the life of a super rich man. Although it is refreshing, it is also a bit tiring. Ding! The host's consumption of 2.68 million yuan has been detected, triggering a special reward. Mastery of Chinese martial arts. He was slightly stunned. Then he stood up and jumped lightly, directly touching the nearly 4-meter-high ceiling. He looked down at his hands and smiled even more. My strength has increased dramatically. This system really won't let me down. The next morning, sunlight filled the room through the huge French windows. He woke up from the big bed, feeling comfortable and fresh. I'm going to go see the Empire State Building today and transfer some money to my parents, he said to himself, then turned on his mobile phone, took care of some trivial matters, and drove to the bank. The next morning, the sun shone on his face through the huge French windows. He woke up from the Du Bois handmade bed worth tens of millions of dollars, and his breath was full of freshness and comfort. I'm going to go see the Empire State Building today and also go to the bank to transfer some money to my parents, he muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. He drove a Lamborghini to the bank. When he walked into the window, the staff member Maid glanced at him and said coldly, the daily transfer limit is 50,000. If it exceeds the limit, you can't transfer. He frowned. Can you raise the upper limit? Maid rolled her eyes and sneered. Raise the upper limit? Is 100 million enough? Him with disdain, obviously thinking he was a poor loser who had no money but liked to pretend to be rich. Take a look at the balance in my account before you speak. Etan yisinit it. Maid glanced at it nonchalantly and then froze in place. The balance displayed on the screen almost made her fall off her chair. 10 billion. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. It's our employee who didn't have eyes. I'll get rid of her right away. The branch president of Dongfa Bank smiled apologetically, almost bending his waist to 90 degrees. Also, I will personally upgrade you to a Supreme Black Card, and the service fee will be waived. Do you think this is okay? There is a reason for his attitude. These days, competition in the bank is fierce, especially for super clients like Ethan Yi. A deposit of more than 1 billion is enough for him, the branch manager, to gain a foothold in the head office. Otherwise, if he loses this big client, he will lose his job. He nodded slightly and took the Supreme Black Card. This card symbolizes not only status, but also tens of millions of interest returns every year. This way of wealth reproduction is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After the transfer was completed, he transferred 200,000 yuan to his parents' account. He also specifically told the bank president not to pursue Maid's responsibility anymore, then got into the driver's seat of his Lamborghini and drove to the parking lot of the building. Just as he started the engine, the phone rang. He looked at the note and saw that it was indeed his mother calling. Xiaoyang, did you get the money? The mother's surprised and anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Your father, and I counted it several times. Is there really 200,000 yuan in this card? He chuckled and replied, It's my money. I quit my job and started my own business. Now I've made a little money. You and Dad can spend it well. The mother's voice still revealed worry. Starting a business is not easy. Don't work too hard. The pressure in Shanghai is so great, and buying a house is expensive. Why don't you come back when you have earned enough? It's so good here in my hometown. The father's voice interrupted proudly. Xiaoyang is just like me. He is courageous. I think he will succeed in starting his own business. Listening to his parents' argument, he smiled even more deeply. These words would have made him anxious a few days ago, but now he lives in a villa on the top of the cloud and drives a top supercar. His mentality is completely different from before. Don't worry, I'm doing very well now. I'll transfer the money to you when I make more money. His tone was relaxed and with some certainty. After hanging up the phone, he transferred another 5,000 yuan of pocket money to his sister, who was in school via WeChat. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the Lamborghini towards the Empire State Building with the roar of the engine. The Empire State Building, the landmark building of Shanghai, has 188 floors that soar into the sky. Now, this building worth hundreds of billions of dollars belongs to him. The satisfaction of owning it makes him chuckle. It turns out that the only difference between the top rich and ordinary people is a building. After parking his car in the underground garage, he leisurely stepped into the elevator. He originally planned to just inspect his new business, but thinking of some old things in his previous company, he decided to resign and settle the debts owed to him. The atmosphere in the internship area was stagnant. Several male interns gathered together and whispered, I heard that team leader Gene is waiting here, just waiting to deal with him. I guess Ethan Yee doesn't dare to come. Who can withstand such a big temper? Don't talk nonsense. He's not afraid. The female intern argued angrily. At this time, a lazy voice came. Oh, Mr. Gene is very angry today. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw him walking in from the door with his hands in his pockets. His lazy and calm demeanor instantly made the whole office quiet. Kevin jumped down from the table, the sneer on his face becoming more and more obvious. How dare you come? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I will write my name backwards. He just glanced at Kevin with a scornful arc on his lips. Really? I'd like to see how you teach me a lesson. Kevin waved over 2 security guards and shouted, Kill him! As the security guard rushed forward, his body moved violently. His feet swept up like a whirlwind, and he kicked the 2 men accurately and swiftly. Bang! Bah! With 2 dull collision sounds, the security guard flew 2 meters away like a kite with a broken string and hit the glass door heavily, smashing it to pieces. There was a sudden silence in the office, and everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Kevin's face turned pale. He collapsed to the ground, backed away repeatedly, his voice trembling. You don't mess around. My brother-in-law is a company executive. He walked closer slowly, his eyes as cold as ice. Then let him come and see who is the master here today. Just like you wanted to do just now. He raised his foot and stomped Kevin's face on the ground, his tone cold. Weren't you quite arrogant? Why are you so soft now? Kevin struggled under his feet, his face filled with fear. He is too tough today? Zheng Xian stood by and was stunned. Although this domineering behavior is admirable, Kevin has power behind him. Treating him like this is likely to cause more trouble. The employees around looked at the scene and felt relieved, but couldn't help but worry about the follow-up. What are you doing? Let Kevin go. A group of leaders rushed over and tried to stop the situation from getting worse. He smiled coldly, and his footsteps became more powerful. What if I don't let go? At this moment, his strength had already surpassed that of ordinary people. If he exerted a little more force, he could easily crush Kevin's skull. Brother-in-law, save me. I am the only brother my sister has. If anything happens to me, she will not let you go. Kevin cried out in despair. Let him go. You, a small employee, are not only late, but also engage in vicious fighting. Today, not only will I fire you, I will also send you to the Public Security Bureau. I will let you spend a few years in jail and see if you dare to be arrogant again. Manager Gao shouted angrily with an angry look on his face. Hearing this, he smiled faintly and slowly loosened his feet. He would not really kill Kevin in such an occasion. There was no need to lower his status for such a person. Kevin crawled behind manager Gao in a miserable state, his face covered with red shoe prints, his eyes fierce but mixed with deep fear. "You're done. You're dead." Seeing this, manager Gao sneered. "Today, I will let you see the methods of the rich and know what the cruelty of society is." After listening to him, he looked at him with disdain and said softly, "With your strength, are you qualified to talk about rich people in front of me?" "You." Just as manager Gao was about to fight back, his cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone calmly, saying hello. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, may I ask?" "We are the heads of the Empire State Building Chairman Association and would like to discuss with you the future development of the Empire State Building. I'm on the 10th floor of the building. Come over if you have anything to talk about," he said casually and hung up the phone without giving the other party a chance to continue speaking. The onlookers were stunned. "What's going on? Call someone. This guy is just an intern. What kind of background can he have? He's just putting on airs." Someone whispered. Chief Steward Gao crossed his arms and sneered. "I want to see who you can call. Today I will let you see the power of power." At the same time, the top floor of the building, the director's office. "He has reached the 10th floor of the building." The chairman of the Chonglai group put down the phone, looking nervous. "What? He's already here? Hurry, go and pick him up in person." The chairman looked at each other and took action immediately. "Wait a minute. His tone seems a little unhappy. It seems something may have happened." Chairman Joliet turned his gaze to Gregory. "Lao Zhang, the 10th floor is your company, right? Did your people offend him?" Gregory's face turned pale. It's impossible. Even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do it. Stop talking nonsense and go down to greet them." 10th floor, elevator door opens. Manager Gao glanced at him with a look of disdain on his face. "Finally, you're here. You're quite quick. Are you in a hurry to apologize to me?" However, when he looked back, his face suddenly changed, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. The chairman of Xianming Design Company? This is impossible. How could he know such a big shot? Something even more shocking happened immediately afterwards. After the chairman of Xianming Design Company, the chairman of companies on all floors came one after another, as if they were rushing to a banquet, pouring into the 10th floor one after another. The surrounding employees were stunned, and their shock was beyond words. "Mr. Yi," Chairman Zhonglia stepped forward first, with an extremely respectful attitude. "We are here to report to you on our work." He just nodded calmly. "Well, you are quite sensible." Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They had originally thought that he was just an ordinary intern, but a group of business tycoons came to respect him. This contrast made everyone feel that their perceptions were severely torn apart. He shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. "I'm just here for an internship." "Gadan, you bastard. Explain everything clearly. Otherwise, we will never let you off easily." Gregory shouted angrily, with uncontrollable anger in his voice. Gao Dan was so scared that his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Under the strong pressure from the chairman, Gao Dan finally couldn't bear the burden and told the whole story from beginning to end without hiding anything. As he spoke, the faces of the chairman standing beside him became extremely ugly. Bullying the company owner, withholding the intern's salary, even planning to humiliate and beat him up before leaving. With each new piece of news, the shock in everyone's heart deepened. "Asshole!" The anger on Gregory's face almost turned into substance. He felt that the anger in his chest had nowhere to vent, and his lungs were about to explode. How could there be such a bold fool? What's even more ridiculous is that this person is actually one of his own men. If the occasion wasn't wrong, he would have kicked Gao Dan and Kevin out of the building window right now. However, as a hero among men, he quickly suppressed his anger, turned around, and put on a face full of respect. He bowed slightly and said in a humble and cautious tone, "Mr. Yi, Zhang is here to apologize to you first. No matter how you deal with it, it all depends on your words. Zhang will never say no. Well, let's deal with him the same way he tried to deal with me before," he said casually, with a bit of nonchalance in his tone, but it made the people present feel an invisible majesty. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." Gregory agreed without hesitation. He knew that this decision was not only a way to atone for his sins, but also the only chance to save the company's life. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to redeem myself." There was a hint of excitement in Gregory's voice. He knew in his heart that this turn of events was hard won. "Zhang, Chairman Zhang, I'm an old servant who has followed you for more than 10 years. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. You can't do this. Gao Dan completely collapsed, his voice full of pleading. Humph, you've caused me so much trouble, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Gregory looked at him coldly, his anger suppressed in his voice, and every word was as piercing as ice. You and Kevin will be removed from the company from this moment on, Gregory said decisively, without any hesitation in his tone. Security, send these two people, and the two lying on the ground, to the public security organs. He gave an order, and the security guards quickly stepped forward and surrounded the few people. Tell the public security authorities that they deliberately caused trouble and intended to endanger the safety of important people. This is a serious crime, Gregory added, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this approach? I will follow up on the subsequent matters myself, and will never let them get away with it easily. Gregory turned around and asked tentatively, with a respectful smile on his face. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the other party's arrangement, and glanced coldly at Kevin and the others who were being held by security guards. You are confusing right and wrong. It was clearly me who got beaten. Kevin roared unwillingly, his face full of grievance and despair. Ha! Looking at Kevin's funny and miserable appearance, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud. This bully who usually bullies others finally got his retribution. Okay, everyone go away. Don't you have anything to do? Gregory shouted loudly, trying to control the situation and restore normal order in the company. When the employees heard the boss's words, they immediately stopped watching and put away their gossiping thoughts and hurried back to their respective posts. Mr. Yi, please follow us. After dealing with the employees, Gregory personally led a group of chairmen and invited him to the elevator to the top floor. Boom! The elevator door slowly closed, but the surrounding discussions became heated again. The employees on the 10th floor couldn't help but talk about the various reversals that had happened today. What happened today was too outrageous. It was like a TV drama. At first, when Kevin set the trap and arranged people to deal with that man, the employees on the 10th floor almost unanimously believed that he was in trouble. However, the truth was unexpected. He easily resolved the crisis with his hidden abilities and beat Kevin up. Soon after, Manager Gao arrived, and everyone thought that this time he really couldn't escape the fate of being fired or even handed over to the police. But a shocking scene happened. A group of chairmen, with extremely noble status, descended from the sky like gods and rushed into the 10th floor together. With the arrival of this group of bigwigs, his identity changed from an ordinary intern to a super rich man who controlled the assets of the Empire State Building. This is incredible. This is better than any movie plot I can imagine, someone whispered excitedly. Ha! I said he was definitely not an ordinary person. He really has good vision. Someone took the opportunity to flatter him. What a pity. I didn't dare to curry favor with him at that time. I missed a great opportunity. Several employees complained in a low voice in frustration. You bunch of hindsight experts, what's the point of saying this now? Some people also directly exposed the crowd. Such a dramatic reversal is destined to become a legendary topic among the employees on the 10th floor, and it will be brought up again during countless lunchtime chats in the future. In the chairman's joint office on the top floor, he sat in the main seat with a calm expression, accepting the gaze of a group of chairmen. Mr. Yi, our lease will expire next month. Here is the drafted new contract. Please have a look. Franklin, the chairman of Chonglai, handed over the contract with both hands with a respectful attitude, not daring to be careless in his heart. He took the contract, glanced at it, and quickly compared the old version of the contract, terms stored in his portable space in his mind. Compared with the original contract, not only are the terms the same this time, the companies even proactively proposed to increase the rent by 15%, which shows their sincerity. Although he was not proficient in the professional understanding of the clauses, he had the old contract in hand, and after a brief comparison, he confirmed that there was no problem. The chairman standing by held their breath, and everyone was on edge, fearing that anything might go wrong. In their view, a person who controls the entire Empire State Building at such a young age must be extremely proficient in business and finance. For this reason, they did not dare to play any tricks in the contract, and even took the initiative to show more sincerity in the hope of gaining the trust of the new owner. Not bad. He closed the contract calmly, his tone calm and peaceful. After hearing this, all the chairmen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension on their faces visibly eased. Since you are sincere, then we will execute the contract. The rent for the next 10 years will be transferred to my account within 3 days, a total of 18.9 billion. Okay, Mr. Yi. Don't worry, we will be on time. The chairman nodded repeatedly, with cautious compliments in their words. Now that the contract has been signed, I won't stay long, he said, standing up and preparing to leave. Let's take Mr. Yi. The chairman immediately stood up and respectfully escorted him to the elevator and into the Lamborghini. The engine of the Lamborghini roared, and the car sped away like a meteor, leaving the chairman downstairs watching for a long time. He is young and promising. He is truly extraordinary. He even owns a supercar like Lamborghini, someone sighed in a low voice. As a top-level supercar, the price of this car is nearly 100 million yuan, which is the pinnacle of luxury for anyone. For a car like this, I'm afraid only big shots with assets worth hundreds of billions would buy it without hesitation, another person echoed. He was driving in a particularly relaxed mood. On this day, not only did he settle all of Kevin's evil deeds, but he also received compliments and support from many chairmen. It's time to change into something decent. He looked down at his clothes, which cost no more than 1,000 yuan, shook his head, and smiled. Devil's Fashion Street number 6. Thinking of the largest luxury goods concentration in Magic City, he stepped on the accelerator and the engine roared like a beast. The Lamborghini was speeding, and the wind it created lifted the corners of passers-by's clothes. All eyes were focused on this car, full of envy and yearning. In the exclusive parking lot of the 6th luxury district in Shanghai, a dazzling Lamborghini stopped steadily. The door opened, and the young man in the car slowly got out, looked around, and walked casually into a luxury store. "Welcome, sir." The waiter in the store greeted him elegantly, but after scanning the man's attire, his eyes quickly returned to professional indifference. His attire was so ordinary that the staff subconsciously judged that he was just a passerby who only looked but did not buy. However, not everyone was standing by and watching. A young shopping guide girl who had just joined the company noticed this seemingly out-of-place figure, and a hint of sympathy and curiosity flashed in her bright eyes. She walked forward and smiled sweetly. "Sir, what type of product do you want to see?" He raised his eyes and glanced at her name tag, Grace, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He glanced at the other indifferent shopping guides in the store without caring and said casually, "Pick the most expensive one from head to toe and change into a new set." Grace was stunned for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. "Okay, please follow me." However, her initiative drew snickers from the shopping guides around her. Those experienced employees obviously didn't take her words seriously, and some even whispered, "Do you really think you are a big customer? It's a complete waste of time." Grace didn't care. She introduced diligently, "Sir, we have gathered the world's top 10 luxury brands here. The top-level Brioni private customization requires advance reservation. If you need it urgently, you can consider the new models of Armani or Versace, which are very suitable for you." "Oh," he thought for a moment. "Then order 10 sets of Brioni first, 2 sets each for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and 2 sets of special designs. It would be best if we could get them within half a month. The price doesn't matter." Grace blinked her eyes and said, "Sir, are you serious? The highest level of customization at Brioni costs at least 50,000 or 60,000 euros per set. If there are 10 sets, the cost of expedited production will double, and the total cost will be 10 million Chinese yuan." 10 million? He raised his eyebrows slightly, looking a little surprised, but then shook his head. "Only 10 million? It's indeed a bit cheap." This sentence made Grace stunned, and also made the mocking shopping guides in the store freeze in their places. The next words were even more shocking. "Except for custom-made ones, you can buy 2 sets of all other brand men's clothing in the store, including spring, summer, autumn, and winter styles, and have them delivered to Hentang Mountain Villa number 1. He casually took out a black bank card and handed it to Grace. Grace took it in a panic after taking a look. This was the supreme black card of Dongfa Bank. The cardholder's assets were at least over 100 million. She finally realized that this young man was not bragging, but a real super rich man. The expressions on the faces of the sales assistants who were mocking him were amazing. Someone murmured in a low voice, "It's actually true. We were wrong." In the following days, this super rich man easily swiped his credit card and bought nearly 100 sets of top-notch clothing. When the bill showed that the total amount exceeded 8 million yuan, he just muttered softly, "Luxury goods are not as expensive as I thought." This big purchase shocked the entire store, and even the store manager Chang Wei came out to receive the guests in person. The charming lady boss not only gave the guest a black gold card, but also solemnly stated that she would personally visit the villa to finalize the style with the Brioni designer. At this moment, a system prompt came from his mind. Ding! It is detected that you spent 8 million and are rewarded with exclusive shares of Stewart's workshop. He suddenly remembered that this was the master workshop famous for making the most expensive suits in the world. It seems that I am lucky to have bought it directly. After completing a series of operations, he turned around casually and prepared to go to the next door to pick out a watch. The female shopping guides who stayed in the store could only watch him leave and roared in their hearts. We actually missed such an opportunity. Chapter 18. Becoming the largest shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. If you don't have a famous watch on your wrist, you can't call yourself a rich man. Since I have decided to change my entire outfit, a watch is a must. Vacheron Constantin. Ethan Yee looked up at the name of the store. Even though he was just a poor college student before, it did not prevent him from knowing the names of world-famous watches. Vacheron Constantin is the aristocratic king among watches. The world's top super watch. Gentlemen, she was wearing an Armani suit worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the beautiful shopping guide's eyes lit up. They all rushed over, fearing that if they were too late, Ethan Yee, the important customer, would be snatched away. This contrast is quite obvious. Ethan Yee smiled in his heart, shook his head, and was about to say something. An unexpected voice called out from behind. Ethan Yee? Raising an eyebrow, Ethan Yee turned around. It's you? The boy opposite was wearing a set of expensive top-notch summer menswear, and the girl next to him was also dressed fashionably and appropriately. Although her looks were not top-notch, she still got a lot of points because of her temperament. These two people are Ethan Ye's college classmates. The man is Su Pengfei, and the woman is Kai Mao Mao. Su Pengfei is the richest second-generation student in his university class, while Kai Mao Mao is the most beautiful girl in the class. It was said that Kai Mao Mao had a crush on me before, but I didn't expect that these two people seemed to become a couple. I never expected to see you in a luxury store like this. Su Pengfei naturally knew that Kai Mao Mao liked Ethan Yee a little at that time, and there was some sarcasm in his tone at this time. After all, the goddess is still a rich second generation. Being handsome and good at studying, but having no money, what is the use? After the ups and downs of college, when you enter society, your family capital still has to count. Thinking of this, Su Pengfei became extremely confident. What? Vacheron Constantin is owned by your family? If I had known, I really wouldn't have come. Ethan Yee shrugged and replied indifferently. Su Pengfei was speechless. Although his family was quite rich, Vacheron Constantin was a world-famous superwatch company. Their family is nothing in front of such a super company. Heh. I'm surprised that you can afford to wear Armani and dare to step into this store to look at watches just a few months after you graduated. I'm afraid this money didn't come from a good source, did it? When he was in school, Ethan Yee was so brilliant. Now that he is in society, he still dares to act arrogantly and disrespect himself. How could he bear it? So, he just sneered directly. Okay, Pengfei, stop talking. Ethan Yee with a hint of worry and pity in his eyes. She used to like Ethan Yee, but after entering society and experiencing many realities, she had no choice but to compromise with the rich second generation. Ethan Yee's family conditions were clear to her. Even if she made a little money with her talent and could afford to wear Armani, it was still many levels behind Su Pengfei's family business. Oh, Su Pengfei became even more jealous and sneered. Why? Which watch do you like? I'm very familiar with the owner of this shop. Do you want me to buy you a better one? Don't always look at those broken watches worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Otherwise, you will just be a poor loser after all. He deliberately showed off the Patek Philippe watch worth millions on his wrist. Today, he also brought Kai Mao Mao to open his eyes. If the other party could agree to go to his house to rest at night and complete the last step and feel better, he would spend hundreds of thousands to buy a watch as a reward for Kai Mao Mao. The shopping guide's eyes lit up when he saw the million-dollar luxury watch on Su Pengfei's wrist. This guest looks even more luxurious than Ethan Yee. Luckily, I was a step late, huh? This is a big customer. A group of shopping guides left Ethan Yee and went to Su Pengfei. Huh? Su Pengfei couldn't suppress a smile on his face, as if saying, see, in the face of absolute strength, you are just insignificant dust. Etan Yeshuru. He no longer needed a shopping guide. The prices were there anyway. He could just pack up whatever he liked. Anyway, he came here for two reasons. First, he wanted to buy a watch, and second, it was convenient for him to spend money. After all, he now has to make money by spending money. Seeing that, Ethan Yi completely ignored him, as if he was a small bug that did not need any attention. Su Pengfei felt hot on his face. My show-off didn't cause any harm to the other party at all. Instead, the other party kept ignoring me, making me look like a fool. Okay, Pengfei, you're here to pick a watch for me this time. Don't be angry. Kai Mao Mao kept persuading him. Su Pengfei squeezed out a little sound from his nose and followed Ethan Yi into the inner hall. Stinky boy, you dare to go to the inner hall just because you made a little fortune. Don't be scared to death by the price later. The outer hall of Vacheron Constantine is full of items priced below 1 million, while the series priced above 1 million are all in the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Ethan Yi nodded with satisfaction. This price is quite reasonable. The watches out there are too cheap, and I don't think they'll give any good rewards. This, and this. Ethan Yi strolled around casually, and when he saw something with a cool style or that suited his aesthetic taste, he would just click on it. Su Pengfei and a group of salesgirls who came in later saw that 7 or 8 collector's level Supreme watches worth millions of yuan had already been picked up. What the hell? What is this kid doing? Su Pengfei was stunned. Are you buying here? You think these watches are free? Just take whatever you like. He now strongly suspected that Ethan Yi was nearsighted and saw the last 3 digits of the price tag. Otherwise, even his father wouldn't dare to buy watches in this way. What are you taking here? Do you know that each of these watches is worth millions? You broke them. Can you afford to pay for it? Su Pengfei shouted angrily out of humiliation. Ethan Yi's actions also alarmed the manager of the Vacheron Constantine branch. After all, except for the Emerald KV, almost all the other Supreme-level watches in the store were swept away by Ethan Yi, and the total value is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. That's all. The others are too ugly. Ethan Yi waved his hand casually. Oh, so then, keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. You will be exposed when I pay you later. Just when Su Pengfei was about to laugh at Ethan Yi, the system prompt sounded again. It was detected that the host spent 75.98 W to buy an ordinary watch, and the reward was 45% of the global shares of Vacheron Constantine. Ethan Yi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. The system's rewards depend largely on the type of his consumption. He looked at Su Pengfei with some sympathy. He mocked his own time. He had already earned a world-class company. Chapter 19, wearing a rubbish watch worth millions, is an insult to you. 1. Swipe the card. Ethan Yi casually handed over the Supreme Black card. The moment Su Pengfei saw the Supreme Black card, his heart trembled. A black card represents personal assets exceeding 100 million. That's a real bank deposit of over 100 million. Although he is a wealthy second generation, he still has to ask his family for money to buy a car or a watch, and his personal savings are only a pitiful few million. You are still a long way from getting black card privileges. How could he have a black card? Su Pengfei was stunned. When swiping the card, the Vacheron Constantine Information Network suddenly detected encrypted information. The branch manager was shocked. This kind of situation is very rare. This means that the owner of the bank card is a super encrypted senior executive of the entire Vacheron Constantine company. Ethan Yi raised his eyebrows. This change should be related to the fact that he had just acquired the controlling stake in Vacheron Constantine. For such a large company, even if you were the chairman, it would be a great achievement to have 20 to 30% of the shares. He suddenly seized 45% of the shares and became the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. Ha! The truth is finally revealed. Su Pengfei breathed a sigh of relief. I just said this kid was showing off. Ha! Kai Mao Mao looked at Su Pengfei with disgust and began to doubt his choice more and more. This. The branch manager Gong Xiaoqing entered the manager password, and after seeing the decrypted information, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his palms. My whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Ethan Yi. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I'm blind, and I really didn't know you were coming. He was extremely terrified. Obviously, he was very scared. The young man in front of him was actually the actual controlling shareholder of the entire Vacheron Constantine Global Company. Controls 45% of Vacheron Constantine's shares. And such a super rich man came to his store and only bought some junky watches worth a few $1,000,000, which was obviously a slap in the face. I was ignorant. He regretted it deeply. Director Yi, I shouldn't have let these low-quality goods pollute your eyes. Please wait for me. After saying that, he turned around and entered the court inner room. What was going on? Shouldn't he have no money in his card and be kicked out by the security guard? And what did he call him just now? Director Yi? He's just a poor loser. How can he be called director? Su Pengfei was completely confused and had no idea what was happening. The shopping guides standing by were also blinking their eyes. If Su Pengfei was just confused, then they were terrified. Gong Xiaoqing is one of the 3 general managers of Vacheron Constantin in the entire China region. It can be said that he has a transcendent status and is worth a lot of money. Even a billionaire couldn't make her bow her head because there was no need. Even if he met the richest man in China, he would at most be polite and respectful. He couldn't be like he just did, as if he had met his father and was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats. Who is this young man, and why can such a big shot like Manager Gong have such a huge reaction? They felt uneasy that their previous choice was too hasty. A super big shot who can scare Manager Gong into a cold sweat is so much higher than a rich second generation wearing a million-level watch. Mereye, mereye. The shopping guides were all muttering to themselves, with the answer that was about to come out lingering in their minds. But I don't want to believe it at all. After all, it's too incredible. In front of the safe in the inner room. Click, click. Gong Xiaoqing treasured it and opened the safe with extreme caution. Carefully took out the purple wood, gold, and diamond watch box inside. This watch box alone is worth more than all the watches Ethan Yi just bought combined. This one should be worthy of Mr. Ye's status. If I offer this to Mr. Yi, he should be slightly more satisfied. Gong Xiaoqing is now one of the 3 general managers of Vacheron Constantin in China. Identity is transcendence, but his status and position were all given by Vacheron Constantin. And Ethan Yi is the owner of Vacheron Constantin. With just one sentence, he could be deprived of all his glory and status. How dare he be disrespectful? After returning to the front desk, he also smiled and said, Mr. Yi, this is the only Vacheron Constantin Loft Artisan Series 80253/000R 9593/allocated to the Huaxia region. Since you need a watch, this one is barely worthy of your status. Oh, Ethan Yi had only heard of some luxury watch names before, but he was not very clear about the specific classification. Therefore, he had no idea what Gong Xiaoqing said. Vacheron Constantin Loftcraft Series 80253/000R 9593/? Su Pengfei exclaimed. Boss Gong, what are you doing? Others may not know about Logue 80253, but how could he, a top second-generation rich man who has been playing with watches for many years, not know about it? Vacheron Constantin Attic Artisan Series 80253/000R 9593/, limited to only 6 pieces worldwide. Not 600, not 60, only 6. One of them is still worn by the Tsar of Russia. Price is simply not enough to describe this watch, because this watch cannot be bought with money. If you want to wear this watch, you need supreme status and power. Ethan Yi, a poor loser, compare himself with the world's top bosses like the Russian emperor? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Mr. Yi is the global shareholder of our Vacheron Constantin company. Only a watch dial like this is worthy of his status. There is no reason. Gong Xiaoqing scolded angrily. He had an impression of Su Pengfei. His father had met him once before. He was also well-intentioned when he scolded this kid at this time. Su Pengfei was just a small, rich second generation. In front of Ethan Yi, he was not even a bug. If we really want to make an enemy, the whole family will be involved. Now he angrily scolded the other party and pointed out Ethan Yi's identity by the way, in order to make Su Pengfei clear his mind and not make any mistakes. Boss Gong, what did you say? Su Pengfei was completely stunned. His mind went blank. Vacheron Constantin's global controlling shareholder? Even Kai Mao Mao, who was standing by, couldn't help but cover his mouth, exclaimed, and looked at Ethan Yi with infinite shock in his eyes. If I had known this, I should not have missed this boyfriend, who might be the most perfect in the world when I was in college. No matter what the cost. Su Pengfei compared to Ethan Yi's identity? I must be dreaming. Su Pengfei shook his head. Well, Gong Xiaoqing sighed inwardly. As long as this brat didn't cause trouble for him and continued to provoke Mr. Yi, everything would be fine. When he found out that the young man in front of him was the general shareholder, he was really shocked. Well, this one is good. It looks pretty. Ethan Yi put on the Attic Craftsman 80253/000R and nodded to Gong Xiaoqing with satisfaction. You are very sensible. I will remember you. Chapter 20. Ziguang Restaurant. Only receives 10 people a day? After walking out of the Vacheron Constantine store, he wandered around the store and bought a new mobile phone and some gadgets that interested him, spending a total of several million. After visiting the entire luxury goods area of Devil's Number 6, Ethan Yi has completely changed into a new outfit. Armani Suite, Vacheron Constantine Pavilion 000R, Lamborghini Venom. Finally, he looks like a rich man. Ethan Yi looked in the rearview mirror and was quite satisfied with his outfit. Clothes make the man. Now wearing aristocratic clothes, and with the added bonus of being proficient in traditional Chinese martial arts, the already handsome and sunny Ethan Yi has become even more dazzling. Just standing on the street, he attracted the attention of countless beauties. The beauties who can come to the luxury goods area to shop naturally have very high standards, but even they can't help blushing and their hearts beating when they see the dazzling Ethan Yi. But when seeing Ethan Yi dressed like this, these beauties felt ashamed of themselves. How could ordinary beauties dare to approach such a super rich man? At least they are very confident in their appearance and conditions. Any news? Ethan Yi opened WeChat and looked at the new message Lily sent him. Where is Ethan now? Are you free tonight? I promise to treat you to dinner cute/naughty/. Ethan Yi shook his head. Last night, Lily saw that he had given her so much money and wanted to return it to him. He half-jokingly asked her to treat him to a meal today, and he could use the money to pay her back. I didn't expect that this little girl would take it seriously. I'll pick you up, and you just need to choose a place to eat. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs at my house. He/naughty, putting away his phone. Ethan Yi opened the car door and prepared to pick up Lily. Brother, you are so handsome. Can you add me on WeChat? Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and his eyes lit up. There are many fashionable beauties in Devil Number 6, but a girl like this wearing beautiful hanfu and with a delicate pebble face is still extremely eye-catching. But is it okay? The girl was about 19 years old, and her cute big eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Ethan Yi would not miss the opportunity to be added on WeChat by such an innocent girl. He smiled faintly, added each other on WeChat, and then drove away in his Lamborghini Venom. So cool. Ethan Yi left, but the infatuated smile on Ling Shirshi's face did not fade away. Now, let's see which of those girls in the circle dares to mock me for not being able to find a CP at the comic convention. If I can hook up with this little brother, I will definitely steal the show. Hiya. In front of Fuhua community, Lily dressed up nicely before going out. Her cherry red lip makeup was not ostentatious, but instead made her delicate face look extremely attractive. The milky white, knee-length gauze skirt swayed in the midsummer evening breeze. Her back view alone is so beautiful that it seems impossible to possess it in this world. Pedestrians were so eager to see Lily that their eyes widened. Some even crashed their electric bikes into electric poles. She's so beautiful. I feel like the stars on TV can't compare to her. Alas, it's obviously taken by someone waiting for someone. I don't know what piece of cow dung took over such a beautiful flower. Anyway, it's not you. Pedestrians were talking about it. Lily was accustomed to these discussions. She usually dressed up carefully and was bound to be the focus of everyone's attention. However, at this moment, she had no intention of paying attention to the discussions around her. Instead, she looked nervously at the toes of her brown leather high-heeled sandals and looked around from time to time, until a black shadow came into her sight. The tension and anxiety slowly dissipated from her body. Click, the car door opens automatically. Sorry for the wait. Inside the car, Ethan Yi smiled and waved. Come on up. Aha! Lily nodded repeatedly and got into the Lamborghini Venom. Have you decided where to eat? Ethan Yi asked. I checked for a long time last night, and the most expensive Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shanghai is Ziguang Pavilion. A meal costs tens of thousands, but it's still not worth what you paid last night. Lily stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. She really couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. Purple Light Pavilion? Ethan Yi nodded slightly. To dine in a high-end restaurant like this, you have to make reservations in advance. Call the official website. Hello, sir. This is the consultation office of Ziguang Pavilion in Magic City. A sweet female voice came from the other side. Hello, I would like to dine at Ziguang Pavilion tonight. Please call and reserve the dishes in advance. Lily said, I'm sorry, Ziguang Pavilion only accepts 10 guests a day. Today's number of guests is full. Now the reservations are scheduled for 10 days later. No matter who you are, you can only make reservations 10 days later. Etan Yifronit. With his current hearing, he could naturally hear everything. Although the waiter seemed polite, there was a sense of pride in his tone that made him uncomfortable. A small restaurant. Do you think you can put on airs? Lily, who was a little embarrassed, and handed the phone to her. Tell your boss to answer the phone, otherwise, he will miss the opportunity to make $1 million feast. Ethan Yee frowned and said directly, 100 million? The waiter stuttered a little, obviously very scared. The so-called rules of Ziguang Pavilion are nothing more than hunger marketing. A meal costs tens of thousands of yuan. Even if there is no limit of 10 people a day, there will not be too many people coming to eat, and the net profit per month will only be a few million. Moreover, from the way this man spoke, spending $1 million on a lavish meal was as easy as breathing air. She knew that this was a real big shot, so she didn't dare to delay and directly put the call to Paul Parrott, who was cooking in the kitchen. Paul is a French citizen and is one of the world's top 7-star chefs. He came to Shanghai to establish Ziguang Pavilion for his ideas and ideals. He only entertains 10 people a day and prepares every dish for each person personally. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during the sacred moment of cooking unless it is necessary? Paul frowned, very unhappy to be interrupted. Although he was unhappy, he still answered the phone after listening to the female operator's statement. Sir, if you want to humiliate my dream with money, you have found the wrong person, Paul said righteously. Even if I'm closed today, I will never break the rules of the store. I have professional ethics, and bottom line, rules are rules. Oh, really? Ethan Yee raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. So from now on, I am the boss of Ziguang, and the rules of the store will be changed to 12 people per day. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it so great to be rich? Paul frowned and wanted to continue stating his ideals, but Ethan Yee's next words instantly shut him up. 300 million. Sir, what did you say? Paul was confused. 300 million to buy your Ziguang Pavilion. If that's not enough, then 1 billion. Anyway, the more money he spends, the better the reward. He wants to see whether Paul's pride is stronger or 1 billion is stronger. Chapter 21. I originally refused, but he offered too much. This, sir? Are you kidding me? Paul touched his bald head and was completely stunned. He bought the Ziguang Pavilion property for 100 million yuan, and now after renovation and external value, it is estimated to be worth 150 million yuan. 300 million right out of the blue. Buy Ziguang Pavilion at double the price. Even before I could bargain, the other party raised the price to 1 billion. He scratched his head, completely hesitant. Ethan Yee was not in a hurry to say anything else, but just waited quietly for the other party's response. Gurgle. As time went by, the 10 billion was like a huge hammer that continued to hit Paul's heart. Forget it. If you don't want to sell it, I won't force you. Ethan Yee said indifferently. No, I was just shocked. Of course I'll sell it. Paul was shocked and said repeatedly, I don't know where the immortal spirit just now has been thrown away. I originally refused, but he gave too much. Boss. Ethan Yee nodded slightly. It seems that all living things in the world cannot escape the ultimate law of true fragrance. After a conversation, Paul's proud tone just now had disappeared, and he called me boss happily. Boss Yee, you order, you come to your own restaurant to eat? I will do my best to prepare the best for you. Boss, do you want this foie gras to be flown in from France or sealed in the Chania region? Boss, okay, you decide what to eat. I'll be there and serve the food, and that'll be it. Ethan Yee waved his hand impatiently, annoyed by Paul's enthusiasm. Just 1 billion yuan turned the proud chef into a bootlicker. The charm of money is truly magical. Lily on the side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I said I would treat Ethan, but I didn't expect that I would let Ethan spend money again. That's fine. I just bought this restaurant because I thought it had some investment potential. Ethan Yee laughed casually. As long as Ziguang spends some money to build its reputation and marketing and then removes the restrictions of hunger marketing, it will be easy to double its valuation within a year. Paul didn't believe in the consumption capacity of Shanghai at all, so he failed miserably. Ding! It is detected that you have spent 1 billion to purchase the Purple Light Pavilion restaurant, and the reward is the ultimate level of humanity. Musical instrument proficiency. Oh, Ethan Yu was a little surprised. He thought he would be given some company shares, but it turned out to be a talent. However, he now owns the Empire State Building and Vacheron Constantine headquarters. With assets worth hundreds of billions, they don't need that little bit of money. He would be interested in abilities like mastery of Chinese martial arts and top-level musical instruments. These ultimate skills cannot be bought with any amount of money. Okay, let's go. You're the one who pays for the meal. Ethan Yi smiled in order to fulfill Lily's wish of treating him to a meal. Lily stuck out her tongue and burst out laughing at Ethan Ye's seriousness. The momentary charm also made Ethan Ye's heart beat. By the way, why didn't you start the live broadcast today? Ethan Ye asked, somewhat confused. Eating with Ethan is a time that belongs to the two of us. Lily doesn't want anything else to disturb us. Silly girl. Ethan Ye smiled and rubbed Lily's smooth forehead. You are stupid. Lily did not dodge at all in the face of such an intimate gesture. Instead, she took the initiative to lean towards Ethan Ye's palm with a happy smile on her face. Lamborghini stepped on the accelerator and shot out in a black shadow. Passers-by were left, still lingering on Lily's back, shaking their heads and sighing. Sure enough, top beauties are all guests of honor of the super rich. Lamborghini Venom, the king of super sports cars worth 70 or 80 million. Hey, of course people put flowers in crystal bottles. Why would they put them in cow dung like you? That's not what you just said. Magic City, Binhai Road. After parking the Lamborghini in the exclusive parking lot of Ziguang restaurant, Ethan Ye also took Lily towards the entrance of Ziguang Pavilion. Hey, you're late. At the door, a fat man in a suit with gold teeth and holding the arm of a beautiful woman in black stockings said in a sarcastic tone. Oh. Ethan Ye raised an eyebrow. The fat man in a suit and gold teeth looked at Lily intently and said with a grin, the Purple Light Pavilion only receives 10 waves of guests a day, and we are the 10th wave. You can't get in, but if this little beauty wants to go in and have a look, I can take you in to have a look. As for this gentleman, it is best for him to go back to where he came from as soon as possible. The fat man with gold teeth obviously has a crush on Lily and wants to invite her to dinner and kick Ethan Ye out at the same time. This is blatant poaching. This is the first time I've met Ethan Ye. No need. Lily obviously didn't like the fat man with gold teeth. She frowned and spoke in a cold voice. Humph, you are so ungrateful. The fat man with gold teeth snorted coldly, and then he saw the classical door of Ziguang Pavilion slowly open. Dozens of waiters walked out in a respectful line. Wow, this is a feast that costs tens of thousands of dollars. It's such a grand ceremony. Haha, I told you guys not to line up to welcome me like that. Hey, what are you doing? The fat man with gold teeth originally thought that such a big event was prepared for him. Unexpectedly, when he was about to accept the service of dozens of people, he was pushed aside by these people. Becoming an outsider? Honey, what's going on? Didn't we agree to come here and enjoy the treatment of nobility? The charming woman at the side couldn't stand it anymore and shook the fat man with gold teeth in a coquettish manner. The fat man with gold teeth, Chu Xiaoquan, was also about to vent his dissatisfaction. But among the dozens of waiters lined up, Paul walked out with his assistant Lilith. Hiss, it's Mr. Chef. Chu Xiaoquan certainly knew Paul. In order to show off with his girlfriend, he secretly learned a lot about Ziguang Pavilion. This French chef is very proud. For him to come out to greet us personally, it must be someone important. Fatty Jean also restrained his urge to curse. Although he looks well-dressed, he actually doesn't have much money. His girlfriend had been nagging him for half a month to come to Ziguang Pavilion for dinner, so he finally made up his mind to spend 20,000 yuan to pretend to be a gentleman, and then he would take this slutty bitch away after dinner. Just as he was guessing who the big shot was. But he saw the young man who he wanted to kick out just now walked up with his favorite girl. Fuck, who does he think he is? I'm dying of laughter. He's just trying to save face and act cool. It won't be good if he's thrown out in the next minute. He sneered coldly. But he hadn't finished yet. Paul and Lilith stood respectfully in front of Ethan Ye and Lily. The next moment, dozens of servants, including Paul and Lilith, bowed together. They shouted in unison, "Welcome, Boss Ye." At this moment, the fat man with gold teeth was in a mess. Chapter 22, $1 Million Feast. Boss! The fat man with gold teeth was completely stunned. A high-cost place like Ziguang Pavilion is simply out of reach for someone like him who just wants to show off. Even the owner of Ziguang Pavilion calls him bossy. Then how high is Ethan Ye's status? He actually wanted to steal the foundation of such an existence before? I must be crazy. He was very nervous. If it weren't for the alluring goddess who had been licking him for several months before she reluctantly agreed to go out to dinner with him, he would have wanted to kneel down and apologize to Ethan Ye. After all, in Shanghai, if you offend a big boss, just one word can ruin your future. Ethan Ye nodded slightly. What is his current status? If such a small person can make you angry, then it would be a cheap act. Call. Seeing that Ethan Ye ignored him, the fat man with gold teeth Chu Xiaoquan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave with the goddess. You dare to go in and eat after offending the boss? If I get unhappy, I might not be able to get out. What are you going to do? The charming woman was already jealous, and now seeing Chu Xiaoquan, who was so tough just now, but now as cowardly as a dog, she was even more angry that smoke came out of her nostrils. You're still not a man. Whether you come in or not, I'm definitely going in today. The woman rolled her eyes. The boss of Ziguang Pavilion. Big shot. And he's so sunny and handsome. I'll find a way to get close to him no matter what. As for the guy next to me, he's just a bootlicker. I licked myself so well in the past 2 months that I finally did him the honor of accompanying him for a meal. That's okay. Chu Xiaoquan smiled bitterly and followed the woman carefully behind Ethan Ye and entered the Ziguang Pavilion. The decoration in the hall of Ziguang Pavilion is extremely luxurious. The overall design is French classical aristocratic. The most eye-catching thing is the old but stylish piano. The sunlight beams shining on it make it seem like the focus of the whole venue. Behind the piano is a shipwreck salvage from the Renaissance period, which is worth a lot of money. The surrounding walls are also all made of photon screens. The environment imitates nature with colorful lights, making people feel comfortable and enjoyable. This environment is so luxurious. Although Lily had seen some luxurious hotels and restaurants, they were nothing compared to the Ziguang Pavilion in front of her. Please take a seat. Paul and Lilith enthusiastically invited Ethan Ye to the chief position. Sit down. Ethan Ye and Lily also sat down. When dining at Ziguang Pavilion, each table has its own dedicated waiter. As for Ethan Ye's group, the former deputy store manager Lilith serves as his exclusive assistant. Lilith is a typical French beauty, tall and proud, with sparkling blue eyes and golden curly hair flowing down like a waterfall, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Hiss, deputy manager Lilith actually served me personally. Who on earth is this young man? Gulu, deputy manager Lilith is so pretty. I dream of having her serve me a meal. I'm so envious. The guests at the nearby tables were envious of Lilith, who was busying around Ethan Ye and teasing him with her impressive figure from time to time. Humph. Lily looked at the attentive Lilith with a hint of jealousy in her eyes, but now in such a high-end occasion, she was too embarrassed to point it out. Comfortable. Ethan Ye did not order any food. All of his meals are carefully prepared by Paul himself, and each one is Paul's specialty. This is an appetizer. It's the best Italian center that Paul has collected for more than 10 years. Even I can't bear to take it out and drink it. Lilith personally poured the Sinalbite for Ethan Ye and Lily and added blue ice cubes. Ethan Ye nodded slightly. As a high-end appetizer, the price of Sinar Premium is quite high. It is also a treasured product of Paul. The value of this small cup should be no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan. Not bad, but the taste is still a little less delicate than Romanicani. Ethan Ye said casually. Lilith smiled bitterly. Romanicani is the king of red wine. If all other wines were compared with it, they would probably all go bankrupt. The main purpose of an aperitif is to develop your taste buds and allow you to better appreciate the delicate flavors of the dishes that will be served later. As they were talking, the dishes were served one after another. Let's have an appetizer first, Lilith introduced. This is a golden phoenix cupcake. It is decorated with gold foil and gold powder and uses the world's highest grade chocolate. Damn, even the golden phoenix has come out. This guy is really rich. Such a small piece, eaten in 2 bites, costs hundreds of thousands of Chinese yuan. I met a really rich man today. The average per capita consumption in Ziguang Pavilion is more than 10,000 yuan. But with more than 10,000 yuan, you can only order the most ordinary dishes in the restaurant. The world's finest cake, the Golden Phoenix cake, is naturally not among them. It tastes good. Ethan Ye's eyes lit up and his appetite was aroused. The taste of this cake was truly one of the most delicious things in the world. Then, fresh French foie gras, white truffle bread, sturgeon lobster omelet, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle sauce, crystal king crab. There are more than a dozen top-notch dishes. The price of each one is tens of thousands of Chinese yuan. The customers nearby were stunned. I thought having a meal at Ziguang Pavilion was high-end enough. But after looking at the other party's super-rich dinner, and then at the dishes on their own table, they could only curse in their hearts. What rubbish! This meal, including the bottles of red wine, must cost close to 1 million, right? Damn it, a meal worth millions. Today is quite an experience. Sigh. I thought I had entered the upper class by eating here. Ha! I think it would be better for me to be reborn again. The guests at the nearby tables were all amazed. Most of the people who came here wanted to show off with their girlfriends. But tonight, against the backdrop of Ethan and Yi Baiwan's gluttonous feast, their plans were obviously completely shattered. Their girlfriends all looked at the handsome Ethan Yi standing by the candlelight with endless envy and admiration. They had imagined the love affairs with this handsome man countless times in their minds, and even pictured the specific plots and detailed scenes. When these men looked at their girlfriends, they suddenly felt green on their heads. Cough! They were so restless that they were all ready to take their girlfriends and leave first. Leaving now would only mean losing tens of thousands of dollars in food money. But if it's a little later, I'm afraid I'll have to lose my girlfriend too. Although there were more than a dozen dishes, the portions were very small for French cuisine. Ethan Yi finished them all before he felt full. It's a bit boring if we just eat. Ethan Yi was full and stood up, looking at the classical piano beside him. It would be a pity if there is no music at such a leisurely and elegant moment. Chapter 23, Such a Young Piano Master? Ethan can also play the piano. Lily's eyes lit up, a little surprised. I understand a little bit. Ethan Yi waved his hand and sat down in front of the piano. This classical piano is said to be an old item owned by aristocrats from 100 years ago. It is well preserved and has high historical value. It must have cost at least several million to buy this piano. Ethan Yi was just rewarded with mastery of a musical instrument, and it is at the highest human level. What is the concept of human limits? His current instrument playing skills have surpassed all the masters, grandmasters, and even the celebrities who founded schools of thought in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Hands just on the piano. Countless knowledge and wonderful feelings flashed through his mind. Could it be that this handsome rich man can also play the piano? No way. That's too perfect. Heh, it's just a rich guy playing around. Do you really think he can play well? I'm a professional music theory teacher. I'm ready to see him make a fool of himself. A music theory teacher present had long been fed up with the way his girlfriend worshipped Ethan Yi, and he spoke out in a sarcastic tone. Yeah, that's it. The customers nearby all chimed in, looking at the music theory teacher as if he were their savior. Ethan Yi is really too dazzling tonight. If his image is not damaged, I'm afraid none of the girlfriends here will be able to escape, and they will have to kick them out when they get back. After all, some women never look at their own value. Once they have come into contact with better men, they feel that their partners are not worthy of them. Ethan Yi moves as his heart desires, his fingers like nimble flying birds, gently playing the classical piano. This is impossible. The music theory teacher had only listened for a dozen seconds when he was so scared that he stood up from his chair. What's wrong? It sounds nice. The girlfriend next to him asked puzzledly. It's more than just nice to hear. The music theory teacher closed his eyes and felt it carefully. This extremely precise scale, the extremely subtle control of emotions, the technique of turning hands and snapping fingers. He is simply a master, no? A super music theory master at the grandmaster level. He was totally unable to describe his shock in words. This is my Prince Charming, the one I love. There were already girls present who were obsessed and intoxicated. The way they looked at Ethan Yi, they didn't even hide their inner thoughts at all. Compared to this young man, my boyfriend is just trash. This is so handsome. The halo fell, and Ethan Yi sat in the sun, moving his fingers together and playing perfect melodies. Those beautiful melodies seem to have a special magic. The listeners can instantly immerse themselves in the emotional atmosphere of this piece of music. Even as Ethan Yi plays the song, you can actually feel the imagery expressed in this piece of music. The tenderness is like the breeze blowing on your face. The explosion was like a violent storm. Everyone, including the jealous male diners, were unconsciously immersed in the sound of the piano. This is Ethan Yi's favorite piano piece, Maxim's famous work, Croatian Rhapsody. which is known as the world's 10th most difficult piano piece. He once hoped that one day he would be able to play this piece of music. Unexpectedly, it came true today. What hand speed, such precise control. Calling him a grandmaster is too frivolous. He is the grandmaster of the ages. The music theory teacher, who just wanted to find fault with Ethan Yee and embarrass him, slumped down in his chair helplessly. He has no right to find fault. In front of Ethan Yee, his piano-playing skills are far from enough to be the disciple of the disciple of the disciple. It sounds so good. The beauties present were completely captivated. He is handsome, rich, and great at playing the piano. How can there be such a perfect person in the world? Look at this guy next to me. He took a long time to ask me to take him to a meal worth 8,000 new Taiwan dollars. He is such a rubbish. The more Sun Shouting thought about it, the angrier she got. She stepped on Chu Xiaoquan's instep with her high heels under the table, causing Chu Xiaoquan to grimace in pain and gasp. What's wrong? Shouting. Chu Xiaoquan covered his feet and asked in confusion. Already frightened when he came in and saw Ethan, and the goddess kept looking at him, which made him feel speechless and bitter. Look at him. Look at you. Don't ask me out for dinner anymore. I want to find a boyfriend like Ethan, yeah. A piece of trash like you. You're not worthy of going out for dinner with me. Ethan Yee like a fangirl. You. Chu Xiaoquan was so angry that he hated Ethan Yee in his heart. How could the goddess be wrong? Ethan Yee was clearly wrong. If it weren't for the appearance of such a perfect man, how could his goddess fall in love with someone else? A dog is still a dog after all, and his thinking is not from a human perspective. Yen. With the last heavy ending, the hearty performance came to an abrupt end, but the echo lingered in the ears, leaving people with endless aftertaste and a feeling of wanting more. Pa pa pa. The music theory teacher who was mocking Ethan Yee just now has now become an avid fan of Ethan Yee, even more than those gold diggers, and clapped the loudest and most actively. Ethan Yee also stood up with a faint smile and walked back to his seat. Wow, Ethan, you know a lot more than just a little bit. I do know this piece. To be able to play it like this, you must be a master at least. Lily looked at Ethan Yee, admiration in her eyes evident. It's okay, I've practiced it occasionally. Lilith on the side didn't know what to say at all. As a French girl, she was most attracted by romance. Ethan Ye's superb piano skills had already conquered her completely from the bottom of her heart. It's almost time, let's call it a night. Ethan Yee smiled and gave Lilith a look. Lilith immediately understood. Ms. Lin, the total amount for this purchase is 108,888 Chinese yuan. Do you want to pay by card or cash? 100,000? Okay. By this time, the red wine had taken effect, and Lilia's face had turned slightly red, looking like a ripe peach, extremely tempting. After Lilith swiped the card, she looked at Ethan Yee and Lily walking towards the Lamborghini, feeling extremely envious. This meal would have cost millions, but under Ethan Yee's instruction, it was impossible for Lily to really spend that much. Anyway, he is the boss of Ziguang Pavilion. He will come in the future. I will always have a chance. Lilith bit her lip and made up her mind secretly. Finally left. The male customers present all breathed a sigh of relief. If Ethan Yee stayed a little longer, they were really afraid that their girlfriends would run away with someone on the spot. Let me take you back to Fuhua community. Etan Yisimidet. No, I'm alone at home. It's dark and cold. At this time, the alcohol had taken effect. Lily rubbed her red and tender face against Ethan Yee's chest. Tonight, I just want to be with Ethan. Chapter 24. My Han Pavilion does not accept takeout orders. Hintang Hill Villa No. 1. Ethan Yee supported the dizzy Lily and walked into the hall. Am I very heavy? Lily put her arms around Ethan Yee's neck, fell on the sofa, and asked with a blushing face. I didn't feel it at all. Ethan Yee is now well-versed in traditional Chinese martial arts and can move a large object with only a little force. Lily weighs only about 100 pounds, so how could she feel heavy? You're drunk. I'll take you upstairs and find a bedroom to sleep in. Villa No. 1 is too big, with 6 or 7 bedrooms of various sizes. There are also a housekeeper's room and a nanny's room downstairs. There are 9 bedrooms in total. However, he didn't have time to find a housekeeper and a nanny. Lily is not drunk. Lily pouted and said unsatisfactorily, I can still drink. Stop talking nonsense. Your face is so red. Ethan Yee's face was pressed in front of her by Lily's arms. There was only 3 centimeters between their eyes, but he could smell Lily's orchid scent mixed with the aroma of wine. If you continue like this, I won't guarantee your safety. Ethan Yi looked at the beautiful and intoxicating face in front of him. With such a great beauty and such almost zero distance contact, he could even feel the other's body temperature and softness. As a normal person, he naturally had the necessary reactions. Even after his physical fitness improves, his reaction will only be stronger. I'm not drunk. I know that the meal just now was because Ethan didn't want me to spend more money. Lily has liked Ethan for a long time. Now I finally meet you again. I don't want to miss you again this time. She stared at Ethan Yi and said gently, Ethan, come on. Good. Ethan and Yi also relaxed their body and mind, fulfilling each other. A long time, Lily fell into a deep sleep. Ethan Yi scratched his head. Even though he knew he would be ridiculously strong after his physical upgrade, he didn't expect to be this strong. Even though I was busy until late at night, I didn't feel weak at all. After pinching Lily's smooth face as she fell asleep, he fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Ethan Yi woke up and turned on his phone. But I found a lot more news. He subconsciously clicked on the message from his sister, Yi Xiaozi first. The other party has received your red envelope. Oh my god, bro, you are so rich. The sun is rising from the west, and you have 5,000 yuan in one go. Did you win the lottery? Doubt. Ethan Yi curled his lips and typed back with a smile. Ah, I won the lottery. Isn't your brother awesome? If it's not enough, ask for more. Before the words were sent out, another message came. Wow, bro, you bought me a new notebook? Surprise. I checked online and found out that this laptop costs more than 50,000 yuan. Oh my god. Happiness comes too suddenly. Etan Yisimilit. His sister had been using that old laptop for 5 or 6 years and had been nagging him to change it. It seems that Jingxi Express is really fast in delivery. It actually arrived in one day. Etan Yidip. Sister's day is coming up in 2 days, brother. Don't forget to pick me up from school and go out for a day. /smirk/cunning. What the hell is Sister's Day? You didn't even know about Sister's Day. Are you out of date? This is a rule set by me, a fairy he. Actually, I just miss you, brother. That's it. See you in 2 days. Ethan Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl has been quirky since she was a child. Yi Xiaozi is a good student, so her family spent a lot of money to send her to a good high school in Shanghai. Although her parents are ordinary people, they still attach great importance to learning. Because it was a very prestigious high school, and students who entered had either very powerful families or were very good at studying, Yi Xiaozi rarely had the opportunity to leave the school. It has been a long time since we last saw each other, so it would be nice to pick her up and go out for some fun on the weekend. Ethan Yi also made up his mind. He turned his head and glanced at Lily, who was still sleeping. He fought until late at night, and although he was fine, it would be difficult for Lily to get up before noon. Even if I woke up, I would probably be too weak to get out of bed. It seems that I need to buy some good things to nourish her. We just had Western food last night, so let's order Chinese food for lunch. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. The price of a dish of boiled cabbage at a state banquet is incomparable to any dish served last night. No matter how expensive Western food is, it still has a price, but Chinese food is so expensive that there is no price limit. Although Chinese cuisine is rarely selected by Michelin due to its catering system, it is the true uncrowned king of the catering industry. The best Chinese restaurant in Magic City is probably Han Court. If we have to give a rating, a restaurant like Han Gu, which specializes in the highest-end Chinese cuisine, deserves a Michelin 5-star rating. Hello? Hang? I want to order a takeout lunch. Ethan Yi said casually. I'm sorry, sir. We are a high-end restaurant and do not accept takeout. When the beautiful operator at Hang heard Ethan Yi's opening remarks, the corners of her mouth twitched in embarrassment. What is Han Pavilion? One dish costs thousands or even tens of thousands. Takeout? The two words Hang don't match him at all. Oh, are you sure? Ethan Yi sneered. I'm planning to order at least $1 million worth of food for this meal. If you don't allow takeout, then I'll have to go to another restaurant? Wait, what did you say? The beauty was completely stunned. Millions of meals? Hanggu is very high-end, but that is high-end for Hanggu, not high-end for a little switchboard operator like her. If she messed up this $1 million deal, she would be out of the job. Therefore, she repeatedly contacted the general manager of Hanggu. Hello, Mr. Yi. If you have any requests, please tell me. The person just now was a temporary worker and didn't know much. Huh? Well, I want one of your Han Pavilion's top dishes, which should be made for about 1 million. Send it to me before noon. Ethan Yi said casually. Okay, Mr. Yi, please leave your address. The general manager probed without showing any emotion. Hentang number 1 villa. No need to say more, right? Ethan yes said and hung up the phone. That end. The general manager put down the phone in shock. His hands were shaking. Cantin numero uno villa. The price is over 1 billion. To buy that villa, it's not just about having money. The energy and power behind it are of the highest order. Thinking of this, he dared not delay any longer and directly notified the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Just put down the phone. The doorbell of the villa rang. Ethan Yee casually glanced at the electronic screen and found that it was Yu Momo and some staff in suits. He raised his eyebrows and opened the door of the smart voice-controlled villa. Boss Yi, the clothes you ordered and the items you bought have arrived. Yu Momo was still dressed in a hot professional outfit, like the most caring housekeeper. Chapter 25 Maid Housekeeper. Master, do you think I can do it? Ethan Yee with fiery eyes. She had long expected that Ethan Yee was of high status, but she didn't expect that he had bought so many luxury goods and clothes in just one day after coming in. Altogether, it must be at least hundreds of millions, right? Such a handsome and perfect young man is more than just a Prince Charming. He is simply a god. Ah, these can be placed in my cloakroom. Ethan Yee said casually. Okay, I'll arrange it. Yu Momo led the suit-wearing staff to the cloakroom. Ethan Yee called it the cloakroom. There are 3 villas in Villa number 1. One is the private cloakroom in the bedroom. One is the family cloakroom next to the master bathroom, and the collection cloakroom in the basement. The smallest private dressing room in the master bedroom is over 100 square meters. If you didn't know, you would think you had entered a luxury store. Yu Momo led the staff into the family cloakroom next to the bathroom, a huge space of 300 square meters. After taking a bath, you can wander around and mix and match them at will. At least for a girl like Yu Momo, the feeling must be amazing. Looking at the huge cloakroom, which is several times bigger than my own home, the determination in Yu Momo's eyes became even stronger. After a long time of busy work, Ethan Yee went on a shopping spree, spending more than 100 million on various clothes and luxury goods, which couldn't even fill up the average family's cloakroom. Okay, you can go out now, Yu Momo also said with a smile. Okay. These staff members were truly enlightened, and the shock in their minds was not cleared when they left. This is the first time they have seen such a large cloakroom in all their years of working in the industry. I can't let you work for nothing. I just ordered a takeout. I don't think the 2 of us can finish it. How about staying for a meal? Etan yisimilet. 2 people can't finish it. Yu Momo's heart trembled, but finally there was a chance to get closer to Ethan. How could she bear to miss it? He nodded immediately. Okay. Ethan Yee was stunned. He was just being polite. Why did you really stay? But he really didn't care. It just so happened that the takeaway that cost over $1 million was probably too much for him and Lily to finish. Yu Momo was not in a hurry to ask who the other one of the 2 was. First, she doesn't have the status to ask now. Second, when the time comes for that person to come out, he will always come out. By the way, I'm planning to add a few maids and housekeepers to the villa these days. You happen to be doing this, so you probably have a lot of experience. Can you recommend any good candidates to me? Ethan asked with a faint smile. Maid housekeeper? Yu Momo blushed. Are all rich people so good at having fun? Forehead. Ethan Yee rolled his eyes. He had just said maid and housekeeper. Boss Yi, do you think I can do it? Etan Yi nervously. You. Ethan Yee raised an eyebrow. Yes, Momo is a 7-star gold medal butler on the Butler website with an international qualification certificate. Very reliable. I will definitely not let the boss, no, the master down, Yu Momo said repeatedly. Ethan Yee raised the corner of his mouth. He quite liked the title of master. This woman is smart and sensible, so you might consider letting her be the family housekeeper. Master, look, this is the domestic help recruitment circle commonly used by the upper class. Ethan Yee took Yu Momo's phone. Housekeeping Talent Network? What a simple and unpretentious name. Ethan Yee looked at the application information above. Each one of them is a top beauty, and the talent website requires them to provide photos without makeup. Even without makeup, they are still stunningly beautiful. The lowest is 3 stars, the highest is 7 stars. Each star also has a gold, silver, and bronze badge to represent performance. Ethan Yee smiled and said, It seems that you are indeed a top talent here. Yu Momo was praised by her idol. Even though she was usually very rational, she couldn't help but stick up her tail and raised her chin proudly. Yeah, not bad. Ethan Yee nodded slightly. Yu Momo was the first beauty to welcome him in a Hentang villa. She is also the first beauty I have met since I started my new life as a rich man. As for Momo, he felt a little different from others. As both are 7-star gold medal housekeeping talents, Ethan Yi naturally prefers to let Momo be the maid housekeeper. Thank you, master, Momo said obediently. Ethan Yi feels a great sense of accomplishment when he makes the queen bow her head and call him master. Since you are both maids and housekeepers, I have to put together a professional team of housemaids. Ethan Yi rubbed his chin. This. After dinner, I'll call these people and ask them to come for an interview. You can help make the contact. The starting salary is 500,000, 15 months a year. Come if you're willing. How much? Seeing that Ethan Yi had selected 7-star gold medals, Momo was just about to remind Ethan Yi that the hiring fee was not low. Unexpectedly, Ethan Yi gave her a direct blow, told her what a true rich man is. Normally speaking, the annual salary of a gold medal 7-star domestic service talent is between 500,000 and 1 million. Ethan Yi directly paid 500,000 a month and 15 years' salary a year. This is so horrible. That's settled. As for your salary, well, I'll just let you take 1 million a month. If you do a good job, I'll raise your salary next year. Etan Yisimilet. Even Momo, who had seen many big scenes, was still confused. 1 million a month, 15 salaries a year is 15 million. She used to work as a service manager at the Hentang Villa District, and her annual salary was only 800,000 new Taiwan dollars. Too little? Ethan Yi frowned and asked doubtfully, logically speaking, what he gave should not be low. No. Momo stood up again and again. Master, you are so good to Momo. Momo will definitely do his best to take care of your villa. That's good. Ethan Yi smiled and nodded. Momo was overjoyed. She didn't expect that her kindness in helping Ethan install the cabinet would actually allow her to get close to her idol and even become his personal maid. The most important thing is that the annual salary is tens of millions. The male god. No, the master is so handsome. Ding ding. Outside the villa, a classic palace car was parked. On the palace car, the ancient Chinese characters, Hangul, are engraved. Oh, they came pretty quickly. Didn't you say you don't deliver food? This is much more professional than professional food delivery, right? Etan Yisimilet. This is takeout. Momo once again felt that his worldview was challenged. When did a super high-end restaurant like Hangul start delivering food? Moreover, with this kind of scene, could it be that they have moved the entire restaurant here? Looking at the huge dining car that was 7 or 8 meters long, Momo was in a mess. Chapter 26. Should I choose to be noble or have an annual salary of 8 million? Mr. Yi, because the amount of your order this time is very large, we at Han Pavilion attach great importance to it. So we specially sent us to make it on the spot. This is our menu. You can order whatever you want. We are all Han Court's top state banquet chefs, and will personally prepare a feast for you on the spot. Several state banquet chefs claim to have seen the world, but they were still surprised after entering Ethan Yi's Hentang Mountain Villa. This hall is so luxurious. It's like a dream, ultra-modern residence. Oh, Ethan Yi took a quick look and ordered the expensive and pleasing ones. Dragon liver and phoenix eye, boiled cabbage, golden dragon pearls, Buddha jumping over the wall under the sea, squirrel mandarin fish, refined dompa pork, golden rice, 300-year-old wild ginseng soup, diamond fruit cut plate. Several top chefs were writing down the names of the dishes while preparing the ingredients in a hurry. While secretly frightened, these are the finale dishes or even the main dishes, the most expensive dishes of the state banquet. Each one of them costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Don't even blink an eye, just click. Drinking. Ethan Yi flipped through the menu with some dissatisfaction. Is there no more eye-catching wine? This? Several state banquet chefs looked at each other hesitantly. Basically all of Han Ji's high-priced wines are listed above. There is only one because it is too expensive. As the treasure of the store, it is not even written on the menu because no one can afford it. Mr. Yi, there is indeed a type of wine that is not listed. But the price? Several people asked hesitantly. Oh, tell me about it. Ethan Yi also became interested. What kind of wine was it that made these state banquet chefs not dare to write it on the menu because of the price? National Collection Fingio. Only 20 bottles were unearthed from that batch of national treasures, and nobles all over the world scrambled to get them. One bottle was passed around for a while and was purchased by our Han Pavilion at a sky-high price of 2.98 million, and it is now the treasure of our store. As they talked, the chefs fell silent. After all, Although Boss Yi is very generous, that kind of national collection of wine worth millions is almost equivalent to a collectible. How could anyone really buy this and drink it casually as table wine? Ah, that one then? Ethan Yi nodded with satisfaction. This kind of wine was quite to his liking. At least the price was much higher than Romani Connie. Several state banquet chefs were shocked. Mr. Yi, are you serious? As the treasurer of the store, its price will be 300. Ethan Yi frowned and waved his hand. Are you asking me for money? Only then did the state banquet chefs come to their senses. Yes, the houses people live in are worth tens of billions. So what's wrong with taking a few million just to try something new? Is this how rich people think? Several million for a bottle of wine. My house is less than 3 million. Several chefs smiled bitterly, but still contacted Hongo to quickly send the national collection of Fingio. Because it's liquor, one bottle is naturally enough. Several state banquet chefs sighed as they prepared the state banquet in the large kitchen of Ethan Yi's super luxurious villa. Their eyes all lit up, and they were enjoying it immensely. The kitchen utensils used in Hentang Mountain Villa are all the best and most luxurious in the world. A set of kitchenware may be worth millions or even tens of millions. As a chef, isn't it the lifelong dream to be able to cook a meal in this dream-level super luxurious kitchen? The chefs were working in full swing, while Ethan Yi casually turned on the TV in the living room and began to contact these 7-star gold medal housekeeping beauties on the talent website with Yumomo. Guan Royu? Ethan Yi smiled and said, the name is nice. If you want it, give her a call. Yumomo was also very clear about it. He knew that this was also a test given to her by Ethan Yi. As a butler, of course you have to be sensible and capable, and you can't be jealous of others' talents. Hello. The call was connected, and a voice with a hint of nobleness hidden in its politeness came from the other end. Guan Ruyu is a master's degree holder from the Wharton Business School, which is ranked among the top in the world. She is 1.72 meters tall and has first-class looks. Naturally, she is the goddess in the eyes of countless dogs on weekdays. There is also some arrogance deep in his character. This is Yundingshan Villa. I am the housekeeper of Yundingshan Villa. I am sending you a formal employment invitation through the talent website. Oh, you want me to manage your finances? How much is the annual salary? Are there prospects? What is the character of the boss? If he is a despicable person, I will not accept him. By the way, I want a separate financial room and someone to serve me. After all, my capital. Let me interrupt for a moment. Yumomo frowned. We just want to hire a maid. What? An incredulous voice came from the other end of the phone. Please. Did you read my message? Wharton Business School. You want me to be a maid? The price we offer here is 500,000 yuan a month, 15 months of salary a year. Yumomo narrowed his eyes, like a cunning, jade-faced fox. There was silence on the other end of the line. Ethan Yi vaguely heard the sound of a water cup falling to the ground. After a few seconds, a weak question came from the other side. This salary package, is it true? Yes, if you think you can accept it, please come to Hentang Mountain Villa number 1 before 8 o'clock tonight to start the trial period. Okay, I will definitely be there on time. In a small house somewhere in Magic City. Guan Ruyu's cup shattered at her feet, and she was stunned. When she first heard that they wanted her to be a maid, she started to doubt her life and even wanted to call the other party a psycho. But when she heard about the salary, her psychological defenses completely collapsed. The major of financial management sounds very high-end. But even if she graduated from Wharton School with a full scholarship, with no family background and no connections, which company would be willing to pay her a master's degree with no experience more than $500,000 a year? It has been half a year since she returned from overseas with a master's degree. However, she is so proud and arrogant that she has not found a satisfactory job yet. She has to stay in this small rental house and eat instant noodles. A monthly salary of 500,000, 15 years of salary, that's 7.5 million a year. Even if I'm a maid, so what? Half a year of cruel reality had almost destroyed her inner pride. Guan Ryu looked at the broken cup beside her, her eyes full of determination, no matter what she was asked to do. She has to keep this job. Master, here I come. She quickly got up and began to dress up carefully, preparing for tonight's interview. Hentang Hill Villa number 1. Yumomo put down his phone and said, I found 9 people in total, and all of them agreed without any surprise. She also felt a little emotional. Ethan Yi likes these, which one of them is not extremely good and arrogant? As a result, When they heard that the annual salary was 7 to 8 million, they all rushed over like cats smelling blood. It feels so good to be rich. Chapter 27. Ownership of Chateau Lafayette. Centurion Black Gold Card. Ethan. Ethan Yee turned his head and saw Lily, who was only wearing a home silk pajamas, walking down from upstairs. Her graceful body curves were looming. Thinking of the tenderness and joy of last night, Ethan Yee licked his lips. Because there were no girls' clothes in the villa, Lily wore Ethan Yee's pajamas last night, so they looked a little loose. The collar slid to the sides, revealing the white collarbone and smooth shoulders. Hiss! Yumomo's heart trembled when he saw Lily for the first time. She is extremely confident in her beauty. But when she met Lily, she felt that she had met her match, which was a rare feeling she had. There was even a hint of tenderness in that rare purity in the world, which made her feel that she was slightly inferior. After all, in the upper-class society, when people clink glasses and chat, their eyes and faces will naturally reveal a sense of maturity and nobility that runs deep in their bones. It's not that this is bad, but once you meet a perfect and pure goddess like Lily, you seem to be a level lower. There wasn't a trace of affectation in the other person's eyes. Alas, it seems I can only be the master's maid and housekeeper. Yumomo stuck out his tongue, still feeling somewhat unwilling. No matter what, at least I have to be Ethan Yee's woman. It's not just because of the sensational annual salary of 15 million. Also because Ethan Yee is indeed the only perfect man who has made her unable to restrain her feelings over the years. Woke up. Ethan Yee hugged Lily, who was sitting on the sofa and snuggling in his arms like a little white rabbit, and stroked her hair. I ordered a takeaway. I'll take you home after lunch. Good. Lily nodded obediently. Her status wasn't enough to keep her here every day, but she was already very satisfied. After all, she fulfilled her wish for so many years last night. She just needed to work harder in the future to strive for that status. Ethan Yee looked at Yumomo, who was puffing up her cheeks and was obviously a little jealous, and laughed, then introduced them to each other. Friendship between women comes in the most inexplicable way. If their identities do not conflict, they may even become close friends who can talk about anything just because they like the same boy. This can be seen from the fan clubs of those young handsome guys, Ethan Yee. The scenario he had been worried about, where the two women would meet and start a fight, did not happen at all. Instead, after they first met, they were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and they felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Women's friendship is really strange. What did Ethan order for takeout? Just when Ethan was speechless, Lily came over and asked curiously, "You'll know when the food is served." Ethan Yee looked at the antique art clock on the wall worth millions and estimated that it was about time. The first choice for the state banquet is boiled cabbage. The state banquet chef finally prepared all the dishes and started serving them according to the state banquet standards. Golden dragon circling the pearl. Under the sea, Buddha jumps over the wall. One delicious dish after another was served. It is extremely tempting. Chinese cuisine is characterized by color, fragrance, taste, and all the five senses. Luxury is hidden in simplicity. Great ingenuity is not elaborate. I'd only heard of Ethan Yee before, but today I finally saw him for real. Let's sit down and eat together. You've been busy for so long. Ethan Yee also waved generously. The two little girls, and he definitely can't finish these dishes. Instead of wasting money, it would be better to do a favor to these state banquet masters because he also has some calculations in his heart. Several chefs looked a little embarrassed. This meal alone cost them several years' salary. How could they dare to just sit down and eat it? However, with Yumomo's full-level persuasion skill, several chefs also took their seats. This meal can be said to be the most satisfying meal Ethan Yee has had since he became rich. Although last night's Western meal was luxurious and delicious, the quantity was too small. A gold paper cake that cost hundreds of thousands was eaten in one bite. I spent millions but didn't feel full. For delicious food, China is the place to look. Ethan Yee smiled and nodded, then opened the bottle of Guizhong Fingio worth more than 3 million yuan. Come on, one glass each. No, no, no. Several state banquet chefs were so frightened that they stood up and trembled. Boss Yee, this glass of wine is worth at least hundreds of thousands. We are not lucky enough to enjoy it. If Boss Yee is unhappy and asks them to split the bill, they will have to sell the car to pay off the debt. Don't worry, it's my treat. Ethan Yee looked at the frightened looks on the faces of these state banquet chefs and shook his head and smiled. Well, okay. The chefs were relieved at this moment and served respectfully. The only thing left was to wait until Sunday to bathe and change clothes. Ethan Yi also shook his head in amusement and drank the wine in the glass. It is indeed a good wine. See Ethan Yi's drinking scene. The chefs were all at a loss for words. They drank the national wine worth 3 million in one gulp, and then they only got a 5-word evaluation. Is this the super rich man? Ethan Yi watched the chefs drink the wine and raised his lips. Since you have already drunk the wine, I will tell you frankly, I don't have much time to cook. I need a few private chefs. Would you consider being my chef? Several state banquet chefs almost spit out their wine and said that rich people are very bad and how could they be so kind as to treat them to drinks. Waiting here? How about a salary of 10 times your previous standard? Ethan Yi smiled. 10 times. Are you kidding? We can earn 3 or 500,000 a year at least. 10 times would be 3 to 5 million. They were all shaken. Even if they didn't have this glass of national wine, they wouldn't have to consider the dream salary of 3 to 5 million. Well, then it's settled. After you settle the bill, you can go back and report to me. You can also buy some food in the evening. From today on, you can be my personal chef. Ethan Yi said casually. Hello, Boss Lei. Several state banquet chefs were secretly cheering that they had made a huge profit. This meal was also very enjoyable. Swipe the card. Ethan Yi directly took out the Dongfa Supreme Black card. Boss Yi, your total spending this time is 4.67 million. How about we give you a small amount? Now that Ethan Yi is their real boss, these chefs naturally know who to side with. No need. Ethan Yi is now eager to spend more money. Maybe he will be rewarded with a super big prize. Several chefs, Momo and Lily, were all amazed. This is the demeanor of a super rich person. 4 or 5 million for a meal is nothing to other people. Ding! It was detected that you spent 4,678,980 yuan on an ordinary Chinese meal. You are rewarded with the property rights of Bordeaux Lafite Winery in France and an international Centurion Black Gold card. Wow! After having a meal, I was directly rewarded with a winery. Ethan Yi listened to the system notification sound and secretly exclaimed that it was very exciting. Chapter 28. The Piano God. Hot on the internet. Chateau Lafite. Ethan Yi searched casually. I found out that it was indeed the winery that produces the most famous Lafite wine. This winery was established in the 14th century. It has continued to this day and is still the family winery of the Lafite nobles. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful that it could get it directly into my hands. This Lafite winery is the largest and most valuable winery in Europe with an estimated value of 6 billion euros. Although it is a little different from super rewards like the Empire State Building, it is still a very strong reward. But compared to the Centurion Black Gold card, there is still some gap. Ethan Yi didn't expect that he would be rewarded with a Centurion Black Gold card this time. This is a symbol of status. The only people in the world who can get this card are high-ranking officials, billionaires, and people of extremely prominent status. Centurion Black Gold card is also known as the King of Cards. The overdraft limit in the Chinese region is 10 billion, and there is no limit on overdrafts internationally. This is an extremely terrifying concept. If the Dongfa Black card represents that he has entered the 100 million club, then the Centurion Black Gold card can represent that he has entered the 100 million club. After all the state banquet chefs left, Ethan Yi was also preparing to send Lily home. As for the hygiene in the villa, Yu Weiwei was naturally responsible for finding someone to clean it up. Boom! The Lamborghini Venom stopped at the entrance of Fuhua community like lightning. After kissing goodbye, Lily got out of the car. Ethan Yi opened his phone as usual to check for new messages, but he didn't expect the news to explode. Ethan Yi, is that you in the video? Great, Boss Yi, you've become famous on TikTok. Brother, you can play the piano? You must be kidding. I've never seen you play before. Ethan Yi was a little stunned and clicked on the videos sent to him by many people. The scene in the video is exactly the purple light pavilion. In the video, he is sitting in front of the sunken ship next to a classical piano in a halo of light, his fingers flying flexibly, playing Croatian Rhapsody. A handsome face and a master-level performance. A very romantic setting. All these factors have made him an absolute hit on the internet. He smiled and shook his head. He was just in a good mood yesterday and played a random tune. Someone actually filmed it and posted it online. Moreover, it became a hit inexplicably. Turn on vibrato. The first opening video is of myself playing the piano. The number of likes has reached 2 to 3 million, and there are hundreds of thousands of comments. Ethan Yee also clicked on the comments with great interest. So handsome. So handsome. He's my type. Love, he's my new husband. Huh? I have more new material to dream about tonight. I want to marry him and give birth to his babies. Not only TikTok, but also other major video apps, including Bilibili, Shigua, Kuaishou, etc. Their own videos are all very popular. Alas, I really don't want to be famous. Ethan Yee shrugged his shoulders and was speechless about the sudden misfire. Returned to the villa. Yumomo also stared at the phone screen with shining eyes. What are you looking at so intently? Ethan Yee glanced at it and saw that it was a video of himself playing the piano. Master, you are so powerful. Yumomo's eyes widened even more. You've been voted as the new generation of grassroots male god on the internet. If you start a live broadcast and show your face, and take advantage of the popularity to create momentum, you can directly become a big star. Maybe the title of the new generation of national husband will be yours. Ha, forget it, husband of the whole nation. I'm afraid I'm going to die of exhaustion. Ethan Yee rolled his eyes. Yumomo covered her mouth and smiled. It was rare to see such a little girlish charm in her. Ding dong. Ethan Yee raised an eyebrow. Who is it? He glanced at the display screen and found that it was the maids who had applied for the job. Originally, he was too proud to come. When she heard that the annual salary was 8 million, she couldn't even wait until the evening. She put on makeup and rushed to Villa Number 1 in Hentang Mountain in a hurry. You are really diligent, Ethan Yee said with a smile on his face. Outside the door, Guan Ryu grasped her arm in a state of confusion. She was also a little worried. What if the boss was a wretched old pervert? He offered such a high price just to do those shameful things. So how should I choose then? Do you succumb to money? Or, just when she was struggling, the door opened. She took a deep breath and said, no matter what, this is an opportunity with an annual salary of 8 million. I must work hard to seize it. Guan Ryu and the 9 beauties behind her walked into Villa Number 1 together. Welcome to Villa Number 1. I'm the housekeeper here, Yumomo. Yumomo stood up and resumed her image of a cool and aloof queen. Hello. Hello, my name is Guan Ryu. Guan Ryu said repeatedly. My name is Chu Xuan. Although the girls had excellent academic qualifications and abilities, it was the first time they met a housekeeper like Yumomo who was mature, beautiful, and imposing, and they were a little nervous for a moment. Don't be nervous. I'm just working for the master. Yumomo gave up his seat and bowed respectfully to Ethan Yee, who was sitting on the sofa. Master. Such an extremely embarrassing name made the faces of several young girls who were not well-versed in the world blush instantly. Ethan Yee smiling at them on the sofa. Their faces instantly turned redder. Isn't this the piano man I just saw? Several girls widened their eyes. They were all prepared that the owner of the villa was a perverted rich old man. This contrast seems a bit outrageous. For a moment, the girls' hearts were filled with turmoil. Some of them just commented that they wanted to have a baby with the piano god. Guan Ryu is one of them. She shouted in her heart, let alone an annual salary of 8 million. Even if it was for no money, she would be willing to serve such a perfect male god. He is rich, young, handsome, and can play the piano. Don't be restrained. Cleaning the house and taking care of the villa is all your job. Ethan Yee understood what the girls were worried about and explained. No. We're willing to do anything. Yes, if you want. Guan Ryu and several girls blurted out the words. And only after they finished speaking did they realize what they had just said, their faces looking like ripe apples. Ethan Yee scratched his head. He didn't expect the other party to react like this. In that case, let's go and get familiar with the structure of the villa with Xiaoyu first. The Hentang Mountain Villa is sold for more than 10 billion. Naturally, I have my own confidence. There are 9 bedrooms alone. There is no need to say how big the entire villa is. Moreover, the basement is completely different from what ordinary people understand. The entire interior of Hentang Mountain has been transformed. The entire mountain is the basement of Hentang Number 1 Villa. There's even a large library inside. Before seeing the big library in the basement, Ethan Yee could never imagine that a rich man could be so willful. Chapter 29, Jincheng Law Firm. College Party? After getting familiar with the villa, the girls were all amazed. Anyone who lives in Shanghai knows the fame of Hentang Mountain Villas, and Villa Number 1 is the king of villas. But only when you have truly seen it you will know how luxurious it is. If there is no objection, then we can sign the contract directly. With Momo's efficiency, he naturally prepared the contract in one day. Yeah, we don't have any problems. Several girls glanced at the contract and spoke impatiently. Ethan Yi nodded slightly and paid the salary directly. He was not afraid that these girls would run away halfway. After all, breach of contract required compensation, and selling these people would not be enough to cover half of the compensation. Ding! Detected that the host paid the Maid group an annual salary of 9,000 W Chinese currency and rewarded Jinqing Law Firm with 51%. Law firm? Ethan Ye's eyes lit up. As his assets grow, he may be involved in legal issues in the future. Having a law firm can save him a lot of trouble. He had also heard of Jinqing Law Firm. It is well known throughout China. At least in Shanghai, it is firmly seated on the position of the #1 law firm, and no one can shake it. Whether it is domestic or international disputes, he has never been defeated. Known as the Pizza Hut in Magic City, the firm's network of relationships extends to all levels of society. No matter what the lawsuit or dispute is, it can be easily settled as long as the power of relationships is used. This kind of firm is no longer one where equity can be easily bought with money. After all, a lawyer team that dares to call itself Pizza Hut can earn at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars by representing a case involving a large amount of money. It can be said that they are not short of money at all. There is absolutely no need to sell shares. Even if Ethan Ye throws in a lot of money, he probably won't be able to fix it at this moment. Ethan Yi was once again impressed by the power of the system. Almost at the same moment, an office building somewhere in Shanghai. Fang Han looked at the secretary in shock. Are you sure? Did the other high-level shareholders sell all their shares to this Mr. Yi? Good. The secretary smiled bitterly and said, according to the acquisition information, Mr. Yi already holds 51% of our company's shares. This, Fang Han also felt incredible. Jinqing Law Firm can be said to be a treasure trove. As long as you guard the treasure trove, you will never lack money. You can even make those joint venture partners sell their stocks. I'm afraid that Mr. Yi has an energy background that they cannot resist, and a huge amount of money has been invested. Can you find his information? Fang Han calmed down for a long time before reacting and asked. The information we can find is extremely limited. We can only find out that the other party is the owner of the Magic City Empire Trade Building and seems to be the holder of the Centurion Black Gold Card. In addition, he recently invested in the French Lafite Winery. Now it has become the actual controlling shareholder of Chateau Lafite. He is the real owner of the Vacheron Constantin watch industry. We have used all of our law firm's resources, and we have only found this much. The secretary smiled bitterly. He knew too well how powerful the Jinqing law firm's network was. From the ears of the emperor to the people in the market, there is no news that cannot be obtained. The only thing is that Mr. Ye's personal information cannot be found no matter what. Gurgle! Fang Han clenched his fists. It seems that this Mr. Yi is definitely a person of high status. He was the one who founded Jinqing Law Firm, but today the other party was able to change the owner of this famous Chinese super law firm. The original owner of this place was totally unaware of it. This person is so scary. Fang Han knocked on the table and said, go call Tsaichi and AI Wei. The three of us, the main partners, need to go and pay a visit to Mr. Yi together. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The secretary also knew that this matter was not a small matter, so he notified the remaining two main investors and arranged their schedules. In the evening, Ethan Yi was also free. A Maid group was established. The villa finally had a busy, bustling atmosphere. Ethan Yi lived alone in such a big villa, which did seem a bit lonely. When I was bored, I would ask a few maids to play flying chess with me, and if I lost, I would have to drink a penalty drink. Or go swimming with your girlfriend in the outdoor heated swimming pool on the roof of the villa. It can be said that life is extremely comfortable. An ordinary person's life experience may not be able to match the sense of satisfaction that Ethan Yi Yuan felt. It feels so good to be rich. Master, what are you doing? Come and play. After adapting to the new environment, the maids were having a lot of fun. No matter how big the Hentang villa was, after all, with 10 of them working together, they could clean it quickly. Once you're done, you can have fun with your handsome and wealthy owner. Heaven is not as beautiful as here. No. Ethan Yi waved his hand and opened his phone. But I saw that the university class group where no one had spoken a word for a year suddenly became active. It's 99 plus? What's going on? Ethan Yu was a little surprised. After graduating from college, the class group almost died down and no one talked to each other for a year or so. It suddenly became popular tonight. He clicked in and scanned the information before he saw the announcement. Old classmates, the graduation internship period is over, right? If you are free, can we get together in a couple of days? The person who issued the announcement was Yu Qinggong, the university class monitor. This announcement once again ignited the university class group. Many students started reminiscing about the past, and then talked about work. Oh, forget it. That stupid manager forced us to work overtime every day and told us that 996 is a blessing. Fuck him. Not paying overtime is fine, but I have to thank his ancestors for that. You're lucky. At least you found a job. I'm so miserable. I haven't found a job yet. Oh, it makes me cry when I think of it. Old Sue should be doing well, right? He's a rich second generation. Who said you were Lao Su? Did you call me Lao Su? He is already a senior executive in his father's company. I am working under Brother Su now. I'm so envious. He's indeed a rich second generation. By the way, where's Mao Mao? She's the most beautiful girl in our class. It is said that Brother Su and Kai Mao Mao are a couple now. Ethan raised the corner of his mouth. It's quite a coincidence. He happened to meet Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao, who were praised in class when he was buying a watch a few days ago. When they knew that he was the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine, their eyes almost popped out. He still remembers the other person's funny look. Well, I won't go this time. Su Pengfei finally showed up. Don't come, Brother Su. You are the most awesome person in our class. If you don't come, what's the point of this dinner? Yeah, buddy, I haven't found a job yet. Why don't I go to Brother Su's place to make a living? Su Pengfei was flattered by these few words and felt elated. Haha, sure. Since you guys are so kind, I will definitely go. By the way, where is Ethan Yi? He was our class idol in college. Didn't Kai Mao Mao also like him? Wang Dowling never stops talking until his words are shocking, and his direct words make the elated Su Pengfei dive directly. Chapter 30. This person has no advantages, except that he has a lot of money? How dare you talk like that, Wang Dowling? You're bringing up all sorts of issues. How dare you expose my brother Su's scars? Wang Guan, a lackey working under Su Pengfei, jumped out and retorted. What's wrong? Can't you just tell the truth? Wang Dowling was well known for his straightforwardness, and he responded without showing any sign of weakness. Just when both sides were getting angry and about to start quarreling. Ethan Yi also calmly sent out a message. Since everyone wants to get together, then of course it would be best if we could get together. Ethan Yi is out. How is Brother Yi doing? I heard that Brother Yi seemed to have joined a good software company. Ethan Yi is obviously very popular. After all, he is sunny and handsome, does well in academics, and has a strong presence in the class. However, except for a few rare good friends like Zheng Xian, most of the male classmates are hoping that he will fall down and make a fool of himself after entering the society. More than that, Boss Ye's achievements are beyond your imagination. Seeing that someone actually looked down on him, Boss Ye, Zheng Xian couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this Ethan Ye's follower? What? He's still following Yi after graduation? Not at all. You still call me Boss Yi. It makes me laugh. Now that you have entered the society, can you be more realistic? Whoever has money is the boss, okay? That's right. When this was mentioned, many people in the class echoed it with emotion. After entering society, they truly understood the meaning of this sentence. No matter how capable you are, you're still working for rich people. When they respect you, they say you are a top student, but when they don't respect you, you are worse than a dog. Those who come from powerful families are born into that class, and after graduation become executives in their father's company like Su Pengfei. That will be the goal that most people in the class will strive for half their lives. What about the second half of life? Unable to become a senior executive, being fired by the company at a certain age, and then living the rest of their lives in poverty. Don't you guys still not believe it? If we get scared by Bossy at the party, it will be over. Zheng Xian spoke very angrily. You were scared by him? Stop kidding, okay? Oh, I want to see who he is. Can he scare us? TSK. No matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as my brother Su? The boys, led by Wang Guan, were all extremely sour. Really, Zheng Xian? Is Ethan Yi rich? Some girls are looking forward to it. After all, they also hope that their former male idols will develop better. But this hope is not great. After all, Ethan Ye's family is an ordinary family. No matter how powerful he is, what can he achieve? Maybe it's because Zheng Xian is used to being his follower. So Ethan Ye's little achievements are exaggerated infinitely. Haha, I'm just an unemployed vagrant. Nothing much to say. Ethan Ye sent a message, stopping Zheng Xian from speaking any further. Haha, unemployed? Fired? No way. Brother Yi is unemployed right after graduation. This society is really dangerous. The male student who showed up seemed concerned, but he was actually sending messages with secret joy in his heart. Ethan Yi ignored these messages. Given his current status, if he told them, they would instead feel distant. Okay, then it's settled. 3 days later, at the Magic City Fengshan restaurant. What is Fengshan restaurant? I've never heard of it. It's too cheap to eat there. Han Siley, who had been silent, spoke up. The cost of living in Fengshan is not low. On average, it costs several hundred yuan per person. Most of us are interns. I think it's too high. Yu Chenggong was a little surprised by Han Siley's tone. Han Siley had a low sense of presence when she was in college. She was the type with low self-esteem. Although she was good-looking, she was always cold to others and not keen on group activities. She was never considered for titles like class beauty. Why did someone who seemed to dislike group activities at all suddenly become so arrogant? Contrasts are often the most eye-catching, and the whole class is waiting for the other party's response. I told my boyfriend, and he said he would book a place for us at Han Pavilion in 3 days, and then we can just go directly to Han Pavilion. In front of the screen, Han Siley curled her lips, and the disdain in her eyes was self-evident. She never paid any attention to these trashy classmates in college. Even Su Pengfei, the son of that small boss, was not taken seriously by her at all. Her target is the real big boss. Therefore, she seldom stayed active in school. Whenever she had time, she would go out to various nightclubs and KTVs and go fishing. Her hard work paid off, and after 4 years, she was lucky enough to find a real big boss and became someone's secret lover. Nowadays, when classmates gather together, of course you have to stand out. Fuck! The most powerful Han Pavilion in the Magic City. That super restaurant that claims to be a 5-star restaurant in China. The average cost per person there is at least tens of thousands. If we have dozens of people having dinner together, that would be hundreds of thousands. Kylie, what does your boyfriend do? Ah, I'm so jealous of you. You actually found such a wealthy boyfriend. Some girl's eyes turned red. Hey, he's just an ordinary businessman. He doesn't have any advantages, except that he has a lot of money. Haha, it's okay. We will all be there when the time comes. Han Siley's pride was evident in her words. Is that so? Then what do you think? Squad leader Yu Chenggong asked. No problem. The super boss is treating us. I also want to meet such a super boss. Maybe I will be chosen to be his henchman. That's fine too. I fully agree with this. The students all said this repeatedly. Most people have never been to a restaurant of this level, but since someone is treating them this time, of course they have to go and see it for themselves. Okay, that's settled then. You successfully finalized the information. Ethan Yi shrugged indifferently. He just wanted to meet a few good friends who did well with him in college. As for what happened to the other people, it had nothing to do with him. Master. The door opened, and Yu Momo was wearing a sexy black stocking. Just one glance at her made Ethan Ye's blood boil. You are. Ethan Ye quickly put down his phone and controlled his breathing. Such a super beauty, with a hot body and a queen-like style, was standing in front of her wearing a black silk suspender, revealing her white thighs. If you were a man, you would probably find it difficult to live in peace, right? Do what a maid should do, serve the master. Yu Momo bared his teeth and looked at Ethan Yi with an extremely fiery gaze. Gurgle! Ethan Yi licked his lips. Before he could say anything, Yu Momo walked to Ethan Yi with her long legs and started massaging him. Ethan Yi looked at the hard-working girl and didn't think any more about it. Chapter 31. Presented by Hang. The same style as Warren Buffett? Compared to Lily, Yu Momo understands more. No matter what he did, Ethan Yi was happy. Every position in the room, balcony and bedroom with panoramic sofa. Every place brought deep impression and joy to Ethan Yi. In the end, everything ended with Yu Momo's pleading. After taking a bath, Ethan Yi fell asleep contentedly, hugging that gentle and proud body. The transformation of traditional Chinese martial arts has given him an unusually strong body, and naturally, he can enjoy a deeper level of pleasure. No matter what the result is, I've already got what I wanted. Ethan Yi's profile with endless admiration and fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. 8 o'clock the next morning. by Ethan Yi at a high price, as private chefs processed the ingredients and prepared breakfast on time. Senior chefs are not only good at cooking, but also masters of nutrition. They tailored a diet menu for Ethan Yi to ensure the most delicious dishes while maintaining the healthiest state. Of course, supplements and the like are also indispensable. This was a consensus reached when they saw the lace maids who were provided with food and accommodation in the villa. Alas, it's good to be rich. Such a beautiful and outstanding group of beauties are actually being used as cleaning ladies. Hey, I guess this isn't all their jobs are, right? Chef Chun at the side raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. With so many people, I don't know how the boss can hold on every night. It would be bad if he played too much and ruined his health. Fart, the head chef sneered. With top chefs like us here, if the boss gets sick over a minor issue like this, we should be ashamed. Yes, yes, yes. Several chefs wiped their sweat off their foreheads. Give me a big tonic soup. Humph. I don't want people in the circle to laugh at us for not knowing how to take care of our bodies. The chef was ruthless and added a lot of new dishes to the menu. Call. After hard work, sleep is sweet. Ethan Yi stretched lazily, pinched Yumomo's big, white butt, and got up and got out of bed. Yumomo's energy is obviously much better than Lily's. Being patted by Ethan Yi, he staggered out of bed. However, when Ethan Yi finished washing and drying his hair and walked back to the bedroom, he didn't see Yumomo get out of bed. Why don't you get out of bed? Yumomo blushed instantly. It really hurts, master. You are so strong my legs are still weak now. Seeing Yumomo pouting and acting like a spoiled child to him, Ethan Yi laughed out loud. Don't worry, I just went outside to take a look and found that there are a lot of tonic foods for breakfast, which are enough for you to recover. Yumomo's face turned even redder. Master, you are so bad. Breakfast included maids such as Guan Ryu and several state banquet chefs. There were more than a dozen people. However, the main dining room in Villa Number 1 is also large enough. More than a dozen people sat down, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it feels like a medieval, aristocratic family dinner. Ethan Yi sat in the main seat, enjoying the shrimp and egg porridge. If this delicacy were served in Han Pavilion, a bowl would cost thousands. By the way, boss, we're here to work for you. The old boss of Han Pavilion not only did not blame us, but also asked us to work hard. In the end, he also asked us to bring you Han Pavilion's Black Dragon Gold card. Chef Do Jianfang respectfully handed the Black Dragon card in his hand to Ethan Yi. Oh. Ethan Yi raised his eyebrows. It was not difficult for him to understand the attitude of the boss of Han Pavilion. The other party must also know that he is a super big shot. Since he can't afford to offend him, he might as well try to make friends with him. Is there anything to say about this Black Dragon stepping on the gold card? Ethan Yi asked with a smile. The other party actually used this card as a gift to exchange for him. So this card must be something special. The Black Dragon Stepping Gold card is the highest level VIP card of the Han Pavilion. So far, there are only two owners. One is Buffett, who was invited to dinner at Hanga 2 years ago, and the other is Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate Group. Ethan Yi raised his eyebrows. He knew Buffett, the most powerful financial trader in the world, who was hailed as the stock god by countries around the world. Top celebrities consider it a great honor to have lunch with Buffett. It turns out this guy even had lunch at Han Pavilion. As for Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate, Wang Silin, who has occupied the position of China's richest man for several terms, he is a household name and needs no further introduction. Ethan Yi put away the Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. With this card, you can enjoy free meals at Han Pavilion for life, becoming Han Pavilion's most distinguished guest. You can also eat in Han Pavilion's most exclusive Black Dragon Pavilion box. That's right, the Black Dragon Pavilion is not open to any VIPs below the Black Dragon card level. It is a super private room in the Han Pavilion that is specially used to entertain the most distinguished guests with the Black Dragon card. Several state banquet chefs explained repeatedly. Free for life? That's quite generous. Ethan Yi smiled and shook his head. It seemed that the fact that he spent more than 5 million on a meal really scared the boss of Hanga. After finishing the business, several chefs proudly introduced the dishes to Ethan Yi. When talking about those supplements, he deliberately emphasized his tone, wanting Ethan Yi to eat more. Ethan Yi also understood what the chefs were thinking and felt a little amused. He is now a master of Chinese martial arts, with a long internal force and blood as vast as the sea. How could he become weak because of something like that? Okay, breakfast is done. Ethan Yi also asked for the chef's bank card and transferred 10 million to it. Boss, what are you doing? Do Jianfang's eyes widened. frightened by Ethan Yee's generosity. Ah, this is for your food purchase fee. Just pick the best quality ones. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll give you more. Ethan Yee smiled. Enough, enough, enough. Do Jianfang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although top-grade ingredients were expensive, paying 10 million for their purchase at one time was indeed a bit too extravagant. Don't save it for me. Ethan Yee is not afraid of spending money now, but he is afraid of not being able to spend it. He wishes the other party would spend the money in one day. And you. Ethan Yee also transferred 10 million to Guan Ruiyu. You are responsible for the purchase of household necessities. Pick the most expensive ones for me. I think 10 million will not last long. If it is not enough, tell me. Just report to your sister Yu after the purchase. Okay. 10 million. It won't take long? Is this what a human being would say? Since meeting Ethan Yee, everyone feels that their view of money has completely collapsed. By the way, please accompany me to the 4S store later. Ethan Yee said as he looked at Yu Momo, who was secretly laughing at the side. Ah, master, are you going to buy a car again? Yu Momo widened his eyes and said in surprise. What? Lamborghini Veneno is not big enough for you to drive. Well, it's not convenient for everyone to go out to buy groceries with just one car. And my old car only has 2 seats, which is really inconvenient. Ethan Yee shrugged. I'm going to go get a big one. Broken car. Everyone shouted that they had learned something. It turned out that in Ethan Yee's eyes, the Lamborghini Venom, which was worth 70 or 80 million, was actually just a fucking broken car with only 2 seats. Chapter 32. A few more to make up 100 million. If you want to buy a car, there's a car show in Shanghai recently. You can go and have a look. After being shocked, Yu Momo did not forget to make a suggestion. Car show. Ethan Yee nodded. This saved him the trouble of visiting various 4S stores. The auto show in Shanghai should have all the luxury cars imaginable. Well, pack up and let's go directly to the auto show. Ethan Yee smiled. Good. Yu Momo hurried out to prepare the car. An hour later, Ethan Yee steps out of the Lamborghini Venom. The auto show venue was already packed with people, and most customers were in the mindset of enjoying the cars they couldn't afford to buy. This auto show covers an area of 50,000 square meters and includes all the famous luxury cars in Shanghai. Yu Momo quickly did his homework on the way and said repeatedly, Well, let's go in and take a look. Ethan Yee nodded slightly and smiled. When he got off the car, he found that there were already quite a few people around. Oh my God, it's a Lamborghini Venom. A super rich man who drives a luxury car worth 70 or 80 million yuan is probably going to buy some high-end car at the auto show this time. That's right, it's definitely different from the way we come here just for the sake of seeing things. Haha, I'll follow this rich man and see what he has to offer. The people around were mostly car enthusiasts, and when they saw Ethan Yee getting off the Lamborghini Venom, their eyes turned red. Luxury cars like this are the kind that are talked about on the internet. If you are born without one, it is basically impossible for you to own one in your entire life. The venue was packed with people, many of whom were taking photos with their mobile phones and cameras. In addition to the luxury cars, there are also many beautiful car models standing next to them, highlighting the wildness and smooth lines of the luxury cars with their proud figures. Looking at these luxury cars, Ethan Yee was quite happy. How many men don't like luxury cars? Rolls-Royce exhibition area. As the standard for top success, Rolls-Royce tends to be more stable, but this does not affect its handsomeness and luxury temperament at all. Especially the little golden man on the front of the car, which makes the word rich shine brightly. The centerpiece of the auto show is the pinnacle of Rolls-Royce, the top-of-the-line Phantom. Look at the steady and huge body and the unparalleled heroic temperament. Ethan Yee was instantly attracted. Although supercars are expensive, they can only seat 2 people, which is always inconvenient if a group of people go out for fun. But for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a super luxury car rated as one of the top 10 bulletproof SUVs in the world, these problems will no longer be a problem. That's it. Ethan Yee pointed at the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom and said, How much? I want it. Followed Ethan Yee in to watch the fun were all dumbfounded. Is this the super rich man? Why does this tone sound like buying cabbage at the vegetable market? Gentlemen. However, the staff and tourists who were already in the exhibition area did not know Ethan Yee's identity, and they were looking at Ethan Yee in confusion. The top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantom starts at least 40 million. It is placed here to calm the situation. I never thought I could sell it. Sir, are you serious? This Rolls-Royce Phantom is an upgraded top-of-the-line model. The price is 58.88 million yuan. The staff was so shocked that they stuttered. Oh my god, this is 50 or 60 million. This kid really wants to buy it? He's so young. Is he kidding me? Ah, you are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. You are so arrogant. Now that you know how expensive it is, you are probably going to run away in disgrace. Huh? The group of visitors who were originally in the exhibition hall nearby were all sneering and mocking. Only the tourists who followed Ethan Yi all the way and were very angry at these sour people who mocked Ethan Yi. He drives a luxury car worth 70 to 80 million. How could he be so insecure? Is that so? Ethan Yi nodded. Since it's so cheap, then take this and make up 100 million. The tourists watching the scene all had frowns on their faces. I said this guy is just bragging. He even said he had 100 million. Who would dare to say that without a 100 billion fortune? Haha, I've never heard of anyone so young in China with a fortune of over 100 billion. That's right. I think his eyes and temperament are not like those of an ordinary person. Maybe he really wants to buy these Rolls Royces. Just talking nonsense. It doesn't cost money to brag anyway. The tourist discussions also made Momo, who was standing aside, feel a little unhappy. Swipe the card. Ethan Yi didn't care about the pure jealousy of these poor losers. When he drove away these luxury cars, they would naturally understand who the clown was. When the staff saw the Centurion Black Gold card in Ethan Ye's hand, they were so scared that they trembled. Fuck, the Centurion Black Gold card. This Centurion Black Gold card is only available to the very top of society with extremely high status. I'm done. I just mocked a super powerful person who can afford a Centurion Black Gold card for not being able to buy a car. Will I be retaliated against? Haha, I'll tell you straight out. I came here in a Lamborghini Venom. I didn't tell you just now, just to see you get slapped in the face. Ha! The tourists who followed Ethan Yi in all burst into laughter. The few people who were dancing the most happily just now all blushed, lowered their heads in shame, and squeezed out. This guy is really a super big shot. Don't dare to offend him. Run away quickly. Ha! Wasn't that mockery you just showed off quite a bit? The tourists nearby also started laughing. Okay, how long are you going to be in a daze? I have to continue shopping after swiping the card. Ethan Yi looked at the salesman who was in a trance and speechless for a moment, frowned, and reminded him. Ah, boss, please wait a moment. I will process it for you as quickly as possible. The salesperson shuddered. How dare he neglect the Centurion Black Gold card, boss? The car payment settlement, which would have originally taken several days, was expedited in a very short time. Mr. Yi, the total is 138 million. The card has been swiped. Please keep it safe. Ethan Yi with both hands respectfully. Chapter 33. Frenzy Reward. 100 billion cash. 10 school district houses. Ding! Detected that the host spent 108880000 to buy 3 means of transportation. Rewarded with 10 school district houses in Magic City. 10 school district houses. Ethan Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 buildings, not 10 apartments. There are at least 10 units in a building, or at least 100 apartments, right? 10 school district housing buildings would mean 1 or 2,000 school district housing units. This is a school district house in Shanghai. There is no need to elaborate on how rare and expensive school district housing is in Shanghai. Some are sold for hundreds of thousands per square meter. It costs tens of millions to buy a small apartment. Let's assume there are at least 1,000 school district houses, with an average price of 15 million per house. He suddenly gained nearly 20 billion in assets. It's so cool. Ethan Yi was also secretly very happy. In a few days, I will rent out all these school district houses, and I will have a lot more liquid assets to spend every year. If you get tired of renting, just sell them all. Don't ask why. I have so many houses, and I can do whatever I want. Originally, Ethan Yi thought that if he became rich and just lay around money every day, his life would be boring. Now that I have these school district houses, I can temporarily become a landlord. No wonder those rich people go out and collect rent themselves when they can just do nothing or hire someone to do it. Ethan Yi began to understand the mentality of those super rich people. Because I'm too rich and I'm too idle. Mereye, mereye. The sales manager at the side also rubbed his hands and smiled humbly. Ethan Yi looked at him. Where do you want us to drive these cars to? Ethan Yi and the top beauty next to him only number 2 people. With his shrewd nature, he naturally knew to send a car to Ethan Yi. Just send it to Villa number 1 at Yunding Mountain. Just tell my housekeeper the details. Ethan Yi pointed directly at you Momo behind him. Okay. The sales manager wiped his sweat off his forehead. What kind of terrifying person is this young man in front of him? Buying a car is like buying cabbage, and exporting it costs 100 million. Now it seems that the Villa King that the two Chinese ma fought for is his? His. Villa number 1, Yunding Mountain. Isn't this the Villa King of Magic City that the two richest men competed for, but ultimately failed to get? Although the price tag is 800 million, it is said that because of the bidding between the two richest men, its market price has soared to 20 to 30 billion. 2 or 3 billion for a villa. Damn, rich people are so damn good. Ethan Yi had long been accustomed to the amazement of people around him, so he walked directly to the exhibition area next to him. This time I came here to buy some luxury cars and make some money by buying them. Although his assets are now worth hundreds of billions, the bulk of his cash is still the more than 10 billion yuan in rent from the Empire State Building. In his current opinion, it is indeed too little. At least it does not match his current worth. With the SUV, Ethan Yi felt more confident and started to walk into the supercar exhibition area, buying whatever he saw that he liked. There's plenty of money anyway. Just buy and buy. La Ferrari, worth 36 million? Buy it. The Maybach Yexi, which is limited to 3 units worldwide and costs 73 million. Buy it. What? To buy a limited edition car, you need to become a Maybach member and spend 50 million yuan on a non-limited edition car? No problem. Just buy 50 million and it's done. Bugatti Veyron L6? Only 88.88 million? You'll make a profit if you buy it. Maserati? Bentley? Aston Martin? As long as they look good. Buy them all. Anyway, the more money you spend, the richer you become, so price is not an issue at all. The tourists behind him, who had been following Ethan Yi all the way, were truly enlightened. Many internet celebrities who came here to play were unwilling to miss this opportunity and directly broadcast this scene live, making the live broadcast room a hit. Oh my God! Ethan must have bought more than 30 luxury cars worth tens of millions by now. This, a luxury car worth tens of millions, is not really like cabbage in other people's eyes. It's so terrible. The Koenigsegg showroom is in front. It's the world's top luxury car. I wonder if Ethan is interested in checking it out. Isn't that certain? Why are you still doubting it? Today, no one questions Ethan, spending power. The overdraft limit of the Centurion Black Card was over 10 billion every day, which was enough for him to empty the entire auto show. The person in charge of the Koenigsegg exhibition area had already heard that an extremely rich man would come to the auto show today. When you see a luxury car that catches your eye, just buy it. At this time, he hurried out and began to welcome Ethan Yi from a distance away from the exhibition area. Alas, the super rich are super rich. Koenigsegg salesmen usually look down on everyone and never look anyone in the eye. Today, they even came all the way to greet Ethan. Yeah, my cousin is a billionaire, but when he entered the Koenigsegg showroom, they ignored him. That's the difference. Mr. Yi, this is the world's #1 limited edition sports car, and it is also the undisputed #1 in the entire auto show. He's the absolute best driver. If he says he's second, no one dares to say he's first. The person in charge stood confidently next to the Koenigsegg 1-1 in the center, his pride evident in his words. Is that so? Ethan Yi looked at the Koenigsegg 1-1 and curled his lips. It's okay, but it feels a bit ugly. The whole audience was petrified. The Koenigsegg 1-1, which cost more than 100 million yuan, was actually described as a bit ugly. Forget it, just buy it, it will make up 1 billion. Ethan Yi waved his hand. His spending tonight, including this Koenigsegg 1-1, would just exceed 1 billion yuan. This kind of special number may bring a super reward. All the tourists were struck by lightning. What the hell? This is too scary. Just because he wanted to gather a lucky amount of money, he decided to buy a supercar worth more than 100 million yuan. I didn't believe it before, but today I believe it. The arrogance of the rich people in this world is beyond our imagination. Yeah, when everyone was amazed. The system prompt sound also sounded as expected. Ding! Detected that the host spent 109,898,0000 to buy a means of transportation. Reward 100 billion Chinese yuan deposit. Congratulations to the host for reaching a deposit of 100 billion, triggering a special reward. Chapter 34. Holding Yida Group. Assets at the richest level. Special reward? Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow. Achievement of 100 billion deposits. Reward 51% of Yida Group shares. This simple sentence made Ethan Yi's scalp tingle. 51% of Yida Group's shares? Yida Group is one of the largest and most famous top groups in China. Its original chairman, Wang Xilin, has been crowned the richest man in China several times thanks to Yida Group. The most famous subsidiary of this group is Yida Real Estate. But there are many other industries. For example, Yida Films, Yida Hotel, Yida Information, they are all very valuable. All of these added together are worth at least 2 trillion. Getting 51% of the copyright means his current assets have officially exceeded 1 trillion. With a net worth of trillions, he can already compete with those former richest people in terms of assets, including Vacheron Constantin, Chateau Lafayette, and the Empire State Building. Even Ethan Ye's personal assets have surpassed the wealth of several of them. If I didn't need to market my worth, the #1 name on the Forbes China list next year would have been Ethan Ye. Ethan Ye smiled. I feel so happy. After one night of reckless shopping, he went from being a super rich man to the richest man in China. Satisfied, Ethan Ye also asked the auto show staff to drive the Lamborghini Venom back. He took Momo with him and got on the Koenigsegg 1-1 under the fiery gazes of a group of car models. It's a good opportunity to try out the driving experience of the world's top supercar king, Koenigsegg, which costs more than 100 million. Roar! As soon as Koenigsegg opened fire, a roar more powerful than poison erupted. If poison is a giant elephant about to break free, then Koenigsegg is a flying dragon that is about to flap its wings. With a light step on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg turned into a speeding black shadow and sped through the bustling streets of the Magic City. Wherever he went, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Anyone who knows the price of this terrifying sports car, king, worth hundreds of millions, will drool with envy. However, I can only envy you. If you are born without a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, then the chance of owning one in this life is infinitely close to zero. Cool. Ethan Ye felt the incomparable pushback feeling and the excitement brought by the speed of the top luxury car emperor, and his mood was excited. Yu Momo, who was standing aside, was fascinated by what was happening. And just as Ethan Ye was running wildly on the street, Kyoto, Yida Group headquarters. Director Wang, there is an emergency. Wang Xilin's closest secretary walked in and bowed with a pale face. Didn't you say that if it doesn't endanger the affairs of the entire group, don't come in and disturb me when I'm in a meeting? Wang Xilin was a tough and strict person, and he said this with displeasure. Director Wang, the secretary explained repeatedly. This is terrible. All the stocks of our group's industries were sold off and forcibly bought. Our surveillance was caught off guard. In just a few seconds, 51% of our shares were bought by one person. What? 51%? 51% of all companies under the Yida Group. This is impossible. There is no such awesome person in China. Could it be that an international financial giant has taken action? This shouldn't be the case. The entire venue was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone was shocked by the news. Everyone present here is at least a senior executive of Yida Group, or even the head of a branch company. They are big shots who usually face senior politicians and billion-dollar orders without even a frown. At this time, it was a complete mess. All right, Wang Xilin knocked on the table, obviously frightened. However, he was once the richest man in China, with extraordinary courage and strategy. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked calmly, "What's going on?" The person who forcibly bought our stocks is a Mr. Yi. It is impossible to collect detailed information about him in a short time. We can only find out the assets under his name, including the Empire Financial Building in Shanghai, Chateau Lafayette, the controlling stake in Vacheron Constantin watches, and 10 school district houses. It's very strange. Wang Xilin clenched his fists. While I was holding a meeting, the head of the group was directly attacked by money. It is impossible for him to buy our 51% stake with just these assets. He must have a deeper and more powerful background. If even we can't find out, maybe it's the super bosses from the other side of the world. We should try not to provoke them. Since he is the boss of all of us, let's call and confirm whether he has any specific requirements for the future of the group, right? He is worthy of being the richest man. In a very short time, he sorted out his thoughts, accepted the current situation, and made the wisest choice. I'll call Mr. Yi right now, the secretary said repeatedly. Ethan Ye's cell phone rang, and at this time, Koenigsegg had already arrived at the Hentang Villa area. After parking the car, Ethan Ye answered the phone casually. Hello. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? Who are you? I am Wang Silin, chairman of Yida Group. Ethan Yi nodded slightly. Although it was his first time talking to the richest man, his net worth was no less than that of the other party, and even higher than that of the other party. Naturally, I feel very confident. Wang Silin on the other end of the phone heard Ethan Ye's young voice. He was slightly stunned with surprise. After feeling Ethan Ye's calmness and confidence as a superior, he knew that this young man was not to be trifled with. It's like this. You just spent a lot of money to buy 51% of the shares of Yida Group. As the new controlling shareholder of Yida Group, I would like to ask, do you have any further new instructions on the strategy and operations of Yida Group? Wang Silin tapped his fingers on the table and asked tentatively, Chapter 35. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? Require. Ethan Yi thought about it. Although he understood the operation of such a large company, he didn't want to bother to manage it. Now all he needs to do to make money is to keep spending money. There is no need to spend time thinking about the cumbersome operations of the company. Operate as usual, but you need to give me a financial report every month and report any major decisions to me. Ethan Yi said seriously. These richest people are all powerful figures. You still need to have the necessary means of control and threat. Okay, it will be as you wish. Wang Silin hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. How's it going, Chairman? All the senior executives asked nervously. Fortunately, he just acquired the company. As long as we don't make any big mistakes, we can continue according to the strategy we formulated before. Wang Silin smiled with relief. Many executives also breathed a sigh of relief. This is the super rich man. Just one sentence can make these top elites feel like they are on a roller coaster. After lunch, Ethan Yi received a call again. Fong Han. Ethan Yi frowned. Then he remembered. Founder of Jincheng Law Firm? You are the boss now. Fong Han doesn't dare to call himself the founder. Fong Han was extremely polite. Yida, who can only guess Ethan Ye's background at random. Jincheng Law Firm has a very wide network of contacts. Even they couldn't find out the details of Mr. Yi. It made Fong Han feel fear and awe from the bottom of his heart. Ah, you're quite polite. Ethan Yi smiled. We know that people like you are always very busy, but I wonder if you can spare a little precious time recently. I and the other two major shareholders would like to visit you. Oh, then come to my house and have dinner? Ethan Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Anyone who can build connections to Fong Han's level must be a top-notch person in terms of intelligence and scheming. The other party must have come here with the intention of testing his own strength. Jincheng Law Firm is something he attaches great importance to now. Since the other party wants to test him, he must give the other party enough deterrence and shock. Jincheng Law Firm headquarters. Fong Han looked at Ivy and Saichi in front of him. I have made an appointment with Mr. Yi to visit him at his residence in the evening. Visiting the mysterious Mr. Yi? There was also a hint of curiosity on Saichi's face. Ever since he heard that Lien Fonghan couldn't find out any details about Ethan Yi, he became interested in this generous and mysterious young tycoon. Oh, Ivy curled his lips nonchalantly. He's the top lawyer in the law firm and is well known internationally. What kind of situation has he not seen? His inner pride would not allow him to be timid before even meeting the other person. Especially you, Ivy. Fong Han reminded him with some concern. You must respect Mr. Yi. His life experience and background may not be what you and I can imagine. I know. Ivy waved his hand impatiently. If he really has the ability to conquer me, then I will naturally respect him. Just like you, Brother Fong, if he is not someone I admire, I don't care how much money he makes. Ivy is indeed qualified to say this. With his ability, he will never lack money wherever he goes. He has no assets involved and naturally does not need to look at anyone's face. You. Fong Han shook his head helplessly. Get ready. This meeting tonight will be very important to us. Good. Saichi and Ivy both nodded and turned around to leave. Fong Han sat in the office chair, twirling the ballpoint pen in his hand, looking at the street outside the office building with deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. At Hentang Mountain Villa, Ethan Yi just hung up the phone when he received a message from Lily. Ethan, afternoon tea, wanna meet/cute. Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow. This little girl is quite sentimental. Pick a coffee shop nearby first, send me the location, and I'll be there later. Okay, I promise to complete the task/salute/baring teeth. Shaked his head. Ethan Yi looked at Yumomo and said, if I come back late tonight, you will entertain Fong Han and the others first. Oh, I see. Momo pouted and made a face at Ethan Yi. She knew what Ethan Yi was going to do, but what right did she have to interfere with her master's decision? I've already prepared for this. She smiled and shook her head. Open the navigation and go to Machikasi Coffee. Ethan Yi said casually. A super sports car, like Kozenig 11, is naturally equipped with the most advanced automatic navigation system. Receive Machikasi Cafe, go straight ahead on Jinxing Road. Buzz! At the speed of Koenigsegg, they soon arrived at the Machikasi Cafe. After parking the car, Ethan Yi stepped into the cafe. Machikasi is the top coffee shop in the entire Shanghai, and its chain stores have opened in all new first-tier cities. With the trend of becoming the #1 in the coffee industry, the coffee inside is naturally expensive. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a man in a suit standing next to Lily, chattering about something. He wore a Rolex on his wrist and walked with his toes turned inward. Lily showed a hint of annoyance on her face as she explained something. Ethan Yi also frowned when he saw this. Lily is now considered his woman. This man is a little too ignorant. Beautiful lady, even if you're waiting for someone, you might as well add my contact information. I am confident that I am a well-known figure in Shanghai. If you get to know me, maybe I can help your boyfriend find a job in the future. Huh? The Rolex man seems to be feeling pretty good about himself. But this feeling of goodness made Lily even more annoyed. Ethan, yeah. Lily saw Ethan Yi arriving. She was delighted and waved to him repeatedly. Oh, this is the boyfriend you've been waiting for. The man with the Rolex inset raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi unkindly. Dear audience members, please give this book a 5-star rating. Our rating is a bit disappointing, Sob. Chapter 36. Give your face to me for a slap? Get out of the way. Ethan Yi said calmly. Get out of the way? But what if my feet don't listen to me? The Rolex inner 8 man sneered. The customers around were all looking over here, especially the men, who had been drooling over Lily for a long time. Naturally, they were extremely jealous of Ethan Yi for having such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. I wish someone would teach him a lesson. Society is dangerous. This little brother, this is probably the first time he has seen this situation, right? Who let him find such a beautiful girlfriend? TSK. Ethan Yi smiled, but there was a hint of murderous intent in this smile. If you can't walk, I'll make you crawl out from here. Hey, you're pretty crazy, kid. The man in the Rolex shook his Rolex towards Ethan Yi and said, Boy, open your eyes and take a good look. What is this? Rolex Green Submariner. Oh my God, this guy who's trying to flirt with me is really a rich man. The public price of this thing has been hyped up to 300,000, right? To spend 300,000 on a watch, you must be really rich. Those who come here to drink coffee are at least white-collar workers, and they naturally recognize the prices of luxury goods. TSK. Is this the old story of love meeting money? I just wonder who this girl will choose in real life. Today, Ethan Yi is wearing a low-key luxury outfit. Although his outfit costs hundreds of thousands, most people can't recognize the brand of his low-key luxury outfit. Therefore, everyone believed that he was just a boy from an ordinary family. Need I say more? Of course I'd choose money. How many girls nowadays don't love money? I can spend 300,000 yuan on a watch. I'm sure I'll have a good life following this boss. Why should I suffer with this poor boy? Shouldn't women treat themselves better? There are already some gold diggers at the scene who have begun to promote their own values in a sarcastic manner. Did you hear that? Li Chaoyang, the man with pigeon-toed feet, smiled smugly. You are not qualified to show off to me. Oh, your eyes are getting fierce. You want to fight? Let me tell you, my third uncle is the chairman of Chonglai. He is worth hundreds of billions. If you dare to attack me, I will put you in jail and keep you there forever. His re-enter company is at the financial giant in Magic City. The company's market value is tens of billions. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Gurgle. Many people were frightened by the name of the re-hunting company, and the eyes of those gold-digging women became even brighter. Heavy hunting? Ethan Yi chuckled, comforted Lily who was about to stand up, and looked at Li Chaoyang again. I was thinking that it would be a bit cheap to teach you a lesson myself, but I didn't expect you to just give me your face to slap. Boy, you didn't hear what I said clearly? Zhonghuan Investment Company, which is worth tens of billions in the Empire Financial Building. Ethan Yi sarcastically. Now, what confidence do you have to ask me to get out? On the contrary, if you get out of here and leave your girlfriend here, I can consider letting bygones be bygones for what happened today. Ethan Yi sneered. I said if I ask you to crawl out of here today, You have to crawl out of here. Hiss. You are really too young. You know the other party's background, but you are still so arrogant. Haha. You won't be so arrogant when you are humiliated by others. The customers nearby were all shaking their heads. You. Lily gritted her teeth and said, Ethan, are you qualified to comment on this? Cut. Seeing that the goddess was angry, these men no longer dared to mock her. But they still did not change their original thoughts in their hearts. Ethan Yee smiled and ignored him. I will let your third uncle personally order you to get out. The customers almost spit out their coffee. Why is this guy so crazy? Does he know what being worth tens of billions means? Huh? Huh? Okay, come on, I want to see if you have what it takes to make me, Li Chaoyang. Get out of here. Li Chaoyang admired his Rolex confidently. A call was made directly to Franklin's cell phone. Hello? Is this Boss Fong? Franklin saw the number. His heart trembled. Ethan Yee was an important person, and he would never contact him casually for no reason. What happened? He had a bad feeling in his heart and asked nervously. You have a nephew named Li Chaoyang? Ethan Yee asked in a cold voice. Franklin stood up from the stool at once, his heart trembling. Did this kid do something to offend you directly? It didn't offend me directly, Ethan Yee said lightly. Oh, that's good, that's good. Franklin just breathed a sigh of relief. Ethan Yee added, but now he is flirting with my girlfriend in front of me and wants me to get out of here. What? Franklin had just breathed a sigh of relief, but he almost had a heart attack because of this contraction and expansion. A few days ago, he had mocked Gregory for having a stupid butler named Gao under his command, and today he encountered this bad luck. This little bastard actually dared to disrespect you, Mr. Yee. Mr. Yee, tell me how to deal with him. Franklin will never dare to disobey. Franklin said repeatedly, whether it was compensation or something else. A financial company cannot afford to offend this super big shot who may have hundreds of billions of funds behind him. The power of this kind of person is terrifying. If he is really offended, just a simple trip up his spine can cause his company to suffer huge losses. Disposal? Make him kneel down and slap himself 10 times in the face, and then get out of here. Ethan Yee deliberately emphasized the tone of the word roll. Okay. Franklin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way to solve it, there was nothing that couldn't be done. I'll call this brat right now. Ethan Yee put down the phone. Hey, boy, you're quite impressive. You're pretending to be so impressive. Ah, what a pity. How can a young boy like you order a big shot like my third uncle to order? Haha, do you think I believe you? Li Chaoyang sneered and mocked. Ethan Yee shrugged. What if I can? There's no such thing as a chance. If what you said is true, I'll eat my ass right there, and then... Before he could utter the word give, Li Chaoyang's cell phone rang. Fuck. When he saw the caller ID, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Could it be that this young man... Do you really know the chairman of the heavy hunt? The customers were a little confused when they saw Li Chaoyang's reaction. Hello? Li Chaoyang was out of breath and answered the call doubtfully. Hey? You little brat. What trouble have you caused me outside again? Franklin's angry voice came from the phone. Do you know that whether our subsidiary company will leave the Empire State Building is up to this boss Yi? I really want to kick you to death right now. Because Franklin was so furious that he couldn't control his emotions. Many customers heard what he said. The whole place was silent for a moment. Chapter 37, not expensive, just over 100 million. This? Etanya indisbelief. At this time, he looked at the other person with different eyes and a different mentality, so naturally he could discover many different details. This? Zegna's low-key, luxury custom-made interior. Goyalu this watch. Vacheron Constantine Pavilion Artisan Series. Look at the workmanship. The serial number is at the front. The price is at least 10 million. His hands began to tremble. At first, he didn't take the young man seriously at all, and I just wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. Even if he saw that Vacheron Constantine, he would never think it was real. Attitude déterminée juge. Only after learning the other party's true identity from his uncle did he come to his senses. He realized that he had provoked a super boss today. Uncle San Sanson, you have to save me. Li Chaoyang is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Once he knows that he has met a real tough guy, he will immediately give in. Save you. You should think about how to make Boss Yi happy. Why don't you kneel down and slap him in the face to apologize? Franklin yelled. Today's matter was a dispute over face. As long as his nephew lost face, Boss Yi would not pursue the matter too much. Kneel down and apologize? When has Li Chaoyang ever suffered such a loss? Upon hearing this, his eyes turned red. Do you want to die? Franklin was yelling on the other side. How could his nephew be so unreasonable? Gurgle! Li Chaoyang knelt down and shouted. Boss Yi, I was blind just now. I was blind. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. This momentarily stunned the waiter and the customers. This young man is not crazy. He actually has the capital. His background is so strong that even Franklin, the chairman of the Rehunt, has to stand in awe. Ethan Ye's eyes were calm. You are harassing my woman. Kowtow to her and apologize. Yes, yes, yes. Li Chaoyang turned around and kowtowed to Lily. I was wrong. Please forgive me for being such a bastard who looks down on others. Slap yourself in the mouth. I want to hear the sound every time. Franklin kept urging on the phone. This? Li Chaoyang nazitata. Hurry up. Franklin roared. Bah! Li Chaoyang slapped himself directly on the face, and a bright red slap mark appeared. Not loud enough. Franklin urged. Keep hitting me. Beat me until Bossy is satisfied. Pa! Not loud enough. Pa! Continue. Pa! After more than a dozen slaps, Li Chaoyang's face was bruised and swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. With that big pig head, his eyes were blurry. Okay, get lost. Ethan Yi waved his hand casually. If he hit him a few more times and saw a lot of blood, it would ruin his interest in drinking coffee. Thank you, Boss Yi. Thank you, goddess. After Li Chaoyang kowtowed several times to each of the two men, he finally rolled out of the coffee shop. On the way, his head hit the leg of the table once, causing him to scream in pain. After seeing the other party completely walk out of the coffee shop, did Ethan Yi retract his gaze. Gurgle! Ethan Ye's eyes swept over. The people who had just mocked him lowered their heads quickly, feeling a burning pain on their faces. They also wanted to pay the bill and leave quickly, but the pressure brought by Ethan Yi was so great that their calves were shaking with fear, and for a moment they really didn't dare to get up and leave. Etan Yi Sehelie. This is the man I should admire. Young, rich, and so domineering. It's perfect. Ethan. Lily looked at Ethan Yi with admiration. Ethan Yi smiled casually. It's just a trivial matter. Let's continue drinking coffee. Aha! Lily nodded obediently and skillfully ordered the cakes in the store. It seems that this little girl has made a lot of careful preparations to welcome my arrival. Just like that, in eyes filled with either awe or envy. In the leisurely afternoon sunshine, Ethan Yi and Lily had a wonderful afternoon tea. As for the little episode, just now, Ethan Yi obviously didn't take it to heart at all. With his current status, a small character like Li Chaoyang is obviously not worthy of his attention. Okay, the payment has been completed. Lily came back from the checkout counter. Let's go. Ethan Yi pinched her little face and said with a smile, Follow me. What are you doing? Lily was a little confused. You'll know when you come. Ethan Yi brought Lily to the Koenigsegg 11. Huh? Did you buy a new car? As a girl, I am not very sensitive to luxury cars, but I can still feel that this car is extraordinary. A sports car like this must cost at least several million, right? Ethan Yi smiled and said, I won't drive a junk car worth millions. Lily, who was half leaning inside and curiously looking at the car. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, This car is not expensive, just over 100 million. Puff! Lily almost sprained her waist when she heard this. She turned around and said in surprise, Isn't this expensive? You can buy a villa with it. Haha, it's okay. Ethan Yi patted her little head and got in the car. Let's go. I'll take you shopping. Huh? Why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Is there something missing at home? Lily asked. No, I'm buying you something. Ethan turned his head and looked at Lily. Lily was about to speak. Ethan Yi stretched out a finger and sealed her soft lips. I know what you're going to say, and I know what you were thinking. You have to accept this gift today whether you want it or not. Woo-woo. Lily blushed, feeling embarrassed by Ethan Yi's sudden dominance. Boom! Koenigsegg starts. Ethan Yi knew that Lily didn't want him to think that she liked him just to get his money, and she had always been a good girl. But judging from what happened today, if I don't buy Lily something worthy of her status, won't anyone dare to approach my woman in the future? I want everyone in the world to feel so inferior when they see you that they won't dare to come up and talk to you. Ethan Yi smiled and stroked Lily's hair. I want my woman to be the most dazzling and unattainable princess in the world. Ethan is so bad. Lily's face turned even redder. Obviously, the feeling of being valued by her loved one made her feel excited. Ethan Yi laughed loudly, stepped on the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg 1-1 rushed towards the nearest luxury goods area, like a dragon out of control. Chapter 38. Queen in the Table versus Empress in the Table. This time, Ethan Yee did not choose Devil Number 6 Luxury Street. Almost all the luxury stores there know him, especially Gong Xiaoqing from Vacheron Constantin. If he steps into a Vacheron Constantin store to buy a watch, he was afraid that the other party would not let him spend a penny. How can we not let him spend money? He still has to spend money to get rich. Luxury Rainbow. Ethan Yee looked at the introduction and the navigation. This block is specially prepared for girls and specializes in selling women's luxury goods. Let's buy a watch first. Ethan Yee turned his head and looked, and happened to see the Patek Philippe direct store. As an internationally renowned super watch industry, along with Vacheron Constantin, its influence and popularity are needless to say. Sir, do you want to choose a watch for your girlfriend? The staff of Patek Philippe are obviously more professional and sensitive to luxury goods. After a careful look, they also saw the extraordinariness of Ethan Yee's outfit, and then saw the Vacheron Constantin Pavilion Craftsman in his hand that was worth at least tens of millions. Naturally, they all greeted us with great enthusiasm. Well, just take me to see the most expensive one in the store. Ethan Yee said directly. He had seen it last time in the Vacheron Constantin store. I thought the inner room was the most advanced watch. It turns out that they also have a core room and a secret storage room. If his identity had not been discovered, he would not even be able to see this Pavilion Craftsman 000 are worth hundreds of millions. So, he learned his lesson this time and directly asked for the most expensive watch. Several salesmen obviously sensed the meaning of Ethan Yee's words, but they were not sure. Sir, the most expensive item in our store is the Patek Philippe 5002 Star Moon Tourbillon. We will show it to you now. Ethan Yee waved his hand. Tell me how much it is first. If it's too cheap, I won't look at it. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5002 Moon and Star Tourbillon is exquisitely crafted by craftsmen and is very expensive. The price is around 8.8 million. It is very gorgeous and precious. It is the best choice for the upper class in Magic City. When several shop assistants first heard the idea that they would not buy something because it was too cheap, they were a little confused and could only explain it mechanically. Are you kidding me? Ethan Yee frowned and turned to leave. The branches of these world-class watches in Shanghai are all of the top grade. Watches worth millions are okay for ordinary wealthy people, but they are definitely not the most expensive grade in these watch stores. Sir. Several shop assistants were panicked. Obviously, he thinks 8 million is too cheap. If they let such a big-name customer go, it would be absolutely impossible to make it up to them. Sir, the level you requested is too high. We are not qualified to make a decision. Please give us some time to find our manager. Yes. We are just ordinary salesmen. The top-notch watches in the core room are not within our reach. Ethan Yee stopped and understood. After a while, a mature and beautiful manager came out and said, Sir, I apologize for the clerk's negligence just now. Ethan Yee nodded slightly. Now can you take me to see the most expensive watch here? Sir, the headquarters stipulates that for the sake of mutual safety and credit, you need to provide proof of assets to enter the core exhibition hall of the Magic City branch. Only top users with assets exceeding 10 billion are eligible. Please understand. Gao Yuanyuan smiled and looked at Ethan Yee. Could it be that such a young man has tens of billions of assets just by himself? If only the parents are rich, it is useless. As a noble watch company, they only provide services to true nobles. You must have at least tens of billions of assets under your name before you will be accepted and recognized. Proof of assets? Ethan Yee smiled and threw the Centurion Black card to Gao Yuanyuan. Just check the balance. Gao Yuanyuan looked at the Centurion Black card in her hand. Her body trembled, and she returned the black card to Ethan Yee respectfully. Having the Centurion Black card is enough. I am short-sighted. Please don't blame me, sir. Ethan Yee nodded slightly. The salespeople nearby started talking heatedly after Gao Yuanyuan brought Ethan Yee and Lily into the core exhibition area. Oh my god! I've been selling in luxury stores in the Magic City for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a Centurion Black Gold K. The king of cards. Only the top bosses in the world are qualified to hold it. When he said that the Patek Philippe 5002 Moon and Star Tourbillon worth 8 million was cheap, I thought he was bragging. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. I envy your girlfriend so much. To be the lover of a man like this. I don't know how many lifetimes it takes to be blessed. Yes, Ethan Yi didn't care about the employees' exclamations. Core table room. This is our Patek Philippe's most high-end showroom. Only famous watches worth at least tens of millions are eligible to be included here. As for more expensive ones, the headquarters does not provide them to our store. At least they are all sold at auctions. Gao Yuanyuan smiled. Well, let's just look at the one with the highest price. Ethan Yi didn't waste any words and added, I picked it for her. Good. Gao Yuanyuan walked to the center of the crystal cabinet, displaying the most important watch. The most expensive treasure of our store is this Patek Philippe REF.1527. This watch is made of pure gold and inlaid with 24 diamonds. It is the epitome of craftsmanship and beauty. It is the second queen of women's watches in the international watch industry in terms of price, craftsmanship, and other comprehensive rankings. Gao Yuanyuan looked at this dazzling golden watch. Although she is the general manager, this watch is still her dream. The price of this watch is now 5,000 W Chinese yuan. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this one? Gao Yuanyuan looked at Ethan Yi and asked uncertainly. If Ethan Yi bought this, she would become rich this month. Of course, just swipe the card. Ethan Yi said, Ethan, this is too expensive. Lily waved her hands repeatedly. 50 million. A watch. This is crazy. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Lily with envy. She has a wealthy boyfriend who is willing to spend money on her. Alas, fairy tales are always about other people. That's right. Ethan Yi's words instantly raised a glimmer of anticipation in Gao Yuanyuan's heart. You just said that this watch is only ranked second overall? What's first? Gao Yuanyuan felt a little disappointed, but she calmed down in an instant and said with a smile, the first place is the Chopard 210-carat watch, which is made entirely of diamonds and gemstones. It is magnificent and unparalleled, the best in the world, and is known as the Queen of Watches. Oh, looks like I have to get it sometime. With Ethan Yi's personality, of course he wants the best. I'm afraid this is impossible. Gao Yuanyuan smiled bitterly. Chapter 39. The poisonous chicken soup female anchor breaks up couples online? How is it impossible? Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow. Only 2 of these watches were released. One was bought by a mysterious buyer, and the other is in the hands of the Queen of England. Sir, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't want to take the Queen's favorite watch away from her, would you? Gao Yuanyuan explained with a smile. The Queen of England? Ethan Yi nodded. There will always be a time to deal with each other. Gao Yuanyuan was stunned and looked at Ethan Yi carefully, but she thought about how he casually spent 50 million to buy a watch for his girlfriend, plus the Centurion black gold card in his hand. I feel relieved now. Having achieved so much at such a young age, it doesn't seem surprising that he will be able to deal with the Queen of England in the future. Even if it is said that he has already dealt with the Queen of England, it is not surprising. The formalities have been completed. This Patek Philippe REF.1527 belongs to Ms. Lily from now on. Gao Yuanyuan said with envy. Ethan Yi casually placed the Patek Philippe REF.1527 on Lily's wrist, fiddled with it, and put it on her. It's okay, it looks good. Gao Yuanyuan was petrified on the spot. Lily burst out laughing. Look at how embarrassed you are. How can you say that a watch worth 50 million is just a good review after buying it? Haha. Ethan Yi waved his hand indifferently. Let's go. There are still many stores to visit. Good. Lily also nodded obediently, her heart filled with happiness. Oh, that's great. I wonder when I'll have such a domineering boyfriend. Gao Yuanyuan covered her forehead with her hands, feeling 3 parts sad and 7 parts envious. However, the remaining 90 points are joy. After selling the watch worth 50 million, she made a fortune this month. Just this one item is equivalent to her sales for a month or more. After walking out of Patek Philippe, Ethan Yi took Lily into the women's clothing building. Here, there are all kinds of clothing and bags for women, including various luxury brands. Then, Ethan Yi started his crazy shopping journey. Chanel? 2 sets each for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Louis Vuitton. Same. As long as it's top quality, money is not a problem. Buy. Prada? Hermes? Dior? Burberry? Buy them all? Okay, Ethan, please don't buy any more. If you buy more, my house will be so full that I won't have any room to move. Thinking of the limited capacity wardrobe at home, Lily said repeatedly. Ethan Yi's generosity in buying luxury goods such as 10 or 8 sets of cabbage really stunned her. This time, I must have spent at least a few million on clothes? Of course, compared to the 50 million watch just now, these are just a fraction. Well, now that we bought clothes, let me show you bags. Aren't bags girls' favorite? Ethan Yee scratched his head and said. Before Lily could respond, the sound of quarreling not far away caught the attention of Ethan Yee and Lily. Just now they were all clothing stores. If you want to buy a bag, of course you should go to a special bag store. The place where the quarrel came from was a Chanel handbag store. Xiaolu, this bag is too expensive. I really can't afford it, the boy begged bitterly. No matter. People have said that if a man earns 100 yuan, he should spend 101 yuan on a woman. I want this bag, Xing Xiaolu said in a tantrum. That's right. A man shouldn't be too stingy. Why do you make money? Isn't it just to spend on women? On the side, a female anchor with a heavily made-up face sneered and chimed in. What do women want in a boyfriend? Isn't it because he can support you? Otherwise, what's the difference between that and raising a dog? When Xing Xiaolu heard this, she became even more furious and angrily scolded her boyfriend. See, if you don't buy me a bag, you're worse than a dog. This commotion also attracted many people to gather around. Why is this person like this? Lily snorted angrily. As an insider in the anchor industry, she could naturally see that the female anchor, with an internet celebrity face, was relying on provoking other people's emotions to cause topics and promote the luxury bags behind her. This kind of person is simply a vicious person. What he said was full of poisonous chicken soup. A girl with a positive outlook like her felt nauseous when she heard it. You, the accused boy glared at the snake-faced anchor. What? It seems that you don't love your girlfriend at all. I kindly advised you to prove your sincerity, but you actually look at me like this. Men like this are really unreliable. That's right. Sister, break up with him right away. This kind of stupid guy is not worth spending your best years accompanying him. Like master, like servant. The live broadcast room of the Toxic Chicken Soup host is naturally full of pastoral feminism. Xiaolu, you know that the outfit you just bought has used up all my credit card and the salary I saved for the past 2 months? I really have no money left. The man begged bitterly. Xing Xiaolu was furious when she saw her boyfriend was still hesitating. Okay, Li Hua, if you don't want to buy it from me, I'll give you a chance to make it up to you. You say, Li Hua said repeatedly. Knivdo. Xing Xiaolu shouted angrily. Plop! Li Hua's knees softened subconsciously, and he knelt on the ground. Wow, this guy is so skilled. You're like this a lot every day, right? You coward, you deserve to have a girlfriend like this. Oh, this woman is really awesome, huh? When the onlookers saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. Li Hua reacted and looked up, looking at Xing Xiaolu in disbelief. You are so embarrassed. When Xing Xiaolu saw herself being laughed at, she didn't think it was her fault at all, but continued to blame her boyfriend. Didn't we agree not to talk about that outside? Li Hua's face turned red. He stood up with his fists clenched and spoke in a suppressed voice. Obviously, he was extremely angry. What? I haven't even scolded you yet, but you're already feeling aggrieved? Xing Xiaolu crossed her arms, looking superior. Hello? Li Hua threw all the newly bought women's clothing in his hands to the ground fiercely. Get as far away from me as you can, you idiot. Go to hell? After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing that her only source of income actually dared to walk away, Xing Xiaolu was completely stunned, followed by endless anger. Go away. If you leave, don't come back. It took a long time to sprinkle. When she realized that Li Hua was really angry this time, she became completely panicked. She's at the bottom of society, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Without this programmer boyfriend, she would have to eat dirt every month. Hey no, Li Hua, don't run away. Wait for me. I'm wrong, isn't it? Ethan Yee sighed. What men care about most is dignity and face. It's okay at home, but he behaves like this outside. He deserves it. However, this is the standard ending for a dog licker, and he doesn't feel any sympathy at all. Let's go. He smiled and took Lily to find the next store. With such a brain-dead and poisonous chicken soup female anchor here, he lost interest in spending money. Chapter 40. Tricking me? You're still too young. Ethan Yee shook his head. There is a market for toxic chicken soup girls, all thanks to the support of these stupid bootlickers and losers. When this phenomenon occurs, we cannot simply blame it on the toxic chicken soup. He personally despises those who lick dogs. After all, dogs are dogs. If you want to be someone's boyfriend, you have to learn to be a human being first. If all men can treat these toxic chicken soup girls as trash and ignore them, this trend will naturally collapse. Having just broken up a couple, anchor Su Hong felt a great sense of accomplishment. Hey, I save another little sister. Do you think I did the right thing? Sister Hong is simply a living bodhisattva. It's a pity that the sister just now didn't see clearly and went to find that scumbag who was unwilling to spend money on her. There was a burst of praise in the comment section, and sales increased significantly again. This made Su Hong laugh so hard that her mouth split unconsciously, and in the eyes of the onlookers with normal outlooks, her appearance was as ugly as it could be. Huh? A new target? He just broke up a couple and made his live broadcast room very popular. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Hong is also looking for the next target. Just then I saw Ethan Yi and Lily. What a talented man and beautiful girl. They are simply a model couple. If we can break this couple up, the live broadcast room will definitely be a big hit. Ha ha ha. She was ecstatic and kept coming up to him. Sir, are you free to participate in the interview? Ethan Yi glanced at her and sneered inwardly. It was obvious that this guy was targeting the two of them and preparing to set a trap. However, the anchor was too naive to trick him. Okay. Soon as Ethan Yi appeared on the screen, the girls in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Oh my God! So handsome. So classy. This is my ideal man. Yeah, it just feels a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Sister Hong, send me the coordinates. I want to fly over there. Looking at the hot scene in the live broadcast room, Sister Hong raised her lips and asked confidently, Hey little brother, do you love your girlfriend? Are you willing to max out your credit card for your girlfriend? Maximize your credit card? I don't want to. Ethan Yi shrugged and said directly. Su Hong was stunned. What the hell is this? This is a live broadcast. So many people are watching. You don't even pretend? You just say you don't want to? However, it is better not to be reluctant. Such a straightforward scumbag broke them up with just a few words. TSK. I thought this guy was a good guy, but he turned out to be a scumbag who doesn't even want to max out his girlfriend's credit card. That's right. Trash. Good looks are useless. This kind of scumbag is the most dangerous. There was a lot of noise in the live broadcast room. The eyes of the onlookers all lit up, and many boys who had always been bullied by their girlfriends gave Ethan Yebi a thumbs up. Damn, he is a role model for our generation. Well done. Ahem. The first step of the routine failed, and the next step of the routine of making Ethan Yi max out his credit card to buy a bag could not go on. But that's just right. As an internet celebrity who is skilled in using tricks, she is naturally ruthless and has prepared several sets of combos. If one set doesn't work, try another. Then you don't love your girlfriend enough? Sigh. You can't even bear to max out your credit card. You're not willing to spend even 8,000 yuan on your girl. Men nowadays are so heartless. She started using the reverse provocation method. Maximize your credit card? Ethan Yi raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. I would like to see which bag in the world dares to sell for 10 billion. 100 million. F shit. The crowd of onlookers exploded. I originally came to see a straight man tear apart a female anchor who was a toxic chicken soup and green tea host, but I didn't expect that this straight man was actually a super boss. Credit card limit of 10 billion? Do you know what you were talking about? Su Hong, the snake-faced girl, was almost frightened to collapse by Ethan Ye's words and shouted in complete disbelief. This wave of criticism is so professional. Ah, that's awesome. It's so satisfying. This is how we should criticize this brain-filling chicken soup. The people on the side were all praising him, and after they understood what was being translated, they thought Ethan Yi was joking. What bank card can have a betting limit of 10 billion? Just think about it, and you know it's a joke. Ethan Ye's answer was completely beyond her expectations and left Su Hong completely speechless. This kid is so awesome. Lily also smiled faintly at Su Hong. Ethan was really amazing. He made this woman speechless with just a few words. This guy is really good at joking. If you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. You're dreaming. It's better to go home and lie in bed. Su Hong rolled her eyes and fought back again. You think I'm kidding you? Ethan Yi smiled. Well, let me ask you, how much is your outfit worth? I guess a super rich man with a credit card limit of over 10 billion would not dress this shabby, right? Su Hong sneered and retorted. How much? This is really not much. Ethan Yi spread his hands. Let me tell you, sir, I suggest you daydream or it's just over 100 million. Su Hong was about to retort, but Ethan Ye's next words frightened her so much that she bit her tongue. Hiss, what did you say? Hundreds of millions? Are you wearing the gold saint suit? Everyone can brag. That's right, he must be pretending. Sister Hong, don't be intimidated by him. Beat this scumbag. The women in the live broadcast room once again, frantically used their keyboards to set the rhythm. Sister Hong also gained confidence. You said 100 million, so it's 100 million? Can you tell us what it is so we can open our eyes? Don't believe it? Ethan Yee sneered. I'm wearing all these, Zegna's low-key luxury custom-made ones, about 700,000 or 800,000, and my shoes are custom-made by a Seville Row craftsman. I think they're over 500,000. As for the watch, Vacheron Constantine Pavilion Artisan, 000R, I don't know how much it costs, but it should start at 100 million. He spoke casually. As Ethan Yee explained, every sentence was like a depth charge, causing the onlookers in the live broadcast room to explode into wave after wave of climaxes. Damn, I didn't look carefully just now. This is indeed Jessica's personal low-end custom-made. The chairman of my dad's company wears this. No, that's impossible. I thought the clothes he made up were real. Doesn't that mean the shoes and watch are also real? The onlookers all stuttered. What kind of super boss is this? The whole outfit costs hundreds of millions. Everyone's worldview collapsed. Damn, it's really a pavilion craftsman. 000R. The same model as the Russian Lisboa Emperor. It's 100 million, and you can't get it even if you offer 10 billion, without connections or status. The friends present cried out in a pilgrimage-like manner. Chapter 41 Professional Team Visits Together. If you don't believe me, can this Centurion Black Gold card be faked? Ethan Yee casually took out the Centurion Black Gold card from his pocket and waved it in front of Su Hong. As soon as the black card came out, Su Hong was completely depressed. Oh my god, Centurion Black card. This is truly a world-class, top-notch rich man. Fuck, I remember now. Isn't that girl also a streamer named Lily on TikTok? Ah, yes, the carnival battle in her live broadcast room a few days ago made my heart surge. That boy, couldn't he be Ethan who was famous for his vibrato that night? Fuck, the real God is right in front of me, and I was blind. I'm so sorry. Is it really him? I followed him on TikTok, but I didn't expect to see him in person. He's really handsome. In the live broadcast room, a group of toxic chicken soup girls completely forgot that they had just mocked others. After seeing the Centurion card and the outfit worth hundreds of millions, they all sent messages frantically, asking Su Hong for Ethan Yee's contact information, trying their best to date him and have a baby. Sisters, I remember now. Isn't this the piano man in the Ziguang video that day? Why does he look so familiar? I've been dreaming about him as my Prince Charming these days. I just mocked my idol. Whoa, I regret it so much. But at this moment, Su Hong was completely humiliated. Her face was burning with pain. How could she still stand in front of Ethan Yee? She had already quietly run away. The matter has come to an end. Ethan Yee also continued his happy shopping trip with Lily. After buying a few top luxury bags, Ethan Yee Kai brought Lily, who was loaded with gifts, out of the luxurious Rainbow District. After spending so much, these luxury goods were naturally delivered to your home by the store owner himself. Naturally, there will be continuous rewards for the consumption along the way, but most of them are deposit bonuses. I spent tens of millions today and received a deposit reward of about 18 billion. However, now that Ethan Yee has more than 100 billion in his bank card, trillions in assets, and 18 billion in deposits, fluctuations can no longer surprise him. Sending Lily back to Fuhua and walking on the road for a while, Lily went upstairs reluctantly, until Ethan Yee sat back in the Koenigsegg 1-1. The system prompt sound came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending over 55W today, triggering the hidden reward for the day. Sports all around. Achieve sports omniscience. You will be proficient in all known sports on Earth. Your proficiency will be comparable to that of an Olympic champion, the ceiling of human proficiency. Oh, Ethan Yee smiled. The system had quite a lot of tricks, and he triggered the hidden reward inexplicably. Now he has triggered the hidden special rewards 3 times, once for mastering Chinese martial arts, once for mastering musical instruments, and this time, it's mastering sports. How can there be hundreds of different sports in the world? How can we have Olympic champions in every sport? It's simply too strong. Today, Ethan Yee is not as moved by the tens of billions as he is by this special reward. Haha, not bad, not bad. Ethan Yee was very satisfied with the reward this time. He looked at the sky, and it was almost time for dinner. It's time to go back. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the Koenigsegg 1-1 started up and sped towards the Yundingshan Villa like an angry dragon. Yundingshan Villa area. A top-of-the-line Land Rover Range Rover stopped at the entrance of the community. The landing price of this Range Rover is as high as 3 or 4 million. If it were in an ordinary place, it would definitely be treated as the owner of a luxury car. But in the Hentang Mountain Villa, it seems a bit cheap. A small Land Rover? Is someone's babysitter back from shopping? This plate is not on the registration. Several security guards walked out of the security booth in confusion. Hello, we are here to visit Mr. Yi from Hentang First Villa. Fong Han leaned his head out of the car window and smiled faintly. Gunting Fila? The security guard looked the Land Rover up and down and smiled. Are you sure it's the king of Hentang villas? The first villa in Hentang. The market price has now reached more than 2 billion. What kind of status? A guy who drives a Range Rover is worthy of meeting someone? Ka. Seeing the security guard's half smile, Ivy said unhappily. What? Do you look down on us? Oh, foreign friends? No, it's mainly because the owner of the first villa is of a very high status. We dare not let you in easily if you want to visit us. Let's call Sister Momo to confirm first. The security guard chuckled. Humph, you're just being pretentious. The arrogant Ivy immediately had a bad impression of the entire Hentang Mountain Villa area and felt very angry. As a super lawyer, isn't he surrounded by a bunch of bosses and greeted cautiously wherever he goes? I was actually stopped by the gatekeeper here. The point is not that they blocked him intentionally, but because they really looked too low-end in this Hentang Mountain Villa area. A few minutes passed, finally confirming that these people were Ethan Yee's guests. The security guards immediately returned to their respectful smiles and opened the door to let Fong Han and the others in. Damn it, this guy is really arrogant. Is he trying to intimidate us? After passing the curfew, Ivy said indignantly, Say less. Have you forgotten my instructions? Fong Han snorted coldly. Maybe this is the new boss trying to warn them. The Range Rover is driving through the vast Hentang Mountain Villa complex, surrounded by lakes on both sides and green mountains, which is a breathtaking beauty. In this city of Shanghai, where steel buildings make people feel suffocated, this kind of villa area is simply like a paradise. The top rich people really enjoy themselves. Ivy was already very angry, and now he spoke even more sourly. Saichi looked at this beautiful scenery that seemed like a paradise with sparkling eyes. At this time, the sun sets and the evening clouds are red. The red clouds are half gone in the clear sky, and there are 3,000 pavilions on the green water and green mountains. Fuck, how big is this villa area? We've been driving for a long time, but still haven't arrived yet. Ivy sighed. After driving for a while, they finally reached Hentang Mountain. Yumomo was also waiting at the door with a few maids. Wow, even people like Fong Han and Ivy, who have seen the world, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when they saw these top-notch maid costumes. Hello, distinguished guests. I am Yumomo, the housekeeper of Hentang First Villa. The owner has not returned yet. Please go into the villa and have a cup of tea and wait for a while. Yumomo smiled politely. I understand. A big shot like boss, you must be very busy with work every day. You must be working on some big project, right? Fong Han thought with a smile. Yumomo smiled, but rolled her eyes in her heart. He's busy? No way. Seeing so many beautiful women, Ivy's anger subsided a lot. He went straight into the living room with Fong Han and Kai Chi and waited. Chapter 42. Nobles have their own rules. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Ivy frowned and finished the cup of tea, although it was obviously top-grade Longjing. But it still couldn't stop his anxious heart. As a star lawyer who is a gifted talent, this is the first time he has to wait half a day for a visit. Looking at the anxious Ivy, Fong Han shook his head. Ivy, this celebrity lawyer, was good in every way except that he was too proud. Humph, I won't wait any longer. Ivy put the teacup heavily back on the table, stood up, and was about to walk out. Just when Fong Han was about to yell at him to sit back down. Buzz! The roar of a super sports car came from far away. The master has returned. You smiled silently. Ivy stood up and just happened to see the stunningly cool sports car outside. Koenigsegg 1-1. In an instant, his arrogance was half gone, although he claimed to have met many big bosses and big shots. But this is the first time I have seen someone who can afford such a terrifying sports car emperor. Fong Han and Kai Chi also stood up and saw the Koenigsegg 1-1. His boss Yi is really very courageous. Although he is very rich, he can't afford to spend 100 million to buy a car. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven in just a Range Rover. Owner! Ethan Yi entered the room. Yumomo and the maids had already stood side by side and bowed. This card, Although Ivy looked disdainful on the surface, he was extremely envious in his heart. It seems that I came back a little late. Ethan Yi smiled and shook hands with Fang Han. Sit down, Ethan Yi said casually. Fang Han and the other two also sat down. Saichi looked at Ethan Yi carefully, while Ivy just glanced at him and said nothing because he was so angry. Boss Yi, you have acquired our law firm. Do you have any direct needs from us? Fang Han asked tentatively. I don't have any requirements. I just want to buy my own law firm in case of emergency. You can help me deal with legal issues and contracts related to my assets on weekdays. Ethan Yi said. Fang Han broke into a sweat. Just in case of emergency, he directly spent a large sum of money to buy their famous super law firm in the Magic City. This rich man's thinking is indeed different from others. Then our company's future plans and personnel changes. Fang Han asked his biggest question again. After all, he was the one who built up the Jincheng office. If Ethan Yi really wanted to seize power, it would be a huge blow to him. If the firm was acquired just for investment purposes, then everything would be fine. It's just that the proportion of the money earned that gets him may be a little less than before. I have no opinion on these for now. Ethan Yi spread his hands. He doesn't have time to play palace fighting and power games with these people. If a normal person wants to make money and gain benefits, he has to rack his brains. But all he had to do was keep spending money. Instead of spending all this time fighting for power and profit, wouldn't it be nice for him to spend more money? No. Fang Han felt relieved. Ethan Ye's words made his attitude clear and dispelled his biggest doubts. After eliminating doubts, the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. I wonder what contracts your companies have that need to be drafted and managed, so we can connect with them. Fang Han asked repeatedly. There are two in the world. One is Lafayette Winery and the other is Vacheron Constantin Watch Company. Ethan Yi thought for a moment. In China, a little more. The ownership of the Empire Financial Building is mine, and I also need to draft tenant contracts for the 10 school district houses in the university town, and I also need to work out a non-compete agreement for the development of the Ziguang restaurant. Fang Han felt uneasy when he heard this. These one by one, from abroad to China, these seemingly completely unrelated industries are all under the name of one person? Even the usually proud Ivy was shocked. And Yida Group is also mine, so I need to take special care of it. But there is already a dedicated legal team there, so you don't have to worry too much. Ethan Yi thought for a moment and then said, there may be some more, but I can't remember them right now. I'll tell you when I remember them later. He would acquire a new company at any time, and he said this to explain why he would have an extra property in the future. Why what? Yida Group? You mean the Yida Group? All three of them were stunned. This is a well-known top group in China. The famous saying of its founder, 100 million is a small goal, has become popular all over the internet and is known to everyone. Yes, I just received it 2 days ago. Ethan Yi said casually. Fang Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and kept calling him Big Brother in his heart. If he had known Ethan Yi earlier, he might have worked less for 20 years. At this moment, he directly eliminated all the bad and negative thoughts from his mind. This super boss is simply too terrifying. As long as he can establish any kind of relationship with him, his career will be very successful in the future. It would be foolish to think of fighting for power now. He couldn't suppress his excitement, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Okay, we've talked enough. It's time for dinner. Ethan Yi smiled and said, let's have a normal small state banquet. A small state banquet is a meal for the emperor. 9 dishes and 5 soups were the standard dining rules for small meetings of ancient emperors. State banquet. Fang Han's mind was moved. You don't have a group of state banquet chefs hiding in this villa, do you? Domestic chefs are divided into 3 levels. High, medium, and low, with the top 3 being special grade. The highest honor is the state banquet chef. It basically represents the highest achievement of Chinese cuisine. What is a rich man? This is it. Several people expressed this sigh at the same time. Finish the dinner. With Ethan Yi also completely conquered Fang Han and Kai Chi. Only Ivy was unhappy, but because of Fang Han's warning, he dared not say anything. Why is this old man silent? What is he dissatisfied with me? Ethan Yi asked with a smile. Heh, Boss Yi is approachable and wins the hearts of the people with his money, so naturally no one dares to be dissatisfied. However, Ivy, have always respected the nobility and disrespected the local tyrants. No matter how rich Boss Yi is, he can't convince me. Ivy shook his head, and despite Saichi's attempts to stop him by pinching his thigh, he blurted out what he had been holding back for a long time. How dare you? How dare you talk to Bossy like that? You forgot everything I told you to do. Fong Han's heart trembled, and he stood up and scolded. He had just confirmed that Bossy was a real big shot who he could not afford to offend and who he could only try his best to make friends with. This Ivy is causing trouble for him. If the bright future of Jinqing law firm were ruined, the loss would be too unacceptable. At this time, Fong Han was also extremely anxious and angry. Oh. Ethan Yi smiled and understood that some foreigners did have deep-rooted aristocratic ideas in their minds, which depended on their history. It is completely different from the Chinese kings, princes, generals, and ministers. Then tell me, how can you convince me? Ivy is the ace lawyer of Jinqing law firm, and it is very important to make him convinced of himself. See, Ethan Yi challenged. Ivy was not intimidated. Nobles naturally have their own rules. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 43. Golf course? There's one in my backyard. Ivy. Fong Han scolded him, then apologized to Ethan Yi with a smile. Boss Yi, Ivy is just like that. Please forgive me for any offense I've caused. No problem. Ethan Yi smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I'm still a little curious. Oh, a cowardly person can no longer be called a noble. Ivy curled his lips. Rules of the nobility? Ethan Yi became interested and raised his eyebrows. Can you tell me about it? I've explained it. I've been playing aristocratic sports since I was young, and I'm best at horse racing and golf. If you can prove that you're also accomplished in this area, and that you have the upbringing and inner qualities that a noble should have, I'll respect you. Ivy was eager to try. Boss Yi is so young. Even if he has been practicing since he was young, he must have practiced much less than you. You are too ignorant. Fong Han scolded on the surface, but he was relieved in his heart. If it was just a sports competition, it wouldn't be too hurtful. An expert can tell the outcome with just one move. I won't bully him, and I will naturally let him go during the competition. Ivy said repeatedly. How interesting. Let's have a competition. Ethan Yi was eager to try. He had just obtained the all-around sports award, and this was a good opportunity to verify it. Boss Yi. Fong Han looked at Ethan Yi's confident smile, and he didn't seem to be angry or trying to be stubborn. Could it be that Boss Yi really has research in this area? Hero in his career. And multi-talented? Is this a monster? Saichi also looked at Ethan Yi with great enthusiasm, feeling admiration in her heart. Just showing off. Seeing Ethan Yi's confident look, Ivy felt a little insecure, but thinking of his own superb skills, he regained his confidence. You are so confident now, but if you lose badly later, you will know the gap. Ethan Yi smiled at Ivy. In fact, what aristocracy, what sports? Ivy is talking nonsense. He just simply doesn't want to admit defeat and wants to make himself lose in the area where he is best to avenge himself for the anger he just felt. His best interests are sports and law. It is naturally unrealistic to compare the law with him. So he chose sports. Since you don't accept it, I will beat you until you accept it. Ethan Yi clapped his hands. Okay, my backyard is a golf course. Perfect. Let's go play. My backyard is a golf course. I thought it was just a meme on the internet. Today is really an insight. Fong Han smiled bitterly and shook his head. Following this super rich man, he, who usually claimed to be a social elite, could not help but feel his poverty all the time. Master Yu. Yu Momo came over and asked Ethan Yi in a low voice with some concern. Ethan Yi smiled and scratched her nose, then whispered in her ear, just bring the cheerleaders to cheer me on, and watch me beat up this foreigner. Yu Momo blushed, nodded repeatedly, then raised her little fist and made a cheering gesture. Huff! The summer wind in Shanghai seemed very strong in this evening. Ivy was a little embarrassed. The biggest problem when playing golf is the environmental variables. When the wind blows, there is no point in playing golf. Only the top players can ignore the environment and weather and hit every shot into the hole at an amazing level. Well, it seems that today's weather is not suitable for golf. Ivy scratched his head. If this continued, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to score a single goal. I originally wanted to humiliate Ethan Yi, but I ended up digging a hole and burying myself in it. This is great weather with a cool evening breeze. It's a great time to play golf, right? Ethan Yi thought the weather tonight was very comfortable. Oh, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Ivy rolled his eyes in his heart. Anyone who had learned golf for even 2 days wouldn't say such unprofessional words. Unless you were a super god, you were just in your early 20s. Can you play golf to a world-class level? Isn't this ridiculous? Could it be that this guy was sure that we couldn't get into the cave in this weather, and that the final result would at most be a draw, and he was trying to cover up his embarrassment? Since this is a private competition, we won't follow the 18-hole rule. Ethan Yee smiled and said, I'll make a rule. After 10 strokes, we'll see who gets into the hole the most times. How about that? If my number doesn't exceed twice as many as yours, I lose. That's what I was going to say. Ivy roared inwardly, but since Ethan Yee had been asked to steal the words, he sneered. Humph, just brag, or you'll get slapped in the face later. Shall we start your show? Ethan Yee smiled and sat under the parasol, spreading his hands. Just start. Ivy picked up the golf club and prayed in his heart. No matter what, Jesus bless me to make a shot. Adjust your posture and breathing. Ivy swung straight. Call out. The golf ball rolled in the sky and was blown off course by the wind less than a dozen meters away. Finally, I landed on the ground, and I didn't know how many tens of meters away from the hole, which was hundreds of meters away. Ahem, a mistake. This is definitely a mistake. Ivy's face flushed, and he continued to swing the ball. Unfortunately, on such a windy day, the ball trajectory was messy, and I missed all 9 shots in a row. FCK. Ivy was so angry that he started speaking in his native dialect. The last shot. God bless you. He kissed the golf ball and swung hard. He closed his eyes and hit the ball randomly. His mentality had already collapsed. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the maid in charge of scoring raising the flag in the distance. Oh shit, it's in? It's in? Yes. Oh my God. Abby almost jumped up with joy. In his opinion, scoring even 1 goal in this environment was a miracle. He didn't believe that Ethan Yee could score more than 2 goals. Huh? Ivy looked up proudly and walked under the parasol. It's your turn? Ethan Yee shrugged, stood up casually, held the golf club in his hand, and his whole body automatically entered a perfect state. All the muscles in the body are linked together, including the waist, hips, arms, and wrists, transmitting the information at each joint. Everything seems to be natural. His movements are so graceful that he seems like a banished immortal from the mortal world. The cheerleaders on the side even forgot to wave their signs and cheer. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on Ethan Ye's confident and energetic face. Yumomo and Saichi were both stunned by what they saw. What's the point of being cool? The ball was hit crooked. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Ivy stood up directly from his chair. Ethan Yee swung the ball. The trajectory of the golf ball was crooked, but no one expected that its arc would actually draw an arc in the sky. And with the help of the wind, it returned to the right track and landed exactly in the small hole hundreds of meters away. Is this magic? Ivy looked at the scoring made in the distance and raised the flag in her hand again, with golden stars in her eyes. No, my blood pressure seems to be a little high. Chapter 44. Sorry, my skills are a bit poor. After all, this is my first time playing. This must be fake. I am dazzled. Or maybe he is just lucky. He is just guessing. Yes, he guessed it. Ha. You won't be so lucky on your next shot. Before he could finish, Ethan Yee swung his second shot confidently. Link. Ivy was stunned. Even for the world's top players, it would take more than 10 minutes to adjust for each shot, right? This Ethan Yee had no intention of taking a break and just swung the second club? Isn't this too crazy? There will be no good results from being arrogant. You definitely can't get into this. Definitely. He kept staring at the trajectory of the golf ball, muttering, God bless. It will never go in. However, in China, God seems to be no longer effective. This ball flew straight up into the sky, resisting the wind force with its own rotational stress. And after landing, it bounced in a fancy way, as if it was calculated. And after the third rise and fall, it went into the hole in a fancy way. Yeah, the master is simply amazing. So cool. Seeing this, the maids and Yumomo all cheered. Once his luck, twice his strength. Especially the fancy goal on the second shot, it was so cool. Even if they don't understand the rules, they can see that this goal is simply amazing. Gurgle. Ivy was petrified on the spot. Fong Han also shook his head and felt relieved. He didn't expect that Boss Yi was such a hidden talent and was also a world-class golfer. This way, neither of them would lose face. It can even kill Ivy's fighting spirit. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But he is indeed handsome. If I were a woman, I would want to sleep in his bed, right? Fong Han thought with evil humor. Next, Ethan Yee swung the club casually, made almost no adjustments, put the ball on the table, and hit it directly. As casual as sweeping the floor. But just by sweeping the ball casually, 9 shots went in. The way of scoring a goal for each shot is completely different, and the shot goes into the hole in different ways. Impossible. Cheating. He has a remote control in his ball? Ivy screamed. This is ridiculous. But the fact is happening right before his eyes. No matter how much he didn't believe it, this was the reality. Ethan Yee looked at Ivy jumping in the distance and shook his head in amusement. It seems a bit too much to bully him like this. Let's save some face for him. We agreed to let him go. After saying that, he swung the club fiercely. I swung it off center and missed the ball. This is such a wrong goal, huh? He casually threw the pole to the maid next to him, returned to the parasol, and patted Ivy's shoulder, who was looking at him with her mouth wide open and eyes wide open. It seems that I am still too new. I only scored 9 out of 10 shots. I can't help it. After all, today is my first time playing this game. Ivy cried. Is that what you call giving up the ball? That is a naked humiliation. The acting is terrible, isn't it? The first 9 balls were amazing, but the last shot was a miss. Are you kidding me? Looking at Ethan Ye's sincere eyes, Ivy understood his subtext. Yes, I'm just a fool. At this time, the scoring maid in the distance also trotted back with the golf ball. I just heard you say you suspected there was a remote control in my ball? Ethan Yee threw the golf ball to Ivy. How about you cut it open and take a look? Bossy, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Ivy was completely convinced. As soon as he got the golf ball, with his experience, he could tell whether it was tampered with based on the lightness or heaviness of the touch. Are you convinced now? Ethan Yee asked with a half-smile. I'm convinced. Ivy has lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a true hero like you, Bossy. Ivy felt embarrassed and apologized repeatedly. How about another horse race? I happen to have a horse ranch in my backyard. Ethan Yee quipped. No. Bossy, please stop humiliating me. Ivy knows I was wrong. From now on, you will be the person I admire the most. Ivy will definitely listen to you from now on. And if there is any lawsuit, I will do my best to help you deal with it. Ivy admitted his mistakes again and again. One golf ball was enough to make his face swollen. If he was crushed again, he would probably have to find a crack in the ground to get out of the Hentang Mountain Villa district. Fong Han, Saichi, Yumomo, and others all laughed when they saw Ivy's embarrassed look. Ethan Yee also nodded slightly. Ivy is just proud, but if he can conquer this pride, he will gain the purest respect. I didn't expect that Bossy also has such profound attainments in sports. He is really admirable. Ethan Yee, with a strange look in her eyes. It's okay. If I say this is actually my first time playing golf, would you believe it? Ethan Yee spoke truthfully. Bossy, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Ivy said with a smile. With your level, you are more than qualified to compete for the title of World Golf Champion. How could this be your first time? Ethan Yee rolled his eyes. In this world, no one believes the truth anymore. This is really my first time playing golf, okay? After chatting and laughing for a while, Ethan Yee saw Fong Han and the others off. After this meeting tonight, these 3 people can be said to be all in my pocket, and they will definitely work for me wholeheartedly in the future. It's a great sense of pride to be able to impress these top elites in society. Standing on the attic of the villa, watching the Land Rover Range Rover slowly drive out of the villa area, Ethan Yee held a glass of Lafite in his hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that Master is so good at golf. No wonder you win so easily every time you play golf with me. Yumomo walked behind her without her knowing, put his arms around her, and smiled affectionately. Ethan Yee pinched Yumomo's pretty face. When women drive, their speed is no slower than men's. Then tonight, I'll let you see what it means to be relaxed. Ethan Yee smiled, next to the rooftop outdoor swimming pool. Chapter 45, Are You the Owner? The next morning, Ethan Yee washed up feeling refreshed. Although Yumomo had grown to maturity and had more energy than the average person, he was still too weak compared to Ethan Yee, who was proficient in Chinese martial arts and all-around athletes. Fighting all night. She fell into a deep sleep and hasn't woken up yet. Ethan Yee shook his head and picked up his phone to check the message. Bossier, Feng Hon. We've already arranged the school district housing for you. If you see the message, call me to discuss it in detail. Oh, pretty efficient, huh? Ethan Yee raised an eyebrow. It seems that the other party went back and found connections for me overnight. He is indeed a smart man. Being so reliable, I feel a little psychologically secure when entrusting the legal issues of my assets to him. Ethan Yee smiled and also called Fong Han. Hey, Boss Yee. The phone was picked up after only one ring. Apparently, after Fong Han sent the message, He had been waiting for Ethan Ye's reply. Ethan Ye nodded with satisfaction. What do you say about renting a house? We contacted IKEA's agency, and they have sent their top sales representative Fong Sijin to take over the contract with me. IKEA will also provide the contract, and we have reviewed and revised the contract overnight. It is definitely the best contract. Fong Han was confident about what was drafted in the contract. I'll send you Fong Sijin's phone number. Ask her to bring the client directly to the gate of your Linjiang community and wait for you. Good. Ethan Ye was also very confident in Fong Han's work. After hanging up the phone, he also started to contact the so-called gold medal salesperson, Fong Sijin. Hey, Boss Yi. Obviously, Fong Han had already told Fong Sijin about Ethan Ye's information. When he saw Ethan Ye calling, he called him boss. Well, I want to rent a house today. You can just ask those tenants to wait for me at the gate of Linjiang community. Ethan Ye smiled. Boss Yi, excuse me, I have a lot of clients and the demand for school district housing is huge. I wonder how many houses you have for rent. Fong Sijin chose her words carefully and asked cautiously. Bring as many as you can. Ethan Ye said casually. Boss Yi, are you serious? I have at least a dozen clients who need school district housing. Take all of them. On the other end of the phone, Fong Sijin was completely confused. As soon as she heard Sister Sue assigning the task to her, she realized that Boss Yi was extraordinary. But he didn't expect that the other party actually had at least a dozen school district houses in Linjiang community. That's Linjiang community. Not far to the east is the Magic City University town, and not far to the west is where the Magic City's top public high school and private aristocratic high school are concentrated. The community is close to the Madu River, and the nearest row of rooms can be called Riverview rooms. The most expensive unit on the market is priced at 250,000 or even 350,000 yuan per square meter, and the average unit is 120 square meters. 10 school district houses in a Riverview community. That's 300 million yuan when rounded off. Gurgle, this is a super big customer. We must grab him. Fong Sijin shouted in her heart. That's it? Only 10? Unexpectedly, Ethan Ye received such a response. Fong Sijin almost dropped her phone in shock. Sir, what do you mean? She asked fearfully. Could it be that the other party has more than 10 properties? Okay, I didn't plan to rent them all out at once, so just bring someone to the gate of the community and wait for me. Ethan Ye said casually. All 10 school district houses in the entire Linjiang community are his. There are 7 foyers in a building. Each foyer has about 18 floors, and there are 2 suites on each floor. That's at least 2,000 houses. This does not include the large flat floors above each building. The total value of these 10 school district houses is worth tens of billions. 2,000 units. It seems difficult to fully rent them. Ethan Ye shook his head and laughed. However, it's only a matter of time. Every year, new university students have to rent houses. Many middle-class and aristocratic people in Shanghai also rent houses in riverside communities so that their children can go to middle school. As long as the school starts in August or September, these houses are almost fully rented. It's almost time, by the way. Ethan Ye turned around and looked at Yu Momo, who was sleeping. He was the one who caused her to be so tired, so he didn't feel comfortable waking her up. It seems that I have to do this myself today. Ethan Ye hummed a little tune. Considering the principle of keeping a low profile, it is better to drive a low-key car in such crowded occasions. After choosing for a long time, I finally picked a cheaper Ferrari LaFerrari in the garage worth 30 million. Well, this should be low-key enough. Ethan Ye nodded. Most of the cars in his garage are worth over 50 million. This Ferrari LaFerrari is indeed low-key. Buzz! The Ferrari LaFerrari was like a red hunting shadow, suddenly driving out of the Hentang Mountain Villa area. Yendingshan Villa is not far from Linjiang Villa. It didn't take long to arrive. But Fong Sijin obviously arrived earlier. These tenants who are in need of school district housing all look very anxious. Wow! Ferrari! Among the waiting tenants, there were obviously some who knew what was good, and they exclaimed when Ethan Ye's Ferrari LaFerrari drove over. It is indeed a Ferrari, and it is a Ferrari asterisk LaFerrari. A top luxury car. It seems to be sold for 20 or 30 million. I'm so envious. The passersby were all looking at the luxury car parked at the entrance of the community with envy. Clatter. After getting off the car, Ethan Ye noticed the fiery gazes around him, feeling somewhat helpless. He clearly wanted to keep a low profile. Mr. Ye, Fong Sijin walked up again and said respectfully. Fong Sijin, Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at the crowd behind her with some surprise. There were at least 20 people. Didn't you say there were more than a dozen? So many people came. Is that too much? Fong Sijin's first reaction was this. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Some people bring their children to choose school district housing. But in fact, there are only 13 rental requests. Ethan Ye's heart, but he immediately waved his hand. All right. Mr. Yi, are you sure you have enough real estate? Fong Sijin came closer and asked in a low voice. Haha. Ethan Yi was too lazy to explain and just looked at the tenants. Tell me more about it. Some of these are for secondary school students, and most of them want a 3 or 6 year lease. Fong Sijin is very professional. Some are wealthy people from other places or local areas who want to rent a house here for 4 years while their daughters go to college. There is only one special pair. Fong Sijin hasn't finished speaking yet. Then I saw a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a hooked nose walking over, with the confidence unique to the rich second generation on his face. He looked at Ethan Yi and said, Are you the owner we want to meet? Chapter 46 Impossible. The system must be broken. Something. Ethan Yi looked at the young man wearing all luxury brands, obviously from a well-off family. Our Luo Luo is coming here to study at Shanghai Jiaotong University. I want you to sell me your house. The price is negotiable. I know you probably don't need money, but I can pay a premium and even give you a supercar that's better than yours. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said with great confidence. Baffling. Ethan Yi sneered. You want to exchange my property for a broken sports car? The second-generation rich man was speechless. No matter how expensive this school district house is, 20 million is enough, right? I'll give you a 40 million car, which is twice the premium. Who told you that I only have one house? Ethan Yi glanced at the rich second generation coldly, then turned his head, leaving him standing there alone. Peng Feiyu was completely stunned. He came from a well-off family and had been chasing the goddess in his class since middle school. Now, the goddess Dai Luoluo had finally graduated. In order to demonstrate his sincerity and strength, he planned to buy her a house in the school district. However, the school district housing next to the university town is such a precious resource. As soon as the property was released, it was sold out. It's impossible to buy, only available for rent. So he also had an idea and wanted to buy the house directly from the owner at a premium today. How many of you who are standing here today do you think cannot afford to buy a house? Ethan Yi smiled and looked at the group of tenants brought by Fong Sijin. Except Peng Feiyu, all these tenants are women. Some are young women, and some are college students. That's right. Young man, what you did is really unkind. I thought you were a gentleman just now. Several wealthy ladies were obviously unhappy. School district housing is a precious resource, and they would rather rent than buy it. Being mocked by everyone, the rich second-generation Peng Feiyu couldn't hold back his face and shouted angrily. I'll buy your house at a tenfold premium. Are you going to sell it or not? Hiss, a tenfold premium? Is this kid crazy? What a liquor. There were several wealthy female college students watching coldly. They were also goddesses in school, so they naturally knew what Dai Luoluo was feeling at the moment, which was nothing more than pride and contempt. In my heart, I only feel the pleasure of having rich second generation spend a lot of money on me and serving me like a dog. And there won't be any admiration. Do you think I'm short of money? Ethan Yi shrugged. Don't even mention 10 times the price. Even if you increase the price by 1,000 times, I won't sell it to you if I'm not in a good mood. You, Peng Feiyu laughed. 1,000 times? Do you really think you are the richest man in China? You just say you don't want tens of billions? You should have some self-control when you brag, okay? That's right, you're being quite arrogant. Do you think you're the only owner of Linjiang community? If you don't want to sell, there are plenty of people who are willing to sell. Dai Luoluo also stood up at this time and agreed with a sneer. Ethan Yi glanced at her, which made her heart tremble. The look in his eyes was sharp and domineering, which was simply terrifying. However, no matter how rich Ethan Yi is, he is just an owner of several houses. Peng Feiyu is a real second-generation rich. The family has tens of billions of assets. She still has to fish carefully. She can still tell what is important and what is not. Really? Ethan Yi smiled and said, Well, I'm still saying this today. You really can't rent a house here. Hiss. Fong Sijin and the other tenants were shocked. This little brother is so young, but he speaks so domineeringly. I like him. When I was a teenager, I was attracted to such a domineering, rich, and handsome boy. These young women were all teasing. Only Fong Sijin had an unbelievable guess in her heart. Could it be that this Linjiang community? No, that's too ridiculous. It's impossible. Fong Sijin shook her head repeatedly, kicking out the horrible thought in her mind. Maybe Mr. Yi has a better relationship with other owners. Oh, look at you. You are so arrogant. You really don't know how much you are worth. You just have a few shabby houses. Dai Luo sneered. Ethan Yi simply ignored these statements. The entire community belonged to him, and he was the only owner. He would just ask the security guard to kick these two idiots out, and that would be it. Let's follow. Fong Sijin repeatedly organized tenants to follow Ethan Yi into the community. The community entrance gate. Several security guards also saluted Ethan Yi. The Ferrari LaFerrari was parked there, and Ethan Yi was definitely not someone they could afford to offend, so they were naturally respectful. Sir, your license plate is not registered. Please prove that you are a resident of the community first. This is also the rule. Please see. The security guards all smiled apologetically. Well, how do you prove it? Ethan Yi raised an eyebrow. All our residents' information is recorded in the security system. As long as you report the corresponding address and match the identity information, you can enter the community. This verification is only required for the first time. Once entered into the system, facial recognition will be used automatically for entry in the future. Several security guards explained repeatedly. Not even my facial information has been recorded in the system. You don't even have a house here. Are you kidding us? Peng Feiyu said sarcastically. After hearing this, the other tenants also became suspicious. Since facial recognition is only required for the first time entering the community, as the owner, how come Ethan Yi is not included in the system? I just bought the house 2 days ago, and today is my first time here. Ethan Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, then just enter a random room number. Sir, what did you say? Several security guards suspected that their ears were damaged and asked repeatedly. I said, lose whatever you want. All the houses here are mine. Ethan Yi frowned, but thinking that his words were indeed a bit shocking, he patiently explained. Ha 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 ha. Peng Feiyu held his stomach and said, did you hear what he said? The entire Linjiang community belongs to him? Did you escape from a mental hospital? Do you know how much it would cost to buy the entire Linjiang community? At least 50 billion. Originally, these rich ladies had no idea about this, but when they heard what Peng Feiyu said, they were all surprised. They boast that their families have some assets, at least several hundred million. However, tens of billions, that is a completely different concept. This also made them suspicious. This young-looking guy really has tens of billions of real estate? This is indeed incredible, or rather, ridiculous. Could it be that this guy was really fooling them? Only Fong Sijin was sweating profusely. She still remembered the tone and expression of Sister Sue when she entrusted Ethan Yi to her. If Sister Sue could react like that, maybe Ethan Yi, just as she was daydreaming. Logging into the system and typing in the words Ethan Yi. Several security guards screamed in surprise. F***CK. This is impossible. Is the system broken? Chapter 47. If you marry my daughter, I will give you a dowry of 88.88 million. Searching for Ethan Yi. The following is a list of house owners, all of whom are him. This. How much is this? The security guard kept scrolling the mouse, but he couldn't get to the bottom after a while. From Building A, Unit 1, 101, one after another. Rolling to the last large flat on the 18th floor of Building G, Unit 7, the owner's information is all the same. All Ethan Yi. I refresh several times, and it's always the same. Thinking of what Ethan Yi said just now. Enter any room number you want. All the rooms here are mine. Ethan Yi in shock, their minds going blank. What? Did you find out? Ethan Yi frowned, looking at the stupid looks of the security guards, wondering if they had found anything. Certainly. Ethan Yi enthusiastically at this time, saluted directly, and said respectfully, after investigation, you are indeed the only owner of the community. Peng Feiyu, who was originally making a fierce effort, was stunned in an instant. My ears are broken? Am I crazy? Or is this world out of whack? At least a community with an output value of 30 to 50 billion is owned by this guy in front of me who looks no more than 20 years old and is the same age as me. This kid is richer than his father? Dailuo's eyes suddenly became fiery. He simply forgot that he was just mocking Ethan Yi. No matter how capable Peng Feiyu is, he is still a rich second generation after all. If he can finally come up with some money, he has to beg his family for it. But Ethan Yi is different. He drives a luxury car and owns tens of billions of real estate. Who knows if he has any other assets? A super rich generation indeed. If we estimate the value, I wonder how many times stronger it is than Peng Feiyu. It's actually true. Fong Sijin covered her mouth and looked in disbelief at the young man in front of her, who was smiling with infinite confidence. The other person seems to be younger than her. The entire Linjiang community already belongs to him? Big customer. Super big customer. Doesn't that mean that the number of houses in my hands is at least 2,000? What is this concept? If all these houses were rented out, the commission she could get, just thinking about it made her tremble all over. Wow, I didn't expect this guy to be an invisible super rich man. The rich ladies originally thought that Ethan Yi was very pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the look he gave him became complicated. There were even two wealthy ladies who were clapping their daughters' hands, showing meaningful eagerness to try. Since there is no problem, let's go in. Ethan Yi casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Luoluo and said, "Remember, these two people are not welcome in this community. If you see them next time, just drive them away." Yes, yes. Several security guards said this repeatedly. Hey, Ethan, don't go. Dai Luoluo immediately put on a smile and wanted to chase after him. But Ethan didn't even turn his head. He saw too many beautiful women. Although Dai Luoluo is pretty, she is not even a top-ranked maid in her own maid group. His conduct is still so improper, and his values are not correct. This kind of woman is not worthy of my attention at all. Ma'am, please respect yourself? Several security guards frowned and simply pushed Dai Luoluo away. Dai Luoluo was so anxious that she twisted her high heels and fell on the bluestone road, grimacing in pain. How dare you? When Peng Feiyu saw this scene, he was so angry that he went up to attack. But the two security guards' aggressive and sneering expressions were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, which made him lose his momentum. He bent down again and again, trying to support Dai Luoluo, and said with great distress, "Luoluo, are you okay?" Bang! Unexpectedly, Dai Luoluo slapped him directly in the face. "It's all your fault. You stinky liquor. If it weren't for you, would I have missed such a perfect rich man? If you hadn't been the one to stir up trouble and mock him today, would my image in his heart have fallen so drastically? With my image, how could a man not be moved?" Dai Luoluo was so angry and frustrated, and she was resentful of being pushed to the ground, that she threw her hat into the ring and spoke out her true thoughts. After slapping Peng Feiyu twice again, Dai Luoluo finally struggled to her feet and limped away angrily. Peng Feiyu was stunned by the slaps. He never thought that he was actually such a thing in the goddess heart. These slaps directly made him lose the most fragile fantasy in his heart. It made him extremely miserable, and he started crying out of grievance in the street. The miserable appearance of this bastard couple. In the eyes of the many wealthy women who had just moved into the community, no one sympathized with them. On the contrary, they were quite happy. Many of them regarded Ethan Yi as their future son-in-law. They were all family members, so of course they had to protect Ethan Yi. The next step is to choose a house. The entire Linjiang community, with 10 buildings and more than 2,000 houses, all belonged to him. Only about 20 people came to see the house. Of course, just pick any one. Everyone can choose the best floor with good lighting that they like. However, in high-end communities like Linjiang community, which are built specifically for successful people, every household is actually very comfortable to live in. The gap is not that big at all. Every household here is fully furnished and ready for move-in. So, it was very efficient, and everything was settled in just over an hour. Fong Sijin was also extremely happy. Even if she works hard for a month, she may not earn as much commission as she did in just 1 hour today. You have to know that these people have been renting such high-end communities for at least 3 or 4 years. The rent is completely different from that in ordinary communities. There are more than a dozen houses, each rented for an average of 5 years, and the total amount paid off in one go is close to 20 million. Oh, it's so good to be rich. You don't have to do anything. Just lie in bed and receive huge sums of money every month. Fong Sijin made a rough calculation. If the average rent is for 5 years, all of the more than 2,000 apartments in Linjiang community will be rented out before September. Ethan Yi can earn billions directly. She couldn't help but feel her heart tremble when she thought of this number. However, in return, IKEA agents can also get a considerable commission from it. And they may even get at least millions. Earn $1 million a month. Looking across China, This is the dream of most people. I have to serve this big money patron well. At this time, everyone in the group had chosen a house. Everyone was having fun, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Hey, Xiaoya, do you have a girlfriend? Chatting and chatting. A group of young women started gossiping. You are so young and promising. It would be a shame if you don't have a girlfriend. Look at my daughter. She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Ethan Yu was slightly stunned. Could it be that these rich ladies also work as matchmakers? My daughter is pretty good too. There's also my daughter. Even though she's only in high school, she won't suffer any loss if you wait for her. My family is well off and can offer a dowry of 50 million. My family has 80 million. My family is giving away company shares. The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly changed. Ethan Yu felt a headache and smiled bitterly. When other families marry off their daughters, they would like to ask for more gifts, but these rich ladies think completely differently. When it comes to me, I'm thinking about how to give more dowry. There's nothing I can do. Being handsome is just invincible. Chapter 48. Sky-high property fees? Oh, Mom, I'm still here. Ethan Yi with reluctance. Such a handsome and perfect rich man is hard to come by. How many people in this world are better than Ethan Yi? Etan yisimilit likely. Those who are able to be admitted to Shanghai University Town all have good academic performance, and they are all from wealthy families with good temperament. However, compared with his vision, it is still too ordinary. Now, even the maids around him are 7-star gold medal housekeeping talents, and they are all top students from Ivy League or the top universities in China. Naturally, her temperament and beauty are not comparable to these girls, but it would be too rude to refuse in public. While chatting and laughing, I was forced to send all the tenants away only after some girls added me on WeChat. Signing contracts and making payments must follow formal procedures. Even though we agreed today, we won't be able to move in until at least 1 or 2 days later. Oh, it's really a headache. Ethan Yi scratched his hair. The feeling of a group of beautiful young women pestering you to give you a daughter and asking for a sky-high dowry is really terrifying. Boss Yi can be elected as the most sought-after son-in-law in China. Fong Xijin was in a very good mood today and joked with a smile. I can't help it. Who made me so handsome? Ethan Yi shook his head and said seriously. If anyone else said this, they would definitely be laughed at, but Ethan Yi was telling the truth. This made Fong Xijin envious and jealous. By the way, Boss Yi, do you need anything else? I'm free today and can help you. Fong Xijin said with great insight. All the tenants had left, and Ethan Yi stayed behind alone, apparently because he had other things to do. Well, there's one more thing. Ethan Yi nodded slightly, looking up and down at Fong Xijin's graceful and mature curves. Mr. Yi? Fong Xijin blushed, protected her chest with her hands, and stood back. Ethan Yi waved his hand. Come with me and help me clean up a suite. Fong Xijin's heart was pounding. She is a strong woman of the new era, who believes in making her own way in the world and has a strong personality. Even if Ethan Yi is a handsome and rich young man, she can't give up her bottom/pants too easily. It gave me a fright. She patted her chest and hurried over. Large flat in Building A. Buildings A, B, and C are all riverside buildings. Building A has the best location in particular, and the large flat on the top floor can be said to be the best apartment in Linjiang community. The large flat in Building A has a ceiling height of 8 meters, 2 floors, and a dedicated elevator. From the balcony, you can see the magnificent Huangpu River in front of you, and opposite you can see the prosperous scene of Shanghai. If it is night and the lights are turned on, it will surely be a breathtaking sight, a visual feast. This scenery alone is worth hundreds of millions. Etan Yisimilet. The large flat in Building A is the signature unit of the Linjiang residential community and is priced at 880 million yuan. If one really wants to buy it, its market value is estimated to be more than 1 billion yuan. It is more expensive than most villas. Building A has a large flat area of 500 square meters. There is a private swimming pool and a private lawn on the roof. There is also a private cinema on the second floor. Fong Xijin introduced. Ethan Yi was very satisfied. The Riverside Villa is not far from the high school where his sister Yizi attends, and he also plans to pick one for his sister to live in. It's better than living in that 6-person dormitory with bunk beds that my sister has complained about for more than 2 years. It takes a long time to clean this house. Although Fong Xijin said this, her hands had already started working. Before each house had an owner, there was a special ante to clean it. Although this riverside flat is large, there is not much that can be packed in. Ethan Yi looked at the capable back figure covered with sheets on the bed in the bedroom, with Fong Si-jin's round and plump buttocks facing him. His heart, which had originally been free of distractions, began to waver slightly. In the entire Building A, in the 500 square meter double-story flat, there were only him and Fong Si-jin. Moreover, in such a sensitive place as the bedroom, it is impossible not to have any special thoughts in mind. As if she had noticed Ethan Yi's gaze, Fong Si-jin's face was as red as fire. Her subconscious action just now was out of self-cultivation, but she had already prepared herself mentally along the way. No matter what, if I can be perfect with such a perfect man once, it's a win for me. After all, she has been busy building her career for almost all these years and has rarely had time for sexual intercourse. It would be fine if I didn't think about it, but once I thought about that kind of thing, I felt a desire deep in my bones. Etan Yi Sehelie, showing a different side of her besides being a strong woman. Mr. Yi is ready. Ethan Yi, with undisguised eyes. Good. Ethan Yi smiled slightly. He never forces anyone, but he will never refuse a mutually enjoyable experience. If you can't live the life you want, well, there is no point in asking for so much money. This is the super rich man. Fong Si-jin was also wearing a professional sales suit, a small suit top with black stockings and high heels. The stimulating feeling of temptation from the uniforms in this spacious flat greatly increased his interest today. After some exercise, Ethan Yi smiled with satisfaction. Clatter. After cleaning afterwards, Fong Si-jin no longer had the feeling of a strong woman in front of Ethan Yi, but seemed quite shy. Well, it's time for lunch. Ethan Yi stretched his muscles and worked up an appetite. Do you know any good restaurants nearby? I'll treat you. Etan Yi similet. No, of course it's my treat. Fong Si-jin said repeatedly. Ethan Yi bring her? How could I let such a great man treat me to a meal? I had to treat him myself. Just as the two were discussing where to go for dinner, the doorbell rang. Ethan Yi frowned, walked into the living room, opened the door, and saw a tall and strong man in a suit. Huh? You are? Ethan Yi asked. Are you the new owner here? The big man in the suit looked fierce, and when he smiled, he looked more like a highwayman in a costume drama. I'm from Linjiang Property Management, collecting property management fees. Property fees? How much? Ethan Yi didn't explain. The property fees in high-end residential communities are naturally more expensive. It is estimated that the annual property fees for this large flat will be at least 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Hey, 1 million a year. The big man in the suit smiled maliciously. Ethan Yi frowned. Are you kidding me? Chapter 49, he is not the chairman of the owner's committee, but the entire community belongs to him.